Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalam. Ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I welcome all of you with Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be on all of you. Today, we are going to have a special session. The name of this session is Better Half or Better Half. And in this session, you are most welcome to ask any questions that are related to marriage, related to choosing a life partner, any question related to how to conduct a nikah, or any questions after marriage or how a married life goes on. In short, questions before you say I do, or before you say Kabul hai, or before you say that I accept it, and questions after you say I do, or after you say Kabul hai, or after you say I accept it, so that a person's married life is as per Quran and Sunnah. In short, today's question and answer session will be dealing with how to have a successful marriage, questions on wedlock or padlock. So if the marriage is successful, it's a wedlock. If it's not, becomes a padlock. So there are special sessions, and that is the reason, mashallah, we have got more sisters than gents, and we have more than 50 sisters and about 10 gents. So as to do justice to both, we'd expect about 5-6 questions from the sisters and then 1 question from the brothers. So any question related to marriage, nikah, please don't ask general questions on fiqh and masail. Any question related with nikah, before nikah, choosing a life partner, after marriage, question related to married life can be asked. Don't ask general questions on women's rights or men's rights. That can be dealt in another session. So brothers and sisters are most welcome to ask any questions on better half or better half, wedlock or padlock. Yes, sir, most welcome.
My question is nikah compulsory in Islam?
Sister has a question that is nikah compulsory in Islam. Though normally in the nikah khutbah we say that nikah is sunnah of the Prophet. But since the commandment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in Surah Nisa, chapter 4, number 3, that marry women of your choice. So based on this, and our beloved Prophet Muhammad said that anyone who does not marry is not of me. So according to me, nikah is compulsory. Though there are many scholars, or most of the scholars, who say that nikah is a sunnat-e-muaqqada, a very important sunnah, but I feel that nikah is a fard, unless you have a very valid reason where the fard can be avoided. Otherwise, generally, like how pork is haram, but if you're dying of hunger and pork is the only thing that can save you, for that time it becomes permissible. So according to me, I feel nikah under normal circumstances is a fard, and the duty of every man or a woman to get married. And our beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's hadith mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, chapter number 3, hadith number 4. Our beloved Prophet said, O young people, whoever has the means to get married should get married. That means it's a commandment of the Prophet. So based on this hadith and the other hadith that whoever does not marry is not of me, based on this hadith I consider that nikah to be a fard. It is a fard on every man and woman. Hope that answers the question. Any other sister?
What is the Islamic criteria for selection of a husband or a wife?
As far as the criteria for selection of the husband and wife, the best answer I can give is the hadith of Muhammad mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, hadith number 5090, where our beloved Prophet said that when a person chooses a life partner, the person looks for 4 things. He looks for beauty, wealth, nobility and virtue. And amongst these, the best is virtue. So normal human beings, when they select a life partner, whether a boy selects a girl to be a wife or a girl selects a boy to be a husband, normally a person looks for 4 things. 1 is beauty, 2nd is wealth, 3rd is nobility, and 4th is virtue. And amongst them, the most important, the Prophet said, is virtue. That means if a person seeks a beautiful wife or a girl seeks a handsome husband, so it's permissible. It's not haram. Similarly, if a lady seeks a very rich husband, or a boy seeks a very rich lady in marriage, it's permissible. Similarly, if a person seeks for a family to be married in a noble family, a boy looking after a noble girl from a noble family, and a girl is looking for a boy who belongs to a noble family, it's permissible. But amongst all these, the last one, that is virtue, is the most important. A virtuous husband or wife, a virtuous spouse is the most important out of all these four criteria. That means if you have to compromise in any of these four criteria, you can compromise on the first three but not the last. If you can get a spouse who has all the four criteria, that is sone pe sohaga. It is the best. If you get a boy who's handsome, who's wealthy, belongs to a noble family, and very virtuous, alhamdulillah, go for it, don't lose him. Similarly, if a boy gets a very beautiful girl, and a very wealthy girl, belongs to a noble family, and very virtuous, alhamdulillah. But these things are normally very rare. It's like in a fairy tale, you're waiting for the Prince Charming, or the Princess Charming. So don't be in a world where, if I want, unless I don't get, I'll not marry. So the time will never come. If you can get someone, it's possible, but it's not probable. The possibility is there, but the probability is very negligible. So if you have to compromise in the criteria, you can surely compromise in the first three. But see to it that you don't compromise in the last criteria, that is virtue. Hope that answers the question, sister. Can we have the next question, please?
What procedure can be followed in selecting an Islamic life partner?
This is the question, that what procedure can be followed in selecting a life partner. The procedure, as was mentioned in the earlier question, that what is the criteria for selecting a life partner? As I said, that it is beauty, it is wealth, nobility, and virtue. On these four basic criteria, you have to try and select a life partner. The procedure can be that first you yourself to be convinced that the partner that you want to marry should be virtuous, and convince yourself first that for me virtue is more important than beauty or wealth or nobility. You get convinced, and then convey the message to your parents first. Convey the message to parents, because the parents may have a different view. They may think, okay, I want a very handsome boy, and I want my girl to get married to a very wealthy boy. So first you get convinced first on the Quran and Sahih Hadith, and then convey that message to your parents and tell that, because they will be the closest to you who would be looking for a match for you. So convey that message so that it doesn't happen that they decide that this boy is good and he may not fit your criteria. So first convince your criteria that you have to your parents and convey the message to them so that you and them are in the same wavelength. It should not be that their requirement is different, yours is different. And you should not feel shy about it. Finally, they are your parents, so convey it to them. And then you can convey that to the relatives and to your close friends, that I'm looking for a boy who's virtuous, who's Islamic, and let the message pass on amongst your close relatives and your close friends. First is the parents, then your relatives and friends. And the third would be you can approach any Islamic organizations who can help you find a match. Since you're not looking for someone who's wealthy, if you're looking for someone wealthy, then you have to go to the billionaire club, There's a millionaire club and a billionaire club. So if your criteria is wealth, then you have to go to the billionaire club and try and find one. If your criteria is handsome, or for the boy it's beautiful, then you have to go to the beauty contest and see who you want. Because the basic criteria is Islamic, so you have Islamic organizations. And you can give your resume, see to that your resume is also on the same line, giving your details, the basic details, height, complexion, etc. and your likes and dislikes. In that you can mention you like to have a husband who's virtuous, etc. And see to it you can collect resume from Islamic organization, or if you know of any marriage bureau which is based on Islamic guidelines, that would be the best. That approach a marriage bureau which is based on Islamic guidelines. Unfortunately, majority of the so-called Muslim marriage bureaus also are more of culturally based rather than the criteria being Islamic. You know of many marriage bureaus run by non-Muslims, many marriage bureaus run by Muslims, but the criteria may not be based on Quran and Sunnah. Yet you can give your biodata there, it's no harm, but preferable to try and select a marriage bureau whose criteria of selection is based on Quran and Sahih Hadith. The first level is the parents, then your relatives, friends, the Islamic organizations. Furthermore, it can be possible that you can let the people know about your selection in Islamic magazines, maybe local, maybe international Islamic magazines. Many of the Islamic magazines have a section on marriage. Wanted brides, wanted bridegrooms. You can even give in general papers like Times of India, no problem. You may never know, it may click. You can even use the internet, but using the internet you have to be careful. Many times it leads to deviation. So can use, but with the purview of the Islamic Sharia. And you yourself should prepare your own resume and give the criteria that you want. In your resume that I would prefer a husband who is Islamic, is virtuous, etc. If a boy is writing, okay, I want a girl who is virtuous, you can say beauty is the criteria but not of ultimate importance. It will not be the most important. You can write, not that you cannot write, if you want a beautiful girl. So in this way you make a resume, and this will help you in trying to find a right life partner. And then once, if you go for an interview, the list of questions already were discussed. The list of questions that you can ask. But see to it that when you conduct a preliminary round where you're going to select a life partner, see to it that it is Islamically done. That don't go and meet around to go and meet, maybe in a garden, or I'd like to meet you in a movie theater in the last row. See that done Islamically. Either you call the boy to your house or you go to the boy's house, no problem. But see to it that there's a mahram. The girl should either have the father or the brother with her, and the boy should maybe have a mother or sister. So in the company of a mahram, and when questions are asked, if a mahram is there, it is preferable. I feel there is no problem in having a mahram if you're asking questions which are based on Quran and Sunnah. If you're asking questions otherwise, there may be problems. Or if you think it's a requirement that no, there may be certain personal question no anyone has to know, which I don't think so it arises, then see to it that you speak in a hall which has doors which are open, and see to it that the distance between the two opposite sex is far enough, Islamic distance is maintained, and this will be conducted, and then if it fits your criteria, then inshallah you can go ahead judging the pros and cons. Hope that answers the question, sister. Can we have a question from the gen side? I think we already had 4 or 5 from ladies. Any gents? Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What would you suggest?
Before you say I do, after you say I do? Before you say I do. You married? Not married?
No, I'm not married.
MashaAllah. So before you say I do.
Yeah.
What would you suggest for the reverts to Islam? I mean, should they live with their parents, or maybe should they prefer a revert as well? So, I mean, could you just throw some light on this?
Well, ask the question that what is your suggestion for reverts, and I believe that Brother Shams is a revert. Alhamdulillah. What suggestion for a revert? That after marriage, he's not asking selecting the life partner. After marriage, should he stay with the parents or non-Muslims, or should he shift outside, or should he marry a girl who is born in a Muslim family, or marry a revert? The best would be that convince your parents, make them Muslim and stay with your parents. The best. Fine. Secondly, depending upon how your parents are, how well they've accepted you. If they've accepted you well and you feel it can be a smooth sailing, then there is no harm in continuing staying with your parents even after marriage. Smooth sailing doesn't mean everything is green. Smooth sailing means keep a little problems. Because if your parents are non-Muslims and after you marry, there will be problems. But if you think the problems are not much and which can be handled, then I feel there is no harm in trying and staying. And if it turns out to be difficult, then later on also you can shift. So I prefer giving it a try first, unless you are sure that it's difficult. My parents haven't accepted, then you can shift out and it be good to your parents and take care of your parents. Because as a duty, as a son, you have to take care of your parents, irrespective whether your parents become Muslim or not. You have to obey them as long as they don't go against Quran and Sunnah. So your duty as a son is there, and your Jannah is beneath the feet of your mother. Even if she's a non-Muslim, yet you have to follow her commandments. Only those which go against Quran and Sunnah you can maybe disobey. But the other things, see to it that you love her more, etc. As far as, is it preferable to marry a revert? Or is it preferable to marry a Muslim girl who's already born in a Muslim family? Again, who is more virtuous of the two, you marry her. So you find a virtuous girl who's a revert, compared to a girl who's already born in a Muslim family, but following more of culture and not following Islam, then the virtuous girl is more important. But if you get a girl in a Muslim family, she's more virtuous and this girl is less virtuous, then better marry a girl who's born in a Muslim family. But if exactly both are on the same level, if you say everything is same, the beauty is same, the wealth is same, nobody is same, virtue is same, then which is better? Then I would say that out of the two, the better would be marry a girl who's born in a Muslim family. Because then there will be pressure from two sides. There will be pressure from your wife's side and from your side to handle the in-laws. So that will be maybe a little bit of a more burden. At least you get support from one side. But if the revert is very virtuous and very strong, high taqwa, then the other girl who's born in a Muslim family may get family support, but taqwa is not high, then better marry a girl who has high taqwa and is a revert. But generally, if both is same, I would prefer that, normally people think, oh, revert is better. Yes, it can be in some cases, but not always. Revert, so easily acceptable. But then many a time, many things may not be known which is known to a person who is born in a Muslim family, brought up in a Muslim family, and you may do things which are wrong and which is normally known by the Muslims because of regular action. And then the pressure from both the sides may be too difficult to handle. And maybe so there are more chances of deviating from the truth, not that you will depend upon each one's taqwa. If taqwa is strong, nothing can shake. Taqwa and the iman is strong, nothing can shake. But if both are average, virtue, average, everything, so I would personally suggest that it's preferable that a revert marries a person who is born in a Muslim family. But again, virtue is more important criteria than only this. Let me answer the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I want to know what would comprise of an ideal Islamic nikah.
Sister has a question that what would comprise of an ideal
Islamic nikah, yes.
Ideal Islamic nikah. If both the spouses are ideal Muslims, then inshallah the nikah also would be ideal. That's number one criteria. If both of them, they would be husband and wife, ideal Muslims, alhamdulillah, automatically the nikah will be ideal. But in terms of other things, our beloved Prophet ﷺ said that the best marriage is that in which the least expense is made. See to it that it's not extravagant. We are talking more about the function rather than, after selection of the husband and wife. See to it that the nikah ceremony you do, it should be Islamic. Most of the people are more involved in saying how glamorous it is, what food will I serve, what decoration will I do. And that is the reason they require at least few months or maybe a year to prepare. So see to it that the marriage is on Islamic guidelines. See to it is simple. And the Prophet said, the best marriage is that in which the least expense is made. Further, Prophet also said that make nikah so simple that zina becomes difficult. Now, nikah has become so difficult and zina is so easy. Nikah means, mere paas kam as kam 5-10 lakh hona chahiye, 5-10 lakhs I should have. Maybe at least I have $50,000, then I can do the nikah, otherwise it's difficult. And zina, easy, few hundred rupees. So, the Prophet said that make nikah so simple that zina becomes difficult. So see to it that the criteria of the nikah ceremony should not be glamour, should not be based on any un-Islamic activities. And when we have the nikah ceremony, see that the hijab is maintained. Normally in our Muslim society, unfortunately, normally we have a lot of intermingling of the sexes during nikah ceremony. Or they may do nikah in a masjid and then have a grand walima. Walima is one of the important, very important sunnah, that after the marriage takes place, preferably after consummating, walima is given, that's good, alhamdulillah, sunnah. But they want to do nikah simple. When nikah is simple, now walima is not mentioned, walima you do grand. And when you have in a big ground, a lot of decoration, then you spend 50 lakhs, 1 crore, whatever it is. So as far as the nikah to be on the Islamic guidelines, see to it that besides the would-be husband and wife being Islamic, even the atmosphere is Islamic, there should not be intermingling of sexes when you have the reception. See to it that there's separate section for the ladies, separate for the gents. Some places you have separate section for ladies, separate for gents, but the stage is common. It doesn't make sense. You have separate sections, but the stage is common. You want to display a wife, I'm going to marry such a beautiful girl. Everyone comes and hello, Mubarak ho. So it is not Islamic at all. Hijab has to be maintained. So see to it that the hijab is maintained. The ladies looking at a wife, no problem. Gents looking at you, no problem. Gents looking at the gents, no problem. And see to it that some places you have segregation of sexes, different stage, but then you have waiters, gents waiters going in ladies section. So very important. See to it that the hijab is maintained correctly. And this can be discussed even when you're asking questions with my sister, what is the list of questions? I ask her which level of interview, first, second or third. When in the final stages, then we can go into the discussion also that how is the nikah going to take place, it will be Islamic guidelines and everything. And see to it that the haram activities, like music is not played during the nikah ceremony, there is not too much extravagance, not too much of glamour, it should be simple, nikah can be done very simple. See to it that the mahr is fixed as per Islamic guidelines. And one thing that should be given importance to is that see to it that when people come, they, mashallah, the people who you call should get rather a dawah or a message that it is based on Islamic guidelines. And you inspire other people to follow such acts rather than our so-called culture. That a person, tries to click business deals. I'm a businessman, so I have to click business deals, I have to make it posh. Fine, if the person is really stinking rich and if he spends based on his wealth, it's acceptable, but see to it he doesn't do haram things like music, intermingling of sexes, etc. That's so important. So there are just a few points that how a nikah ceremony can be conducted, and see to it that what is haram in Islam, all the harams, all the list is avoided, and try and do as much as things which are mustahab. Simplicity, instead of spending 10-20 lakhs, you can give that in charity, or you can use that money for earning the word of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and inshallah your life will be more successful. If you give it the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, if Allah has given you, so that thing would inshallah be a benefit for your married life to be conducted in a better way. Hope that answers the question, sister. Yes, you're most welcome.
Kindly guide us as far as the list of questions to be asked to the prospective groom or the bride is concerned.
As far as the list of questions to be asked to the prospective bride or bridegroom, I personally don't know of any list of questions mentioned in the Quran that has to be asked or the Hadith, but seeing the way the verses of the Quran and the Hadith, etc., a person can derive a list of questions that can be asked. And normally, people when they go for a matchmaking, the most important thing is the photograph. And most of them, they reject the prospective bride or bridegroom just by looking at the photograph. Unless a new technology comes where you can come to know the virtue by the photograph. Fine, there can be negative testing. For example, if you find that the girl is immodestly dressed up and you reject her, not looking at the beauty, at the immodesty, it's acceptable. Or similarly, if the girl sees a boy who is immodestly dressed up and and if she does, that's a different thing. But normally, the normal routine that we have in our society today, when a bridegroom or a boy goes to select a bride, he asks, khana pakane aata hai kya nahi? Do you know how to cook food or not? Can you cook biryani? And fine, you can take care of the children. These are normal questions which I wouldn't say are useless, but would not be in the top priority. If you have the top 10 or the top 20 or the top 50, I wouldn't put them in the top 10 or top 20. It is important, but it is low down the list. The most important, as I mentioned in my earlier answer, is to find out that the spouse you are going to marry, is he or she virtuous or not? So questions basically should be to find out whether the would-be spouse is virtuous or not. To find the other three criteria, beauty, wealth, nobility, is very easy. Virtue is very difficult. If you want to know she is beautiful or not, you look at her and you come to know. is subjective. Immediately within a few seconds you can decide whether she is beautiful or not. Very easy. You want to come to know how wealthy she is, how wealthy he is, you look at the bank balance, do a little inquiry, the property the person owns, little bit inquiry you have to do whether it's a fraud or not, is it on loan, or does the person own it himself. But it's possible and very easy to find out, and less chances that you will be deceived as far as coming to know whether the person is wealthy or not. The third criteria, whether the person belongs to a noble family or not, we always look at the sajara or look at the family tree, you know, who are the parents. It's easy. And the chance you will be right is close to 100, either 98 or 99%. Beauty immediately you can decide. Wealth also do a little survey, nobility, 99% you can come to know, and then you can give marks. But as far as giving marks for a person to identify that the person is virtuous is very difficult. You know, we had in our school days, in our college days, in the subject of science and chemistry, we had confirmatory test, we used to call CT. Confirmatory test means you do a test and you confirm that this element is potassium or it is sodium. Confirmatory test. And there's something like negative testing. Come to know this doesn't belong to this category. Negative testing. So in virtue, doing negative testing is very easy. Is to say that the person is not virtuous is very easy. For example, if a boy goes to select a girl, and if she's wearing a skirt and a mini, you can easily say she is not modest. Very easy. But if the girl is wearing hijab, you cannot say for sure that she is modest. So the negative testing in virtue is very easy. You come to know the boy is having alcohol, he is gambling, surely he is not virtuous. Easy. But if he is not having alcohol, you cannot say for sure that he is virtuous. So negative testing, if you find certain criteria in the spouse, in the girl or the boy you are going to marry, if you come to know these negative factors, you can easily put her in the bracket of not virtuous, if these criteria are formed. But some criteria per se, just by seeing one criteria as not being virtuous, you can't reject the girl or the boy altogether. If the criteria of virtuous is a very small negative factor, but you find out that the other factors are good and but natural, you can yet give it a chance or give it a thought. As far as the list of questions to be asked, in the first criteria you don't have to ask anything, you have to look and you'll come to know. And though there's a verse in the Quran, in Surah Nur, chapter number 24, verse number 30, hijab for the men, that say to the believing man that he should lower his gaze and guard his modesty. And next for the woman, in Surah Nur, chapter 24, verse number 31, that say to the believing woman that she should lower her gaze and guard her modesty. This criteria is relaxed when you're going to choose a life partner. So you can look at your would-be life partner by selecting a life partner. So the first criteria is very easy. Second, as I said, wealth, nobility. Wealth, nobility can easily be verified. Wealth can be checked up. The most difficult is the virtue. There are various questions you can ask, and depending upon the reply given by the prospective wife or husband, your next question may change. For example, if a girl is going to interview a boy, normally in our culture, not religion, culture, the boy can ask the would-be girl any question, top to bottom, left to right, no problem. But if a girl asks question, means it is, ये तो सही लड़की नहीं है. She asking me questions. That means ये तो बहुत outward है, as immodest. You have full right, the girl has full right to ask the question to the boy has full, but natural within the purview of the Islamic Sharia. But natural, but you can always, to see that you don't offend, let the boy ask the question first. So you can ask the boy, okay, what would you like to ask from me? So that it goes off, smoothly, not that he feels that you are extra modern. So to be modern is good, mashallah. Islam is a modern religion, but these are the concepts that we have in our society, in our culture. So it's preferable that you give the first chance to the boy to ask. And if the boy is comfortable, the boy can say, you can always say, let the girl ask first, no problem. But if a girl is there, they always give a chance. It's preferable, so that everything goes smoothly. And most of the questions, most of them, not all, can be the same. For example, the girl can ask the boy after the boy finishes, since it's a girl who asked a question, that what kind of a girl would you like to marry? Indirectly, you are trying to find out that the answer he gives, now you'll have to judge that what type of person is he. You may say, oh, I want a very beautiful wife. Fine. Not too much positive, not too much negative also, but, I want a wife who's very educated. Fine. No problem. But does he put the criteria that I want a virtuous wife? If he doesn't put that criteria, he himself may not be that virtuous. One is asking a leading question, one is asking an indirect question to get the reply. And the list of questions can go to thousands. I don't want to end the show only giving the list of questions. But then you can ask the leading question that, would you mind marrying a girl who does not do hijab? Yes, I don't mind as long as she's beautiful. So come to know, okay, fine, this person is not virtuous. So now you are indirectly trying to judge the level of virtue of the would-be husband, asking indirect questions. This is one way. And you can carry on like, would you like to marry a girl who does not offer salah? Or later on you can ask direct questions also. So in this way, first to try and find out how virtuous is the would-be boy you want to marry or would-be girl that you want to marry. Similarly, if a boy has to ask a question to a girl, if he's starting, or the girl, her chance comes to ask a question, you can ask leading questions that to find out how much he practices. Don't take it for granted. Same question can be asked that what type of a spouse would you want? That's a very good question. It's a very easy way to come to know what is the view of the opposite person. If that girl is virtuous, she will give answers based on Quran and Sunnah. Then you can ask the question, how many times a day do you offer salah? Some will feel offended. Oh, asking on salah. Or you can say that, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask a leading question, but because I want a virtuous husband, I would like to be sure. And we can ask the question. He may say 5 times, he may say no, 4 times is regular and 1 time, sometimes I miss the Fajr Salah, whatever it is. Now while you're asking question, you should come to know that the person who's giving the answer, is he just answering for the sake of answering, or are the answers a fact? Because if that person realizes that the opposite person, she's a beautiful girl, but she wants a virtuous husband, so he'll try to behave like being virtuous. No, मैं तो 5 time पढ़ता हूँ, छोड़ता ही नहीं. So you ask a simple question, that what time is the time for Fajr Salah? Don't ask Zohar Salah, because Zohar Salah is the same throughout the year. Zohar Salah, when the sun is at the topmost part, is the same. So ask, what is the time for Fajr Salah? Fajr Salah, Fajr Salah. Fine, a person may take a little time because but if he pulls the fast one, what time is the time for Maghrib? And when you ask, don't ask with too much of ego, ask with humility. I'm sorry, depending upon the nature of the person you're talking to, the question framing will change. Some people are very sensitive. What do you mean? You're asking me how many times I pray? This cannot be the first question, it can be in between, after you ask the other thing. So, you may ask simple, what is education? But these questions people don't mind. It's a general question. So first question, if you ask what is Salah, there may be problem if the person is not very virtuous. Or he may be virtuous, but he may think that you doubt his taqwa. He may not be broad-minded. So normally you can ask, where have you got education from? Fine. There may be criteria that you may want to know how good his English is, how good the Urdu is. And these are criteria which may not come in virtue, but comes in compatibility. It is very important that you have a compatible spouse. So if you have option, a person who is virtuous and doesn't know English, and a person who is virtuous and knows English, in which language you're comfortable and you want to involve, so but naturally then you can judge that. So these, when you're asking general questions, that is education. And education is also important. What is education? Where have you passed from? Which college you went to? Which subjects you took. So here when you're asking these, you are making him comfortable initially. And while you make him comfortable, you are trying to find out the answers that is given. You are trying to judge how good the English is. You are trying to judge his level of education, which is also important. The education is not there in the 4 criteria mentioned by the Prophet, but you want to get compatible, because not that an uneducated person can't get married. But if you are educated and you want someone of the similar level, it's permissible. So after you do the other checking of the education level, of the language, of the culture, which is important. But the main is virtue. So you can ask leading questions after knowing about Salah, then do you fast in the month of Ramadan? It's a leading question. Do you fast the complete month of Ramadan, or do you fast even the accessory additional fast? Now, if you ask, do you fast Ramadan, what do you mean? How fast? So, do you only fast the full Ramadan, or do you keep the additional fast, or so that he doesn't feel offended? Based on the answer, even if he says he only fasts in the month of Ramadan, sufficient, not that he has to keep the fast of Shawwal. If he keeps, alhamdulillah. In this way, you try and find out the pillars of Islam. Salah is there. Then Sawm is there. Zakat if required, you can ask. Have you performed Hajj? This question, you won't feel offended. But you can come to know. And very important is the Aqidah, the Tawheed part of it. Asking that, which school of thought you belong to? What do you think is the most important book in Islam? Trying to find out that the person who will marry, how much knowledge does he have about Islam? It's Quran and Sunnah. And then you can ask leading questions to find out that is he involved in any innovation. He may be fasting, he may be praying, he may have gone for Hajj, he may be giving a zakat. But ask leading question to know whether is he involved in certain innovations. Because if he is involved in innovation, the first pillar, that's Tawheed, is very important. The person should not be involved in any form of shirk. Because shirk is the biggest sin in Islam. Allah says in Surah Nisa chapter 4, verse 48, and in Surah Nisa chapter 4, 116, that if Allah pleases, He may forgive any sin. But the sin of shirk, He will not forgive. For anyone who does shirk, he stayed far away. Fine, no Muslim will ever do open shirk, but there may be other hidden shirk or lesser level. So this way you can ask leading questions about Aqidah, about the school of thought, and does it match with your view, or does it match with Quran and Sahih Hadith? So main leading question should be on virtue, and the answers should be based on whether Islam that they follow, is it on ritualism, on culture, or based on Quran and Sahih Hadith. Most of the answers that the would-be husband or wife, a girl or boy, or marry, the answer should be based on Quran and Sahih Hadith. You should also try to find out that is the person involved in any major sins or not. At least try and find out, if not all, the common major sins that are there. When you ask about Salah, Zakat, the first few are there. Don't ask them, have you committed murder or not? That's the second sin. So Zakir said, so I have a list of questions. First is shirk, second is murder. Have you murdered anyone? So that natural, which is, you assume that he has not done. But then the other one you can ask that, hope you don't have any vices. You know, I'm sorry, don't feel offended, but I'd normally like to have a virtuous husband, so I want to be sure that the life partner I'm going to be with, you know, does he have any vices like having alcohol, involved in drugs, does he smoke? And sometimes it's okay, you know, I don't have vices except for smoking. Negative factor, but certain things can be, if the other factors are good. That doesn't mean any of the answer is no, that means finish. Person may say, I offer 4 times Salah. The morning Fajr sometimes I miss. That doesn't mean that he is completely disregarded. The person says, I only offer Jummah to Jummah. Then there's a big query. Should you go ahead or not? So based on the replies, then you can keep on asking further. And depending on it, that ask other questions, that how much do you think is important to convey the message of Islam? To find out, is he proud to be a Muslim? And then appearance you can come to that is the person keeping a beard or not. If the girl is looking for a would-be husband, and if the boy is looking for a would-be wife, he would observe whether hijab or not. But sometimes they should be careful. Sometimes the girls, they may be doing strict hijab, but when you go to look at her, she may not do complete hijab thinking, you know, that she wants to impress you. So she may come in front of you not doing the hijab which she normally does. She may wear maybe a dupatta, but the hair may be seen, and you may assume. So is this a normal way you dress when you go out? You can ask a leading question. Because the hijab can be relaxed, so she may do that. So you have to be careful when a boy is going to look at the girl. If the girl, when you look at a boy, you can see whether he has a beard or not. It may not be the most important, but it is important whether the person is covering his head or not. Covering that is sunnah, not that you reject a person because he doesn't cover the head. But If he covers, oh fine. But again, covering doesn't mean he's Islamic. He may get that half out of 100 on Islam, but that doesn't mean the other criteria, everything is there. There are many people who cover that, but they're far away from following the Sunnah and Hadith. So these days, sisters, the questions you can ask many questions. You can ask questions about the future. The girl, what she wants to do. Maybe if she wants to do dawah. So if your wife, don't say I, because you're just interviewing. If the girl you marry, if she wants to do dawah or go to an Islamic organization, at least 2 hours every day, would you allow? Don't say, if I want to go, would you allow me? Because yet it hasn't taken place. So the girl that you marry, if she says that she wants to go 2 hours every day, would you allow her? Now when the stages are on the higher stage, everything is done and engagement, and then you can say that if after marriage, if I want to go, will you allow? No, that's fine, because they're on a higher stage. So it depends whether it's the first meeting, second meeting or third meeting. And the questions can keep on. And you can ask other questions which you feel what you want to do. Certain things you realize that what are farais, you have to ask upfront. That would you like your wife doing hijab? Is it out in mind? Suppose the wife says she will not do hijab. Will you agree? He says out in mind, then you know that what type of Islam that he believes in. So these leading questions should be asked, and the list can, I don't know, we can go on and on and on. But you should always know that what is your priority in life, that if you know that you're a da'i and you want a da'i, you have to ask him questions. That what's your profession? How much time do you spend in conveying the message of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala? Or is he just a so-called average Muslim who prays 5 times a day, fast in the month of Ramadan, maybe he's gone for Hajj, doesn't smoke, doesn't have alcohol? Fine. But is there anything else? Is he involved in dawah? Is he involved in conveying the message? Is he proud to be a Muslim? Or is the person apologetic? Is he shy? What are his types of friends? So the questions, sister, the list can never end. We can keep on asking and trying to find out. Therefore the TV can go on for a couple of hours, maybe one session, then a couple of sessions. There is no rule that you should have one meeting or what is the duration of that meeting. But natural as much as you can, but go prepared. Make a list of questions. You may forget, you may not have that memory, so note it down, make a list, then you can ask. You want to know his vices, important, what you want to do, and would you like your wife to earn a living, to know what is his view? These questions, but naturally when you ask a question, see to it that you behave like a virtuous girl, and so after I do the important duties of house, not that fine, I want to go for dawah, means full day, 10 hours I'm doing dawah, and I come home and relax, fine. You have to look after your home affairs also, that's important. So this was just in brief, sister, and the list can keep on continuing for endlessly. Yes, you're most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum wa
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I wanted to know why is polygamy allowed in Islam?
Sister has a question that why is polygamy allowed in Islam? Polygamy normally is of two types. A person having more than one spouse. So if a man has more than one spouse, it's called as polygyny. And if a woman has more than one spouse, one husband, it is called as polyandry. So Islam allows polygyny, limited polygyny, a man to have more than one wife, as compared polyandry is prohibited. But before I give the answer, I will tell you that Quran is the only religious scripture on the face of the earth. We say marry only one. If you analyze the other religions, Christianity, Hinduism, Judaism, you can marry as many as you wish. If you read the Ramayana, the father of Sri Ram, in Dashrath, he had 3 wives. If you read Mahabharata, Sri Krishna, how many wives he had? 4, 10, 100, 1000, 16,108. So if Krishna can have 16,108 wives, so why can't the Muslims have up to 4? Furthermore, if you read the Bible, if you read the Old Testament, Abraham, according to the Bible, had 3 wives. Solomon had 700 wives. So according to the Bible and according to Judaism and Christianity, man can have as many wives as he pleases. It is later on, the Jewish rabbi, Ben Shimon Yehuda, he passed a synod in 690 C to 1060 C that a Jewish man should marry only one. And this practice of Jewish men marrying more than one wife continued even in Sephardic communities, that is the Jewish community living in Muslim society, till as late as 1950, until the chief rabbi of Israel, he passed a synod and said that a Jew is only allowed to marry only one woman. Similarly, if you read the Bible, a Christian can marry as many women as he wishes. It is the church which has put a ban that the Christian should marry only one. Similarly, according to Hindu scripture, the Hindu can marry as many women as he wishes. It is the Indian Penal Code, the Indian government, under the Hindu Special Marriage Act in 1954, they has put a limitation that Hindu man can only marry one woman. Otherwise, according to scriptures, you can marry as many as you wish. And if you read the statistics of the government of India, the status of women in India, on page number 66, it says it gives the percentage of polygamous marriage is done in a span of 10 years, from 1951 to 1961, and Muslims, they were involved in 4.31% polygamous marriages. And the Hindus, 5.04%. That means 0.75% of the Hindus, they do more polygamous marriages as compared to the Muslims. Now let us analyze what does the Quran say. Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter number 4 verse number 3, marry women of your choice in twos, threes or fours, but if you can't do justice, marry only one. So this statement, marry only one, is only given in the Quran and no other religious scripture. Let me tell you that polygyny, a man having more than one wife, is not compulsory in Islam. It is mubah, it's optional. Many people have misconception, it is compulsory. It's not compulsory, it is mubah, it's optional. But if you marry more than one wife, the Quran says you should be just between them. If you cannot do justice, then you should not marry. So one of the criteria for a man to have more than one wife is you should do justice between your wives. Let us analyze what are the logical reasons that Islam has permitted a man in Islam to have more than one wife. Science today tells us that by nature, male and female children are born in equal proportion. But a child's doctor, he will tell you that the female child can fight the germs and diseases much better than the male child. The female child has got more immunity. Medically, the female child is stronger than the male child. So in the pediatric age itself, in the young age, there are more male children dying as compared to female children. So in pediatric age itself, there are more females in the world than males. As life goes on, there is death due to cigarette smoking, due to alcoholism, due to accidents, during wars. More males are dying in these conditions as compared to females. So what we realize that today in the world, there are more females as compared to males. Only in third world countries like India, etc., the female population is less than the male population. And one of the reasons is that there is female feticide and infanticide in India. According to a BBC report that came in the program Assignment by the title Let Her Die, a British reporter by the name of Emily Beckinan, she gave a survey that every day more than 3,000 fetuses are being aborted after they identified that they're females. If you multiply this figure by 365, the number of days, you get a total of more than 1 million fetuses are being aborted every year in India after they identified that they're females. And if you stop this evil practice, inshallah, even in India, the female population will become more than the male population. So if you analyze today in the world, besides third world countries, there is more females as compared to males. In New York alone, there are 1 million females more than males. In USA alone, there are 7.8 million females more than males. In Germany alone, there are 5 million females more than males. In UK alone, there are 4 million females more than males. In Russia alone, there are 9 million females more than males. And God alone, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala alone knows how many millions of females are more than the males throughout the world. If I agree with a non-Muslim that every man should have only one wife, and if the market is saturated, every man has found a wife for himself, and suppose your sister, or suppose my sister happens to live in America, and if the market is saturated, all the men have found a life partner for themselves. So yet there will be 7.8 million females in USA who will not find husbands. Now the only option remaining for these 7.8 million females who have not found husband, life partner for themselves, is that they either marry a man who's already married, or they become public property. Public property, such a harsh word. You know, it is the most offensive word I can use. There's no better word I can use. Therefore I call it that either have the choice of marrying a man who already has a wife or becoming public property. If you analyze in the Western world, especially in America, on average, a person, before he settles down with a life partner for good, he has on average 8 sexual different life partners before he settles down with one. That's what the survey says. And after marriage, how many has is not mentioned in the survey? On average 8. Imagine. And there in America, having mistresses is common. 2, 4, 10, 20,000, no problem. But having more than one wife, legally it doesn't go down their throat. And I do agree that no woman, no girl would under normal circumstances like to share the husband. That is without doubt. The Islamic Sharia says that let a small loss take place to prevent a big loss. That means if it is a good Muslim woman who knows the situation of the world, she would not mind sharing the husband for the benefit of the other Muslim sister. So these are the reasons why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our creator, has permitted some men to have more than one wife and up to 4 wives. Hope that answers the question. Please, brother.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
Actually, this is just related to the same question. Alhamdulillah, it was a very good answer. And you are known for supporting men marrying more than one wife in the media as well. So many people, they're asking that why does Dr. Zakir Naik not have more than one wife?
Your question that I am there supporting men marrying more than one wife is wrong. I am supporting by giving permission. The question is why don't I marry more than one wife? MashaAllah, I have a life partner and one only, MashaAllah, I am happy with her. I don't require to have another one. But having more than one wife is permissible. Therefore said it is not compulsory, it is mubah. So there are many mubah things I don't do. Like being an engineer is mubah, I am not an engineer. And so there are many mubah things which I don't do. So I consider marrying more than one wife is mubah. And if someone does, if the need requires, he should do. So that's the reason I, mashallah, am happy with my wife. And not that if I start with a wife, then only marry a second wife. So to do justice with one wife, I am finding it difficult. But justice with two will be more difficult. Because the fields that I'm involved in, etc. So marrying more than one wife is a mubah. It's optional. I don't encourage people to marry more than one wife. I say that there is a permissibility in Islam for certain men to have more than one wife. Why? Because by statistics, as I mentioned, there are more women than men in the world, but the percentage for every 1,000 men, there are 1,005 women. That means the percentage is half. That means in every 200 men, there is one woman more. That means if 200 marriages take place, out of that, one man should have more than one wife. That is true. If everyone starts having more than one, even 10%, there will be a shortage of women. Won't be possible. So it is, on an average, if you go by statistics wise, that doesn't mean Islam says that only 0.5% should have it. I'm not saying that. In some country it may be 5-10%, some country may be more, some country may be 0. But if you look at the scenario and the logical situation, and there are various needs where a second marriage may be required. One may be fine, maybe the husband is hypersexual and may not be satisfied with one wife, one of the reasons. One reason can be maybe they have no children. So instead of giving divorce to the first wife and marrying the new wife, keep the first wife, she's a good wife, give her all the rights and marry a second wife. There can be other also issues. So one of the major reasons is about maybe hypersexuality. Second reason can be they want children. Or third reason can be if he requires that I want to have maybe more children, so that I can do whatever way. So there are various other reasons, but there is no reason that there is a farz, though there are some people who say it is mustahab. It's encouraged. I feel that it is mubah. Hope that answers the question. Yes, sister, most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother, I want to know what are the different types of divorces in Islam.
Selection is there, marriage is there, and divorce has come. We haven't discussed about how the things are, immediate divorce. As far as divorce is concerned, broadly you can categorize the divorces into 5 types. One is with the mutual consent of both husband and wife. The second is unilaterally with the will of the husband. The third is that if it is mentioned in the nikah-nama, in the marital contract, that even the wife can give divorce, then she too can give unilateral divorce. That is called as talaq-e-tawfeed or isma. But it should be mentioned in the nikah-nama. The fourth is that if it's not mentioned in the nikah-nama, and if the wife wants to part away from the husband, it may be a personal reason, it may be valid reason, it may be invalid reason. It may be just because she does not like him. She can request the husband to give khula to her. Request him to divorce her. It's called as khula. And the last is the fifth type. That if the husband doesn't agree to give khula, and if the husband ill-treats her or does not give her her rights, she has a right to go to the qazi and do nikah-e-fasq. Nikah-e-fasq means nullification of the marriage. So these are broadly the 5 types of divorces that are there, and some people club 2 types and make it into 4 types, etc. But broadly these are the types of divorces that can take place in Islam. Hope that answers the question, sister. Yes, sister.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My question is how to conduct a relation after engagement for a boy and a girl.
Sorry, how to conduct a?
Relationship between that two person who is engaged, boy and a girl. After engagement, how to conduct that relationship.
How should they behave, is the right word?
Exactly.
Relationship. Someone is after engagement, that is after nikah.
Yeah.
Sister asked the question that once, I understood the question, that how should a girl and boy behave after the engagement has taken place and the nikah hasn't taken place. A relationship normally has many meanings. So how should she behave? What is the level of modesty, etc. See, in Islam, there is nothing like engagement. I am going to be engaged tomorrow. I'm going to be engaged? That means engaged to be engaged. Once you have an interview, husband, wife, and the parents or whatever, whoever the elders agree, so finish. That's the engagement. That's already done. Okay, now we'll have the engagement, after 1 week. So it's not the engagement, it is engaged to be engaged. These are all the other cultures that are there. So once you decide that you're going to get married, it is finished, already engaged. So the right thing is that once you decide you're going to marry, fine, you can decide the date after few weeks, after few months, or whatever, it is no problem. But to say that, okay, we will have the engagement, and then maybe you change the ring, or do something, or do haldi and do mehendi or whatever it is, all these are cultures. But there's no problem following any culture as long as it doesn't go against the Islamic Sharia. If it's not against Quran Hadith, I'm not telling keeping engagement is haram. I'm not saying that. So if it's part of the culture, there's no Quranic verse saying that don't keep engagement, no Hadith saying don't keep engagement. So you can keep engagement, but it is not part of the Sunnah, it's mubah. You want to do mehendi, you want to do haldi, no problem. But see that it doesn't go into extravagance, it doesn't break any of the rules of the Sharia. Now coming to a basic question, that after the girl is engaged, after they decided to get married, maybe after a few months, how should she behave with each other? Your behavior with the would-be husband or would-be wife is not the same as husband and wife. Please note that. That is the Western culture. Once you are engaged means no problem, you can do everything. Even before engagement you can do everything, after engagement everything, and after marriage also everything. So that is Western culture. So here it is that your hijab should be maintained. As far as the part of the Quranic verse that lower your gaze, looking at a woman, Surah Nur chapter 24 verse 30 as I mentioned, and Surah Nur chapter 24 verse number 31, telling the men and the women to lower their gaze, should not stare. That can be relaxed, but relaxed means, fine, because engagement is there. So that can be relaxed a little bit. Relaxed doesn't mean that complete freedom, but yet the hijab should be maintained. You cannot say that if you are going to be engaged, and the girl cannot say, I need not wear my hijab. I can come without my scarf. Hijab should be maintained. Same as with a nahmeram. He is yet your nahmeram. Fine. If during the first interview, if the husband insists that you can relax a little bit of hijab because I want to have a better look at you, so certain hijab can be relaxed. Certain, not to a great extent. Some of the scholars say it can be, some of the scholars say it can't be, but if says, okay fine, if the thing has gone to a greater level, okay fine, I want to have a proper look at my would-be wife, but natural, maybe without the scarf. Certain scholars do permit, certain scholars don't permit, difference of opinion is there. But that also doesn't mean that complete hijab should be removed. Fine, you can maybe remove the scarf, but that also not always. Otherwise, the hijab should be maintained as a non-mahram. What thing can be little bit relaxed is, in terms of look, that also to a little extent. Secondly, that if you have to meet anytime you have to meet for discussion, see to it that the mahram is there. Either the bride's brother is there, or the father, or the uncle, or the would-be bridegroom's sister is there, mother is there, auntie is there. Talk. You can't say that now we are engaged, so let's go to movie together. That also in the last seat. No last seat, no first seat, no middle seat. You can't go out together in a garden. No, not at all. You cannot go alone out at all. Because yet, both of you are non-mahram. You can't go out. You can have a meeting in the house. Once you have decided to marry, you can have a meeting once, have twice, thrice, no problem. But don't unnecessarily keep on meeting. Now we make it a point, once a week we'll meet. For what? No, we are going to get married after 6 months. So once a week, every Jummah. Every Thursday we'll meet. This doesn't make sense. Might as well, you do nikah, don't consummate the marriage, and meet every day, no problem. If you feel you're delaying the nikah because I don't have a house, maybe I'm not prepared to shift, no problem, do the nikah, simple nikah. And yet, the girl can stay with the parents, and the boy can stay with the parent. Then you meet every day, no problem. Then all the hijab also can be relaxed. If you want to meet every time, you can meet. There's no fixed rule that after you have decided you can meet once, twice, or 5 or 10 times. Whenever required, if you think, okay, I just want to ask one more question, but I would like to know that what education I will do, what he will do. You want to meet, you can meet, but see to it that there is a mahram when you talk. Not that, okay, at least we won't meet, but every day we'll talk on the phone, half an hour. So all these things that the beloved Prophet ﷺ said, that if 2 non-mahram are in a room, the third person is the devil. So even if you are engaged, you being alone with your would-be husband or wife is totally haram in Islam. You cannot. See to mahram is there. If you want to speak on the phone once in a while, fine, you can. You can speak. But don't make it a habit regularly. At least once a week I should speak, or once in 3 days, or once a month. If you have a query, you can. But see to it that the talk is more the Islamic lines, rather than too much of laughing, joking, higgling, hanging. That's part of the hijab. So the normal hijab that is maintained for non-mahram should be maintained even with the person you have engaged. But you can meet the person more with a mahram, which you can do with other people also. Requirement is there. Suppose you have to go to meet a doctor. You can go every day also, no problem. Fine, but because the need is there. So if a need arises, we have to meet and discuss certain issues of marriage or post-marriage, anything, you can meet, see to it the mahram is there, but don't relax it so much. The maintenance of the hijab and the modesty is very important. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It is compulsory for a married man to take the consent of his wife and marry the other women, or it is not compulsory? I just wanted to know that.
Sisters ask the question that is it compulsory for a married man to take the permission of the first wife to marry the second wife? Since Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the permission for a man to have more than one wife, in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 3, as I mentioned earlier, that marry women have a choice in 2s, 3s or 4s. But if you can't do justice, marry only one. So generally, under normal circumstances, permission of the first wife is not required. But if it's mentioned in the Nikah that when the girl and boy get married, man and woman get married, and if the wife puts a criteria, the would-be wife puts a criteria in the Nikah that I'll only marry you under the condition that you do not marry a second wife, then it becomes compulsory that you should take permission. So generally, it's not required. If it's mentioned in Nikah, it becomes fard. But according to me, though it's not compulsory, I feel it is preferable, highly recommended. Fine? But yet not a fard. Even though it's not a fard to take permission, I would say preferable. It is not fard. But I feel it is compulsory that he at least informs the first wife about the second marriage. But if he is married, you cannot keep it a secret. Why? If he keeps it a secret, he cannot do justice between both the wives. Don't keep it a secret from the second wife. Don't keep it a secret from the first wife also. Best is take permission. If you can't, no problem, at least inform. If you can't inform before, at least after marriage you inform. Why? If you do not inform after marriage, and suppose you want to spend a couple of days with your second wife, you tell the first wife, okay, I'm going for business now. Lie. You cannot do justice. You will have to say hundreds of lies. Tension always. Oh, if my first wife comes to know about my second wife. So you see to that you go in a place where there are no friends who know about it, and then you meet your friends, there is going to be chaos. Inform, let the chaos be when you're informing. Temperature will go up. The temperature will go up and down. Few days, not talking, etc. It will settle down. But if not permission, at least informing according to me is a fard. Because the most of the scholars don't say it is fard to inform. Why do I say? Because the Quran says that if you marry more than one wife, you have to be just between them. Now how can you be just without informing? So what you'll do? You'll do injustice to one of them. You spend more time here and less time there. You give more attention to one, depending on who's more demanding. If the second one says, I'm demanding, no, I'll only marry you if you spend 5 days. So you tell your first wife, I'm going 5 days out for business. So there will be lack of trust between the husband and wife. So therefore what my is at least inform and tell the reason that why. And a good Muslimah should not mind that the husband and one wife, for whatever reason, as long as the reason is legitimate. Or maybe the wife did not do a good job of being a wife, or maybe the wife did a good job and husband was not right, or she didn't do dawah to him, or did not do islah to him, whatever it is. But if not permission, at least informing, I feel, is a requirement. Hope that answers the questions. Yes, Badarshi.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What in a situation where the second wife does not mind you being just to her? Means if she says, no problem, you don't give me any time, no money, everything's okay, I just want you to be the mahram. Okay, so do you have to inform the first wife in that situation? And if you don't, how would be being unjust?
You ask the question, that if the second wife says, I don't mind if you give me less time, do not give me money, do not give me time, only be my mahram. The question of mahram will only come if you give time, na? If you don't give time, then how can you be mahram? For you to be mahram.
No, according to your choice.
According to your choice, fine. So don't say don't give time, don't give time.
According to, if you want to give 1 day, 5 days, 3 months to...
No problem. 1 rupee, 1 million rupee, no problem.
No problem.
Fine. So say like that. Don't say no time.
Exactly.
Fine.
That's
okay, fine. So if she's not demanding, I don't mind if you give me less time, I don't mind if you give me less money and all. So is it important to inform the first wife? Yes, I feel yet it is important. Because even if you decide to give 1 day out of 7 days, you will be lying. To give 1 day, what will you tell your first wife? Where are you going if she asks you?
I'll say I'm going to Kerala.
So that's it.
Not really.
I have a second wife in Kerala.
No.
So then, there will be chance you'll tell a white lie, then black lie. So I feel it is the best. But again, even if the second wife says that I don't want more time from you, I feel it's the duty because the commandment of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you have to do just to both. Because it's clearly mentioned in the Quran, Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 3, that marry woman of choice in 2, 3, the 4th, but you can't do justice, marry only one. So you have to be just. Yes, further the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 129, it is difficult to be just between your wives, so don't turn away from them altogether. That means, in economic terms, you can be just. If you give one Maruti car, one Toyota car to the first wife, give second Toyota car, not one Mercedes and one Toyota. Give both of them equal. Time, if it's little bit disparity, no problem. As we say in Hindi, 19-20 ka farak. Few percent here and there, no problem. When it comes to love, if you are attached to one wife more than the other, like the Prophet also, mashallah, he loves Khadija, may Allah be pleased with the maximum. And Hazrat Aisha after that, after the Khadija expired, may Allah be pleased with them both. That doesn't mean you neglect the other wife. So based on this, I feel that informing, I feel, is compulsory. Yes, brother.
The question is that, if supposing you have to marry a second wife, if you intend to... No, whoever, a brother...
They said, you have to marry. I said, inshallah.
A brother. Inshallah. So...
Everyone is targeting me, huh?
No. The thing is that, what if the sister, if the sister says, okay, you marry me, and before the marriage, she says, you don't have to be just, For example, if the brother cannot afford to take care of her financially or with time, but the sister agrees that no problem, so you don't have to take care of me financially exactly the way you take care of the first wife, etc., etc. Is it okay to do that? Is it allowed?
Whether a person is rich or poor is never the criteria to be just. It is more difficult for a rich man to be just than a poor man, actually. A rich man would give a Mercedes to one person and the other may give a Toyota car. Equality is important. So irrespective whether poor or not, money is never the criteria to be just. So irrespective what you are earning, whether you are earning 5,000 rupees or whether you are earning 5 lakh rupees, 500,000 rupees or 5 million rupees. Justice means equality. Justice doesn't mean that the amount should be such. And there is no reason that only rich people can marry more than one wife or poor cannot. Because the amount required for a person to lead a life is subjective. Some people can lead a very comfortable life even by having 2,000 rupees a month. Some people who earn even 200,000 rupees, they say, I'm so poor, I don't have this, I don't have that. And in our organization, we have people earning few thousand rupees, people earning few lakh rupees, few 100,000 rupees. You may never know the person who's earning 4,000-5,000 rupees is much more satisfied, has a bigger family, than compared to a person who's earning more than a lakh rupees also, 100,000 rupees also. From the answer question.
No, actually, see, what you had promised, sister, that you will give 4,000 rupees. You had promised about 4,000, correct? Yes. And let's say you only made 4,000. And there was another sister who was willing to marry you. Okay, and you only make 4,000. And she wants to marry you because she wants a mahram, she wants somebody to be with her, but money is not an issue. So you cannot give her any money. Can you still marry her, and is it justifiable if it's in the contract before marriage?
Brother is giving information that during one of the marriage preparatory course, I had said that one of the criteria that I had when I spoke to my wife, I said I told her I'll give you minimum 4,000 rupees. And I said that I'm giving you much more than that, alhamdulillah. So there are chances of decreasing, if I decrease. So I'm giving multiple times more than 4,000 rupees, alhamdulillah. So I can decrease and give you, but taking the situation, whatever the amount is. And suppose you're earning the amount, whatever there. So then, for me to inform is important. And say that, can I reduce it by half? Whether she agrees or not is secondary. But if I give a word to someone, is it a contract in nikah nama? No. It was just a word I gave. So my duty to follow Allah's commandment is more important than something what I've told. If it's a nikah nama contract I've mentioned, it's different. Then I have to keep it. If it's just, okay, fine, I'll give you 4,000 rupees. And now, someone's mother gets sick. And she requires 2,000 rupees every month. What am I going to do? I'm going to let my mother let her die? I don't know if my mother is sick. My intention was to give 4,000 rupees. My mother is sick. I'm surely a good Muslim, I would agree. Even if she says, no, I want 4,000 rupees. And if I know that a family can even run 1,000, hypothetically, can run $1,000, whatever it is, if I promise $4,000, what I have to realize that it is a commitment you have made in, but if it's nikah nama, something else. So similarly, irrespective of what it is, whether rich or poor, whatever it is, whether the second wife requires your time or not, on a whole, macroscopically, microscopically there may be difference. Macroscopically, it should be equality. That is what Islam says. She deserves that. She may be willing to give, it different. She may be willing to give up, is different, but that is your duty. She has a right, and you have to fulfill that thing. Little bit here and there, it's different, otherwise equality is a must. Hope that's the question. Otherwise you won't be called a good husband. She may go to Jannah, problem of you going to Jannah will be difficult. The beloved Prophet Muhammad said that the best believer is that who is the best to his family, especially his wife. So good to one wife and not to the other. She may sacrifice, she may go to Jannah. What about you? Do you want to go to Jannah or not? So for you to be good, you have to be a good husband. To one wife, if you have one, if you have two, to both your wives. So tomorrow your wife says, okay, Arshi, don't offer salah. So what do you say? I won't offer salah. If she says, don't offer salah, no problem. Salah is a fard. It is a command of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You have to offer it. It's not as important as being just. It is important. Being just is important. It may not be as important as offering salah. So what she gives you permission is separate. She may be satisfied. She will not curse you. She will do dua for you. But for you to follow the guidelines of Quran and Sunnah, Quran says is very important. My plans of marrying second has changed. Yes, Mr. Most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Walaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My question is a Muslimah allowed to marry without a wali?
Is a Muslimah allowed to marry without a wali? Wali is a requirement for marriage to solemnize. It's a hadith of the beloved Prophet ﷺ. Yes, there can be occasion that who is preferable to be a wali may not be there. So you cannot marry without a witness. One of the criteria for a marriage to solemnize is 2 witnesses required minimum. And one of them is your wali. That's a different situation, that the best wali that can be is your father. So suppose your father expires, what do you mean? Won't you marry? I'm not getting personal, just general example. Won't you marry? Or maybe a situation, so what I've realized, that then you make a wali who's the closest to you. Or some reason that if she's abroad and he cannot come, he's gone abroad for work and he cannot come, then you can appoint your uncle, you can appoint your brother, whatever it is. But wali, a witness is required. Without witness, a marriage cannot solemnize. So a witness is required, and one happens to be your wali. That's one of the minimum requirements, besides the other thing that you accepting, the girl accepting, the boy accepting, the mayor, etc. Hope that answers the questions. Yes, Sister, most welcome.
Assalamu alaikum.
Walaikum assalam.
I'm asking from the perspective of a teenager. Today it's very common to have people so-called falling in love, and I would like to know that how do I convince my Muslim friends who have so-called fallen in love to go about, and how to refrain from falling into the vices of staring and stuff like that. And the second question is that if the girl or guy is virtuous, then how should I ask them to go about?
Sister has a question that now it's common amongst teenagers, among the friends, that they fall in love. So how can she convince that falling in love is wrong? And what if the girl and boy are virtuous? Correct? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean if the girl likes the guy and the guy is virtuous, so the guy likes the girl and the girl is virtuous. Without haram activity, that is telling or anything like that. Just liking the girl for her character, modesty and stuff like that.
First thing, that normally when teenagers fall in love, normal style, so how can you convince it's wrong? And on the other hand, if they are virtuous, then is it allowed without staring, without haram, is it allowed or not? First, the general category of falling in love, how does it come about? It comes about by breaking the hijab level. It's not like that, sometimes wonder, why is this girl choosing this boy? The boy is so ugly. And so, this girl is so ugly. So it is when you talk, you start liking things, it may be weird. So therefore, interaction, too much unnecessary interaction between the opposite sex is to be prevented. Not that you can't speak, but if you speak to opposite sex, you have to lower your gaze. So all these things happen because of not following the hijab level. Maybe the girl is not wearing the proper clothes, Islamic clothes, or the boy is not wearing. Or maybe they are wearing Islamic clothes, but the clothes per se is not only hijab. That is one aspect of hijab, the extent. The extent, it should be loose, it should not be glamorous, it should not resemble the opposite sex, it should not resemble the non-Muslim. Besides the clothes, the way you talk, the way you walk, the way you behave, the way you think, all this comes into hijab. Just by wearing a clothing hijab, and if you don't talk properly, how are you? Well, very good. There should not be too much compassion. So automatic, whether you are wearing hijab, how are you? There's so much of depth and so much of modulation and so much of love in the voice. The talking is not Islamic. That doesn't have to be stern always, it has to be normal. Same thing the way you walk. You may wear a hijab and you may not walk properly. The way you think. You may wear a hijab and you may stare and you may think, kya acha hai, or kya achhi hai, whatever it is. There's bird watching going on in schools and colleges. So talking, walking, thinking, heart, niyat, everything put together. So when the hijab is broken in any of these aspects, there are high chances that infatuation will come. And that's how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our creator, Almighty God has made us. If you keep on talking opposite sex and nothing happens to you, then you require a psychiatrist. If you keep on talking often to an opposite sex and say, I talk but nothing happens to me, so you require a psychiatrist. Something has to happen. There's something wrong with you. If you follow Islamic principle, lowering the gaze, saying to it in the hijab level, then nothing happens, that is fine. You're not a normal human being. You keep on talking, hello, hi, shaking hands, comment, pinching, everything, it goes on. So these things, that's the reason then you fall in love. Now, in these cases, in colleges and schools, the criteria for love is far away from the Islamic criteria. 99.9% it is not virtue. If it was virtue, one of them would have stopped. Maybe he is virtuous but not very virtuous, but alhamdulillah better than the others, and yet he may fall in love. That's possible. He will not be able to tempt the feeling. If the hijab, the girl or the boy has little bit lowered and they get into that infatuation, attraction, and yet they may be virtuous but not totally. There's nothing like love before wedding in this sort of cases. So there's nothing like LBW, LBW you have in cricket, nothing like love before wedding in Islam. Therefore I always say, it is more important to love the girl you marry than to marry the girl you love. It is more important to love the girl you marry than marry the girl you love. You know, we have these Romeo and Juliet, Laila, Majnu, Shiri, Farad. And people say that if Laila, Majnu or Romeo and Juliet would have married, have come to know what is the problem they would have had in married life. So it's always more important to love the girl you marry than to marry the girl you love. Now coming to the second scenario, where sister has asked that there's a girl and a boy. Both of them are Islamic, both of them are virtue, but they fall in love. One side, two sides, she didn't say.
One side.
One side. Two sides is difficult, no? So she's taking on the one side, falling in love with the person, and the thing is there that Islamic, is it allowed? So if a person is a virtuous girl, she is not breaking any rules of the hijab, she is following all the hijab rules, talking, walking, everything, alhamdulillah. But she knows of a person who is also virtuous, and she is fallen in love. Is it accepted? It is accepted. Accepted that she desires to marry a boy who she knows of, who is Islamic, it's accepted. But it is not the love that you have in today's age. So it is one-sided. The best is, if she knows that she should propose. Simple. She should propose Islamically. Maybe through a brother, through a father, through uncle. Send the proposal. So if she's fallen in love, fine. That should not stay for long. Fine. As you said, teenage. Fine, teenage also no problem. On the higher side of the teen, no problem. Propose. Send the proposal. Don't wait for too long. You may never know, you may break the barrier of hijab. No, she's Islamic. She's not done anything wrong. She's fallen in love. Propose Islamically. If you don't propose, then there may be problems. You may not be able to maintain your hijab level. So she sends the proposal, and then if she's also Islamic, and he also wants Islamic girl, everything goes fine. If it doesn't, then leave it to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Then if she's Islamic and if he has rejected her, then she should try and find someone who's more Islamic or less Islamic who likes her. So Islamically, if she likes someone on the basis of Quran and Sunnah, because he is virtuous, no problem, accept it. She has not breaking law of the Sharia. She should send the proposal as soon as possible. Don't wait. Send the proposal Islamically. Then we can have a meeting, have a talk, have a chat. If he accepts, alhamdulillah. If he doesn't accept, no problem. She finds someone else and he finds someone else. Hope that's the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I am the coordinator. Even I wish to ask a question.
Sure, most welcome, sister.
According to Islam, what are the important duties of a wife towards her husband?
As far as the duties of a wife towards the husband is concerned, but natural, she should see to it that she is a good wife. As I started my talk today, the session, with the verse of the Quran of Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse 187. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. That they are your garments and you are the garments. Your wives are your garments and you are the garments. The men, the garments of the wives. Now what is the role and duty of a garment? The main duty and the role and the purpose of a garment is to protect one another, is to conceal one another, is to beautify one another. So the duty of the husband and wife that they help each other, they conceal each other's faults, they beautify each other, and they strengthen each other. So this is the role of somewhat like hand and glove. Furthermore, if you analyze that the Quran has referred to the woman as muhsana. Muhsana means a fortress against the devil. In several places in the Quran, in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 24. In Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 25. In Surah Ma'idah, chapter number 5, verse number 5. In Surah Nur, chapter number 24, verse number 4. In Surah Nur, chapter 24, verse number 33. In several places, the Quran refers to the woman as muhsana, who is a fortress against the devil. So it is the duty of the wife to be a fortress against the devil for the husband. Means she should see to it that she remains a muhsana for the husband, that she sees to it that she keeps the husband on the straight path. If you realize that the husband is deviating away from Quran and Sunnah with a little or more, you should be always present to see to it that to prevent him from deviating. Whether it be he's offering salah but may not be getting up in the morning, example. So you as a muhsana, see to it that you get up, keep an alarm, wake him up nicely, with love, with affection, get him up. So you are a muhsana. If you know he has some vices which he may have fallen into, so you see to it that you are compassionate to him. And with love, see to it that the relationship should be hand in glove. You should not be, oh, you're doing something wrong. Or the question haram. Fine. So with love and affection, you should see to it that he's on the straight path. So these are the basic ones, hand in glove and being a muhsana. Furthermore, all the duties that are there, taking care of the husband, see to it that you obey him, and see to it that you get him closer to Quran and Sunnah. You have to follow almost everything what he says, unless those things which is against Quran and Sunnah, if he tells you, that's the only time you can disobey him. For example, if he tells you not to wear the hijab, that time you not follow him. But otherwise, if he tells you something Islamic, you follow. If he tells you something which is mubah, also you follow. So in this way, the duty of the wife is to keep the husband happy. It's the duty of the husband to keep the wife happy. It's not a one-way traffic, it's a two-way traffic. As it's the duty of the wife to see to it that she satisfies the husband, it is the duty of the husband to satisfy the wife. As I mentioned earlier, that the beloved Prophet ﷺ said that the best amongst the believers, that was the best to his family, especially the wife. So it's a two-way traffic, and nikah is a marital contract. Nikah is a marital contract. It's an understanding between both of them. And how well they live, how well they understand each other, it all happens if you're close to the Quran and Sunnah. But see to it that not that you are only outwardly close to Quran and Sunnah. It should be inwardly. If a wife gives respect to the husband automatically respects the wife. If the wife does not respect the husband will not respect her. Even if the husband is bad, if the wife is good, the extra good she is, the more easier for the husband to come and be good to her. That's what the Quran says in Surah Anfal. That don't defeat your enemy, win over the enemy. If you win over the enemy, you'll never know that in whose heart was enmity would become your friend. That goes in generally, that also goes for the spouses. So relationship, sister, is more of a hand in glove. Hope that answers the questions.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
My question is, if a husband and wife are staying together, they're married around 10 to 12 years, and these 10 to 12 years, they're just staying with each other just for the sake of it. They are not actually involved with each other, and they're just staying together to show others that they are husband and wife. Is the nikah valid?
Just ask the question that if two couple, man and woman, are married with one another, they're staying for more than 12 years, but they aren't having a relationship, but they're just telling to show the world, is the nikah valid? Is nikah valid? Why should the nikah break? Nikah is valid. Whether they want to continue or is secondary. Whether the good husband and wife is there, but the nikah is valid. Because they are married. If they did the nikah according to the Quran and Sunnah, the nikah is valid. They have not said talaq. Talaq is not that valid. Both may not be good husband and wife to each other, that's a secondary question. Because having relationship is not compulsory for the nikah to continue. Having relationship is not compulsory for nikah to continue. So they may not be good husband and wife, but the nikah is valid and they are yet husband and wife. Hope that answers the question. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalam. Ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I welcome all of you with Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be on all of you. Today we are going to have a special session by the name Better Half or Bitter Half. And you're most welcome to ask any questions related to marriage, to nikah, regarding how to choose a life partner, how to conduct a nikah, what are the pros and the cons, about married life, the problems, the good things, the do's, the don'ts, the halals, the harams. Most welcome to ask any questions regarding before you say I do, or before you say kabul hai, or before you say I accept it, as well as after you say I do, or kabule, or after you say I accept it. You're most welcome to ask any questions so that you get the best life partner, so that you can decide whether the relationship you're going into, whether it's a wedlock or a padlock. So brothers and sisters, you're most welcome to ask any questions on the topic of marriage.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I wanted to ask if a Muslim can get married to a virtuous non-Muslim.
Sister asked the question that can a Muslim get married to a virtuous non-Muslim? First you have to understand what is the definition of virtue and what is the definition of non-Muslim. The most important factor of virtue is Tawheed, believing in oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So, as far as the complete definition of virtue is concerned, the most important factor is Tawheed, the oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. If a person really believes in Tawheed and oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, but naturally he has to be a Muslim. So the question of a non-Muslim being virtuous in the Islamic terminology is not correct. Because the most important criteria for virtue, it is Tawheed, it's oneness of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And as a general question, can a Muslim marry a non-Muslim? The reply is given in the Quran in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 221, where the Creator Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that do not marry a mushrikah until she believes. Do not marry an idolatress until she believes. And a believing woman, a mu'minah, even if she's a bondswoman, even if she's a slave girl, she's far superior than a mushrikah, than an idolatress, even if she allows you. That means according to the Quran, a Muslim woman, even if she's a bondswoman, even if she is poor or ugly, is far superior than a mushrikah, than idolatress, even if she allows you. She may be the most beautiful woman in the world, she may be the richest woman in the world, but a woman is far superior to a mushrikah. Similarly, the verse continues that don't let a Muslim woman, a Muslimah, should not marry a mushrik, should not marry an idolater until he believes. A believing man who is a bondsman, who is a slave man, who is a servant, is far superior than a mushrik even if he allows you. He may be the most handsome man in the world. He may be the most richest man in the world. He may be Richard Gere. He may be the king. But a mu'min, a believing man who has iman, is far superior than a mushrik, than an idolater. So based on this verse of the Quran, a Muslim or a Muslimah is prohibited to marry a mushrikah or a mushrik. So in this context, a Muslim woman, a Muslim man cannot marry a mushrik, a non-Muslim in short. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum. What should the wife do if the husband prevents her from doing Islamic activities like Islah and Dawah?
If a husband prevents a wife from doing Islamic activities like Dawah, Islah, what should be done? First, you should see the reason, try and analyze why the husband doesn't want the wife to do Dawah, Islah. If he is saying that because the household work is left undone, and the wife says that, I want to do Dawah, so I'll be away for 10 hours every day, from morning till evening, and I'll not look after the children, I'll look after the house, then he has a valid reason. But as long as the wife takes care of all the responsibilities, a basic farais, that is looking after the house, looking after the children, taking care of the basic needs of the husband, and then she goes for Islamic activities without causing loss to the household activities, then I feel the husband should not prevent. So then it is the duty of the wife to convince the husband that, if she goes, it will be better for her, and better for the family, and better for him also, so that it will be beneficial for them in the akhirah. So then it is the duty of the wife to convince the husband that it is fard on every Muslim to convey the message of Islam. As Allah says in the Quran in Surah Al-Imran, chapter number 3, verse number 110, كُنْتُمْ خَيْرَ أُمَّةٍ أُخْرِجَتْ لِلنَّاسِ تَأْمُرُونَ بِالْمَعْرُوفِ وَتَنْهُونَ عَنِ الْمُنكَرِ وَتُؤْمِنُونَ بِاللَّهِ. Allah says, you Muslims, you are the best of peoples evolved for mankind, enjoining what is good and forbidding what is wrong and believing in Allah. Allah is calling us the Khaira Ummah because we enjoy what is good and forbid what is wrong. If we do not enjoy what is good and do not forbid what is wrong, we aren't fit to be called as Khaira Ummah. We aren't fit to be called as Muslims. It is fard on every Muslim to convey the message of Islam to others. The same message is repeated in Surah Al-Asr, chapter number 103, verse number 1 to 3. Allah says, Wal Asr, Innal insana fi khusr, illa alladhina amanu, wa amilu salihati, wa tawasaw bil haqqi wa tawasaw bis sabr. that by the token of time, man is verily in a state of loss, except those who have faith, those who have righteous deeds, those who exhort people to truth, that is dawah and islah, and those who exhort people to patience and perseverance. So one of the 4 criteria for a person to go to Jannah is that he or she should do dawah and islah. If they do not do under normal circumstances, according to Surah Al-Asr, they shall not enter Jannah. So I feel it is the duty of the wife to convince the husband that he too should involve in dawah activities, islah activities. If not a full-time da'i, at least a part-time da'i, when he comes back from office, or at least during the weekends, during the holidays. And it is the duty of the wife that with hikmah, she should convince the husband, and she too should ask him to get involved. Because if both are involved in the activity, it's easier for them to understand each other's difficulty. So she should inspire him that he should involve in dawah activities, and see to it that she provides him with cassettes and lectures and books which will inspire him to be involved in the activity. Hope that answers the question, sister.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
Can a girl marry a boy without her father's consent?
You know the question that can a girl marry a boy without the father's consent? Taking the father's consent is very important, but if the girl has valid reason that the father is choosing for her a life partner which is not appropriate for her, who is not virtuous, and then if she resists, it is permissible. Because of the hadith of a beloved Prophet Muhammad mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, chapter number 69, hadith number 652, that a lady by the name of Khansa bint Khadim al-Ansariya, she approached the Prophet and she said that my father has married me to a person who I do not like. So the Prophet nullified the marriage. That means the willingness of the girl is also very important, especially when you know that the father is choosing a life partner which she feels is not appropriate, is not on lines of Quran and Sunnah. So in this case, as a resort, she can object if she feels that the boy the father is asking to marry is not virtuous, and the boy she has in preference is more virtuous. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother, my question is, what is a nikahnama and what are its contents?
Sister has the question that what is a nikahnama and what are its contents. As I mentioned earlier, nikah means a marital contract. It's a sacred covenant between the would-be husband and wife. And while a girl and a boy get married, they're permitted to lay down any conditions as long as it is within the purview of the Islamic Sharia. They can lay down any condition as long as it is not prohibited in the Quran or the Sunnah. It doesn't go against the principles of Quran and Sunnah. For example, marrying more than one wife is optional. So the would-be wife can put a condition saying that I do not mind marrying you as long as you do not take a second wife as long as I'm alive. Since marrying more than one woman is not fard, it's optional, she can put a condition that she does not want the husband to take any other woman as wife as long as she's alive. It's permitted. But she cannot say that I do not want my husband to offer salah, because offering the salah is fard. She cannot put a condition that I want my husband to drink alcohol, because drinking alcohol is haram. Similarly, the husband can put conditions on the wife that he can say that I want you to look after my mother who is sick. Those are optional. So in these way, both can put conditions which are optional, but cannot force anyone else to do something which is haram, and cannot prevent anyone from doing something which is fard. So this nikahnama content can be depending upon the choice of the would-be husband and wife, as long as it does not go against the Islamic Sharia. Hope that answers the question. Any of the sisters have any question?
Assalamu alaikum, Brother Zakir.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My question is, why it is said in the hadith that sujood may be allowed to the husband when it is only exclusively for Allah?
Sister has the question that sujood may be allowed to the husband even though it's exclusive for Allah. I mean, sister, hadith quoting is wrong. The hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that if sajda would be allowed to anyone besides Allah, then I would have asked you to prostrate to do sajda to your husband. That is right hadith. What you are saying is totally, it's not permitted. The hadith of Muhammad ﷺ is that Prophet said that if sajda would have been permitted to anyone besides Allah, then the Prophet said, I would have asked you to do sajda to your husband. Now, this hadith does not mean in any way the Prophet is asking the women or the ladies to equate the husbands Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That is shirk. But it is only telling you what is the importance of your husband. For example, Allah used this type of words even in the Quran. Allah says in the Quran that if Allah has begotten a son, tell them, those people who say that Allah has begotten a son, tell them that if Allah has begotten a son, I would be the first person to bow down to him. That doesn't mean that Allah has a son and you should bow down. The question of Allah having a son does not arise only. So there is no question of bowing down. If Allah has a son, I would have been the first person to bow down. Similarly, bowing to anyone besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala does not exist. And but natural, this is just an analogy, a statement, an idiom to show the importance of the husband. As far as the wife is concerned, he's very important. It doesn't even mean that after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the next person of importance has been no. As a Muslim, after Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we have to love the Prophet. And Hadith says that if you do not love Allah and the Messenger of Allah more than your own life, then you cannot be a true mu'min. So but naturally, after loving Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala comes the love of the Prophet. But this statement that if sajda was permitted, if prostration was permitted to anyone besides Allah, I would have asked you to prostrate your husband, shows the importance of the husband for the wife. That means you have to obey him, you have to love him, you have to respect him, you have to take care of him. As long as he does not go against the commandment of Allah and His Rasul, you have to obey him and follow him. This is just a way of expression, how it is said. And same way, there are hadiths on the vice versa, that the best mu'min is a person who's best to his family, especially the wife. So it's a two-way traffic, it's not a one-way traffic. Hope that answers the question. Any other sisters have any question?
Brother, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Brother, what should the wife do if the husband commits a major sin like adultery, drinks alcohol, etc.?
If the husband is involved in major sins like adultery, having intoxication, having alcohol, she should be a good muhsana, that's the fortress against the devil, and prevent the husband from continuing with that major sin. So she should be instrumental in trying to stop the husband from continuing the adultery or continuing doing the major sin like having alcohol. So she should try a level best and first try and find out that why did he get involved in this major sin of drinking alcohol? Does he have bad company? You should see to it that you request him to change his company, change his friends, and see to it that he comes out of this evil sin. Similarly, if the husband is involved in adultery, you try and find out what is the reason that he got involved. Again, can be bad company, can be involvement in certain activities. So it's the duty of the wife to see to it that she becomes his muhsana, his fortress against the devil, and try the level best to try and get the husband out of the sin. If the situation continues, so then depending how well the wife is able to convince the husband, then she has to take a decision that what is it a point of no return. Then she takes the decision that should she continue with the husband who she has tried to get him out of the sin. Maybe you have tried for 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. Or you say, okay, fine, that the other aspects of the husband is really very good. He's very good, everything else is fine. Only this one point, only has alcohol. Everything else is excellent and very good. Fine, I don't mind compromising. Yet to continue trying to see to it that he comes out of alcohol. So that is the decision that is taken by the wife. And how well is she able to convince the husband to come out. But she should never give up and try and continue till the last moment, till she convinces him. Hope that answers the questions. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Please, could you explain what is the procedure of divorce?
This is also the question that what is the correct procedure for divorce? Divorce is talaq, that's prevalent in our society, in our culture, is of different types. There is one procedure that, the husband just says, talaq, 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 and the divorce takes place. This is called as talaq-i-bidah. It is not proven from Quran and Sahih Hadith. The other type of divorce which is prevalent in the society, in the Muslim society, is that the husband gives divorce, waits for one menstrual cycle, again repeats the divorce, waits for one menstrual cycle, then again give a divorce. This is called a talaq-e-hasan. That's a good talaq. But the right talaq is talaq-e-hasan, the best type of talaq, as is described in the Quran and the Sahih Hadith. And there are various verses in the Quran dealing with talaq. Mentioned in Surah Talaq chapter 65, verse number 2 to 7. It's given in Surah Baqarah chapter number 2, verse number 228 to 242, the details of talaq. Normally, whenever any disagreement takes place between the husband and wife, they should initially try and sort it out themselves. Suppose, the wife put extra salt in the food and the husband does not like it, he shouldn't say talaq, talaq, talaq. If he doesn't like extra salt, you should tell the wife, don't put extra salt and the problem is solved. The best is to have a sitting, sort it out, that's the best. If the problem between them cannot be sorted out, then the Quran says in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 35, that appoint an arbiter from the husband's side and appoint an arbiter from the wife's side. Let there be a family gathering, have an arbiter from the husband's side, an arbiter from the wife's side, sit together and try and explain. Always marriage is a delicate issue and there are ups and downs in married life. We should sort it out and try and find a solution. Yet, if all the things have been tried, the husband and wife have got together, they have had a family gathering, they have appointed an arbiter, and yet the matter is not solved, then as a last resort, then divorce can be pronounced. While pronouncing a divorce, it is important that the husband, when he pronounces the divorce, says talaq, there should be two witnesses. And once he says talaq, as the Quran says in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 228, that after the divorce is given, there should be an iddah period of 3 menstrual cycle, or 3 months. So once the divorce is pronounced, the iddah is a waiting period, I call it the pilliums, it's interim period, where for 3 months, the husband and wife, they live in the same condition, but they do not have relationship. It is like a pilliums or a trial, that can they be without each other? Realize after 2 weeks, I was a fool, simply I said divorce. It was such a small matter that, she's not ironing my clothes properly, and I'm a bigger problem. So maybe they can again do ruju. They can again conciliate with one another. So there is a waiting period of 3 months. And in these 3 months, if the husband and wife reconcile, if they do ruju, then that means they yet continue to be husband and wife. If after 3 menstrual periods have passed away, and yet if they insist that they want to part, they can part in an equitable terms. They should not do mudslinging with each other, should not try and blame each other, should not wash their dirty linen in public. Amicably, with respect, they should part. And the Quran says in Surah Baqarah chapter 2, verse number 229, that the husband should not take back the gifts which he is given. It's preferable that he gives it to her. And if they part, suppose after 2 years, the husband realizes that I made a mistake, then again he can marry the same lady. The Quran says in Surah Baqarah chapter 2, verse number 232, that do not prevent the women from marrying their former husbands. That means people have misconception that once you get divorced, that's not possible to marry again. And they start saying, okay, we can do halala. You know halala? Halala means trying to get someone to marry the wife so that she becomes legitimate. This is totally not permitted in Islam. In Islamic principle, if you read the Quran, the same man and woman can get married even after first divorce has been given, after the iddah period is complete, but they should remarry with a new nikah and a new meher. Again, if they remarry and something wrong takes place, again the same procedure, have consultation with husband and wife, appoint arbiter, then give divorce, have 2 witnesses, then part. Again, if they want to reconcile, maybe after 2 years, again they can reconcile, but new nikah, new meher. Again, if they have a problem, again they can part, but at this moment it is the last. Quran says in Surah Baqarah chapter 2, verse number 229, that divorce is only permissible twice. The third time, it is irrevocable. The first two divorces you give can be revocable, but the third divorce is irrevocable. It cannot be undone unless the wife marries another man and consummates the marriage. So now people have come up with this concept of halala, that fine, if I've given divorce, talaq in one shot, and then I repent, so he lets his wife sleep with another man, and then after one night, then they give divorce, and they marry and consummate the marriage, then after one night, they give the divorce, and again he marries. This is totally haram. It's totally haram. Islam prohibits it. You cannot do this, you cannot plan it. What it says, that if the husband and wife marry, and again they divorce, again they marry, this marriage is not gudda guddi ka khel. It's not, a doll marriage, where you're marrying, two dolls together, and then break it, and again want to reconcile, again want to break it. So if you give divorce thrice, it is final, irrevocable. Like I remember young days, my mother used to say, that bahar jayenge to dal atte ka bhav malum padega, dal atte ka. I wonder what is dal atte. It is dal and atta. When you go out, you'll come to know the price of dal and flour. As a kid, I wrote dal atte ka. Maybe it's an idiom, dal atte ka, dal atte ka. When I came to know what she meant was dal and atta. When you go in the market, you'll come to know what is the price of dal and flour. So it's not a gudda guddi ka khel. So now, okay, now enough of marrying and reconciliation, finish. Now you marry somebody else. And then, if she marries another husband, that lady, and then she realizes I was cribbing. My first husband used to give me 5 hours a day. This new husband does not even give me 2 hours a day. The first one is better. So if she marries a new husband, and then they realize this marriage is not working well, and then if the divorce takes place in a normal procedure, same procedure, mutual consultation, appoint an arbiter, husband-wife side, try and solve the problem. If it's not solved, then give a divorce, wait for 3 months till cycles, 3 monthly periods, then part, and then she can marry the first former husband who has given her divorce twice. So this talaq-e-hasan is a talaq which is described in the Quran, the Sahih Hadith. The other two, talaq-e-bid'ah is an innovation, and talaq-e-hasan also. The best is talaq-e-hasan, which I have described, which is on the basis of Quran and Sunnah. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
My question is regarding doing istikhara for nikah. How istikhara to be done and when it to be done? Like prior to selection and when you get a proposal, and how many time it is to be done? Some say thrice, some say no, only once. And what are the clues you get after istikhara? How you come to know that the proposal for you is really good or not? I have one more question with this.
Sure.
Can I?
Or you can ask afterwards, no problem. We can ask as many questions, but let's have 1 to 1 should become the answer become very long. Sister asked the question that should istikhara be done before choosing a life partner, before marriage? Should it be done before starting to choose, after you have seen the boy? Or how do you come to know that desire it is wrong? See, firstly, istikhara is in which you are asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide you. It's a dua you make to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to help you. And the Prophet did istikhara in many things. Even the thing which he knew was good, he did istikhara, asking Allah to guide. As far as choosing a life partner is concerned, I feel first you should do dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. As Allah says in the Quran in Surah Al-Imran, chapter number 3, verse number 160. If Allah helps you, none can overcome you. If Allah forsakes you, who is there then who can help you? So let the believers put the trust in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So doing dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is of utmost importance and the most important factor in choosing life partner. Furthermore, istikhara is also important. When you think that I want to get married and now is the time to choose life partner, you don't wait till you meet someone then do istikhara. You start doing istikhara that, Ya Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, please help me to find the best life partner. When you meet prospective husband, that time also you can do, okay, now I've seen this Mr. So-and-so. If it's good, let it continue. If it's not, in istikhara, we do dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The various duas you can do. About some say, I want a very rich husband, I want an intelligent husband, I want a handsome husband. Not haram, but as I said, best is to ask for a virtuous husband. And the dua that I know that I have to make before I was married, there was a time when, I was young, and I have to think that, no problem. Allah has given me that logical power, so koi bhi ladki problem, no, so convince kar lenge, I said, 3 din mein. That was me when I was in college. Thinking over the problem, Allah has given that power. And I knew that I had the power of arguing, I had the power of debating. So that was alhamdulillah, but now I'm using it for better cause for dawah. But then I realized that it's not always possible. So I prayed to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, give me a wife which is the best for me. Give me a virtuous wife and a wife which is best for me. Now I'm putting the ball in Allah's court. If I would say I want a wife which is beautiful, which is this, which is blah, 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 fine. I'm saying virtuous because that's the hadith of the Prophet. But then putting the ball in Allah's court, that give me the wife which will be the best for me, rather than specifying what I want, is the ultimate. You can think, that doesn't mean that you leave it completely, it's you that you try and you strive. So but natural should be a virtuous wife, should be on the lines of Quran, Sunnah, that is there. But the other factors that is there, which may not be that important, whether it be beauty, whether it be wealth, whether it be education, whether it be looks, all these will be in the hands of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Virtue is an important factor, without that, it's out of the question. So in this way, if you dua to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that give me a virtuous life partner, who you feel is the best for me, that is, mashallah, leaving the ball in Allah's court. And then to istikhara, and that's the way I feel, that you let Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guide you. And regarding the second part of the question, that when to istikhara, how do I come to know? How do istikhara is important? Some people say, oh, open a Quran, and then you read on the left side of the Quran, if it's Jannah, then it is yes, if it is Jannah, it is no, if it is this, it's negative, positive. Where they get this from, I don't know. How to istikhara is given in the hadith, the various Sahih hadith, and it says that the Prophet ﷺ, he used to offer 2 rakat salah, and then read the dua for istikhara, which says that, I'm going in for so and so thing, and Ya Allah, if it's good for me, let it happen, if it's not, then prevent me, and please guide me in this. So this can be done for business, this can be taken decision, what profession you want to choose, what job you want to take, and even a life partner. So when you do this, you are asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide you in choosing the right life partner, and help you. And when you read this dua, not that when you sleep you see a green flag, that means yes, and a red flag means no. So they, okay, the dream has come, also this dream has to be interpreted. No, it's not like that. You ask Allah for help, you let Him guide you, and then you strive your best, use your knowledge and the brain which Allah has given you, based on Quran, Hadith, you take the decision and you strive for it. If there is obstruction, keep on striving. If there's more obstruction, doesn't happen, then you say, Alhamdulillah, Allah knows best. I thought it was good, but Allah didn't let it happen, Alhamdulillah. Or you strive and it happens smoothly, Alhamdulillah, I did istikhara, I strive for it, and Allah helped me get this life partner. You may think, okay, that third boy that I saw, oh, he was the best. I tried a lot. If you do istikhara and tried a lot and it didn't take place, Allah knows best. As Allah says in the Quran, in Surah Baqarah, that you may love a thing which may be bad for you, and you may hate the thing which is good for you. You don't know, but Allah knows. So in this way, what you think may be right, may be wrong. So when you do istikhara, you're asking Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to guide you, and to make it possible if it's good for you, and to prevent it if it's bad for you. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any question?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
If a good practicing Muslim girl wants a good practicing Muslim boy, if proposals are not in that category and parents are forcing to compromise because of age criteria, then what should be done in such circumstances?
If they said a good practicing Muslim boy and a good practicing Muslim girl, they don't get the marriage, they should marry each other.
They're not.
They don't know each other. We should say, if a good practicing Muslim boy or a good practicing, and when I say let them marry each other, very good. If you say a good practicing Muslim boy or a good practicing Muslim girl, if they are looking for a match and they don't find a virtuous life partner, so what should she do? That's a very good question. Very important. I started saying, and then if they don't know each other, you should be the middle person to make them join. You get sawab for that. If there is a good practicing Muslim boy or a good practicing Muslim girl who tries to find a life partner based on Quran and Hadith, especially who has done a marriage preparatory course from IRF, So girls, when they do a marriage preparatory course from IRF, then they find it difficult to get a match. Because, this is required, that is required, then they come to know, and the market is saturated. It's difficult to find good boy. It's easier to find a good girl than a good boy. So therefore we have started a marriage preparatory course even for the gents now, since last year. Coming back to the question that if you don't find the virtuous person looking for, what should you do? See, you get the most virtuous available, the best of the worst. Now here you take a decision, how much do you compromise? Now here, when you don't find the right person you're looking for. See, one more thing, that don't say, okay, I know that virtuous boy. Oh, I want the same type. Again, Prince Charming or Princess Charming. I know that person, but he's married. I want similar like him only. Very virtuous, and then he should be a doctor, and then he should be this, and he should be that, and he should be rich, So now again you're going in circles. So if you're saying virtuous, you should say no problem. So then when you're looking for a virtuous person and you can't find the one you want, first thing you do is compromise on your other three criteria. You're looking for a virtuous person, okay, he should not be a millionaire, but at least, if not millionaire, lakhopati hona chahiye, crorepati to nahi. Or if he's not earning 1 lakh, at least should earn 50,000 minimum. So if you get a minimum from 50 to 30, 30 to 20, 20 to 10, depending on how much can you go down. Same way with the criteria of beauty or handsome, get it down. Same with nobility, and let the other things come down as much as possible, as much as you think that you can maybe go along with.
Yes, we are ready to compromise, even though we are not getting the virtuous, and the parents are very much, they are...
What is the salary you are ready to compromise with? How much salary?
4,000 is maximum for me.
How much?
4,000.
4,000 maximum, minimum, that is my criteria. 4,000 minimum, because the maximum. Or minimum.
Because I want the virtuous. That is the only need.
Sister, to say is easier than to have it done. Anyway, and that's a taqwa, which is very good. Someone may even be satisfied with 3,000, alhamdulillah. But 4,000, that means you are really, mashallah, you have really got down your other criteria, which is very good, sister. That shows your virtuous, alhamdulillah. The thing is that first you do is, I haven't completed the answer, sister, after. The first what you do is let the other criteria come down. Now once you get down the other criteria, then you see to it that you let your virtue be high, the marks for virtue, then you start getting that down. That the best available. Fine, maybe you wanted someone above 90 marks in virtue. You can't get that, try someone in the 80s. If not 80s, then 70s. Now when you keep on getting down, be careful to see to it that analysis is right. What they realize that now they want, okay fine, I want someone, I don't mind compromising. But then when they try and compromise on the virtue, they fail to realize that they are going and marrying a man who is earning 30,000 and his virtue level is how much out of 140? There was a man who had 70 points in virtue and was earning 10,000, but you rejected him earlier. Because earlier your value was, I wanted 30,000 rupees. And this is very common. Initially you wanted a man earning 30,000, which is not wrong. It's acceptable, fine. Today's age you require money. So a person who has a living standard and she wants to marry a man or a boy who wants 30, is fine. She gets it down to 20,000. She doesn't find someone close. Then she goes far away. She gets a man earning 30,000, but his taqwa level is not 90, it is 40. But if this was what you wanted, there's already a person with taqwa level 60 who is earning 10,000, not 4,000. So what happens when you go out? You fail to realize that when you first do your survey, you don't find the person of all values you want. Then you come down on the virtue level from 90 to 80, no problem. But there is a boy who is close by who has a virtue value maybe of 65. But finally when you take a decision, you're marrying a boy who has a virtue value of 35 and maybe salary may be that and his other points, this is very common. And I know it's common even in ladies who have done the training program at IRF. Because I get information from my wife very often. I'm not involved in interacting directly with any of the ladies wing members. But when I get information from my wife, I said, oh, see, she did the Dawah training program. She's been at such a good level. She's been at the co-group level of the ladies wing. She has been active at the ladies wing. Fine, she wanted a good, very good. But finally who she chose, I said, this was the choice. There are 10 other options better. You always note that when you compromise on the value of virtue, there is something which is known little evil is better than unknown evil. So you go and marry someone who's staying abroad in America, who don't know his background. Okay, fine, he's just done a degree. Better marry someone who you know his value of virtue is 60, he's confirmed working in an Islamic organization. Now you go out of the way and marry someone from USA. What is this? Someone from Dubai? Someone from UK? I said, if this is what they're going to compromise on, fine, if they get someone, a very good pious person from UK, I've got no problem. who's a great dai and do a lot of dawa activity. The person is far away from education, can't speak English properly, but he has the 30,000 rupees. So that is security. Then UK becomes security. So when you compromise on the level of other things, you fail to realize that you are actually, again, building a castle for you. So that is the reason taking guidance is important. And when they come for guidance, and when the guidance is given to them, that this person is not, no, but I tried for 4 years now. But what you are trying, then their minds get locked. When they come from advice to whom they feel, who they considered, as I said that when you want to ask your parents, ask your close friends, who they respected a lot, when they say this is what you have chosen, there are better ones. No, but I've taken the decision. So again, infatuation comes. So even for a virtuous girl, because she doesn't get a virtuous boy, once she gets someone, 2 baar mulaqat hui, matlab abhi to head over heels. This is also infatuation. Father says, don't marry. No, I want to marry. Virtue is fine, but what is virtuous in him? So they marry a boy of virtuous level of 40. This is just examples I'm giving. 40 marks. Everything else is no way. Even the other aspect is no way. The father is saying, don't marry. No, I want to marry. So this is also infatuation. Therefore you have to be careful. Don't get so much engrossed. Always do mashwara. Always consult. And ask people who are more experienced. Ask people who are in the field. But initially they ask. Afterwards then they take the decision as though they are the expert. And this is common even in the ladies wing of IRF, I'm sorry to say. Very common. Initially it is good. Later on they compromise. This is a compromise. 4,000 cheta tha, I could have got to 20. But to say 4,000 is easy, to implement is very, very difficult. 4,000 in this age, difficult. Very difficult. Very, very difficult. But if your taqwa is so high, what we have to realize that if you're compromising on the level of virtue, you may have to compromise on the value of education also. Maybe the person may not know English. Maybe the person may have other problems. So it is very easy said than done. When you are saying compromise, you say, oh, I'm virtuous but should know English. Virtuous but should be a dai. Virtuous but. Many buts are there, which you are living in a caste system. There are other people better. So the final choice that you make in desperation. And what happens? Marriage takes place. Immediately within few months problem is, but she doesn't say anyone. Because I fought with my parents. So she continues with the marriage for few months. Then few years. And when they come for advice, let's see how they, I said, this boy, why have you chosen? Nothing I find. I found him good, okay, go ahead. When there's a problem, they don't tell the problem for a few months, for a few years. Then they realize that what they've chosen, actually they got infatuated. They said that they married a virtuous boy, actually his virtue level was very low. There were other factors. So it is an illusion, it is a delusion, sister. It's a delusion, believe me, it's a delusion. When a person in the desert, he can't find water, he sees and finds everywhere there's water. When the oasis is there, he sees something here somewhere else. So this delusion is very common, and it's a common factor. So initially the lady who is trying to find a virtue, the iman was good, everything is good, but when she is frantically trying to find someone, then she gets infatuated with someone, they go on the net, surfing on the net, chatting on the net, doing things which are against the Sharia, Islamic people. Then they decide, you don't know who the person is, you don't know who the relatives is, you haven't met the family people, and then you take a decision on chatting on the net, and then you go against your parents, you go against your elders, you go against the people who you thought. What happens then? Whole life is a mess. What you were doing also is gone. So therefore, it is very common. So this is another side of the coin, and they start, no, I'm Islamic, now my parents aren't Islamic. So I can go against my father because, that answer which I gave, that if you want to marry a person who is Islamic, which your father doesn't marry, you can go against your father. So she's using that answer here now. And when they ask the same person for advice, that should we marry or not, when they get no, they don't take the advice. So that means they made their mind, hum isse shaadi karenge. When you go for fatwa hunting, you look for a scholar who agrees with your view and then you say, yeah, that's the fatwa. So you made a decision, sister. Therefore, sister, don't get to that end point where you get so frustrated. You get so frustrated that you make a choice without thinking and then you stick to a choice thinking it is correct. And this is very common amongst those girls who are Islamic, who are pious and who are virtuous. They are virtuous, but they tend to, but the age is carrying on. So you take a decision. If you want 5,000, no problem. Don't say maximum 5,000. Say by 4,000 to 20,000 minimum. We said maximum 4,000, should be minimum 4,000 rupees. And no problem. And then, fine. It is easily said than done, but it's difficult, as I said. So if that's the criteria, you let your people who you respect, who know Islamic, give the information. You have to get a person with 4,000 and pass, not that easy, but it's possible. It's even probable. That's the reason, mashallah, we conduct these courses. But the answer of one thing should not mislead a person so that she or he takes a wrong decision. Hope that answers the question, sister. If you have any counter question, sister? Any criteria up and down?
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Can a wife address her husband by his first name?
Just as the question, can a wife address the husband by the first name? No problem at all. She is most welcome. There is nothing that prevents. It's an Indian culture. When you address, Suniye, you can't take the name. Why Suniye? They say, Dekhiye, and then there's Ahmad ki Abu. Fine, that is fine. That is Islamic. Because that's Abu Ahmad or Abu Shiraz. So that is Islamic, which is in part in the Indian culture. Iske Abba, but they are saying Iske Abba because they don't want to take the name. Because taking the name is, the name of the husband cannot come on the tongue. That is the Indian culture. That the wife cannot take the name of the husband. That is the Indian culture, not Islamic. Islam you can take, but you can even call by the father of your eldest son or daughter. That's permissible. That is the Arab culture. Again, it's not Islamic, it's Arab culture. That is there, and it has become part of Islam also. That because on the day of judgment will be raised with the name of the father. So in that way, there is no problem at all taking the name. But even simultaneously taking the name of the husband, perfectly fine, sister.
The Prophet's wife used to call the Prophet by saying, Ya Rasulallah, like.
Because you are Rasulallah.
No, but they wouldn't take the name, na? So.
And that was because that is the Prophet. If you marry a Prophet, it's too late. It's too late. See, because that is Rasulullah has a bigger status than the husband of Aisha and Khadija. May Allah be pleased with them all. So because they were Rasul, even the Sahabas also called Rasulullah. Not only did the wives. Even the Sahabas called them Rasulullah. Even the companions called them Rasulullah. Because that was the Prophet. That's a better thing. But the wives are permitted to call. Even if he is the messenger, they call because they want to give more respect. So, same way if your husband is maybe a director of a company and call him a director, even you can call, no problem. So whatever profession is, if he's a doctor, you can call him doctor, no problem. It's permitted. Not that, so you can call him the way you like. As long as you don't degrade him, don't insult him, there's no problem at all. Any sister, any questions?
Assalamu alaikum. My question is that a woman is created from a crooked rib of a man. Could you just explain this, please?
What the sister is talking about is the hadith. It's a Sahih hadith of Sahih Bukhari, volume number 4, in the book of Stories of the Prophets, hadith number 3331, where the Prophet said that the woman is created from the rib. And the most crooked part of the rib is the upper part. And if you try and straighten it, it will break. Therefore, the Prophet continues that you have to be patient with your wife. There's a hadith again which says that Hawa, she was created from the rib of Adam. May Allah be pleased with them both. So based on this hadith is there. What is the meaning of this hadith? What sister quoted as part of the hadith. The complete hadith is that the woman is created from the rib of the man, and the most crooked part of the rib is the uppermost part, and if you try to straighten it, it will break. Therefore you have to be kind and you have to be patient with your wife. So the whole thing is that you have to be good to her, you have to treat her well. The full hadith says, therefore treat the wife well. What is the reason that the Prophet said that the woman is made from the rib and the most crooked part is the upper part? Many people think that this is a negative hadith, not trying to degrade the woman, that the women are degraded, they are made from the crooked part, and does it mean that the women are crooked? And if you try to straighten her, there will be problems. So what is the meaning of the hadith? See, I being a medical doctor, I know that the ribs are very important for the human body. The ribs give protection to the lungs of the chest. And because of the curvature of the ribs, it's possible. If the ribs were flat, that's not possible. You know, the ribs are curved, it acts like a cage. It acts like an armor. And because of the curvature of the ribs, there's protection to the heart, there's protection to the lungs, and the ribs are also flexible to a certain extent. And the ribs, take the impact if anything happens. So because of the curvature of the ribs, the protection is possible. If the ribs weren't curved, it wouldn't be able to protect the heart, which is a very vital organ, the lungs, etc. So the ladies, the women should not take it as a negative factor, they should take it as a positive factor. Many a times how you look at from which angle is important. A person can be a pessimist, a person can be optimist. I'm an optimist person. So that doesn't mean it is negative. That means you have to be careful with her right. Why? For example, let me give you another analogy. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has bestowed on the woman the tender love and affection. The tender love and care that she has being a mother, the same is not found in the father. Therefore, the respect for the mother is 3 times more than the father. Now, because of that emotional feeling which is there in the lady, so that she can be a good mother, it has certain negative factors. The negative factor is that because she is emotional, she can take care of the children. At the same time, she has more chances of getting hysterical as compared to the gent. So when there's the positive and negative, the positive is much more than the negative. The positive is she can behave like a good mother, she can take care of the children. The negative factor is that she can get, not that every woman is hysterical. The chances of hysteria in women is more than men, yet it may be just a small percentage. But the motherhood is there in every woman, but the hysteria is not there in every woman. The same way here, because of the crookedness of the rib, the advantage is more. The negative factor that if I try and straighten the rib, it will break. So here also the woman is being compared to the rib. The positive factor is that she can be good. She can take care, she can be a muhsana, as the Quran says. But be careful, treat her kindly, treat her with justice, be good to her. Don't try too much of pressure. There's too much of emotion, so women can get hysterical. Too much of pressure is there. The same thing, I would say that this is a positive hadith. But many of the Orientalists and many of the non-Muslims, they pick out hadith and they put on the net and they malign Islam, and many of our Muslim women, oh yes, what to do now? So they get, again hysterical. So it's positive and negative, you have to look at the positive. So I take it as a positive hadith, and it's an honor for the woman to be compared to the rib, which is a very vital part of the body, taking care of the vital organ, that is the sadr, the center, that is the heart. She's like a muhsana. That's the fortress against the devil, which is mentioned several places in the Quran. In Surah Nisa chapter number 4, verse number 24, Surah Nisa chapter number 4, verse number 25, in Surah Ma'idah chapter number 5, verse number 5, in Surah Nur chapter number 24, verse number 4, Surah Nur chapter number 24, verse number 33, and various other places in the Quran. Hope that answers the question. Any brothers have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
Dr. Zakir, we've noticed that nowadays, people are trying to search their spouses on the internet, and many times like on the Facebook, and sometimes they're not just searching, they're just adding na-mahrams in their so-called friends list. And when you ask them like, why have you done this, they say that it's for probably dawa or Islam related purposes, let them be there. And we see that Muslimas uploading their pictures. So how far is it right?
Well, that's a very good question. That how far is it Islamic for a person to search for spouses, girl for a boy and a boy for a girl, on the internet, uploading the photographs, whether it be for searching with the spouse, whether it be for doing dawah, etc. I feel that as long as they do not break any rules of the Sharia, that's the normal answer for many things, and even this thing. Come to the mid answer. As long as they're within the purpose of the Islamic Sharia, there's no problem. But you fail to realize that for a man, for a boy, to put a photograph can be accepted. But the reason is, why doesn't he put a photograph? Why does he want to put his photograph on the website is the question. I'm talking about general, for doing whatever it is. Now, as far as searching a life partner is concerned, if a boy puts, there's no problem, but the girl, I feel it's not permissible. For a girl to put up a photograph looking for a life partner in a website is not permissible. Personally, if a person comes through the parents, through a known friend, through an Islamic organization, gives the photograph, no problem at all. It is within some boundaries. And see to it that even that time, when a girl gives the photograph, see to it that if it's rejected, it comes back. Don't distribute 20 here, Fatafat, and then. See to it that if really serious, goes to an Islamic person, goes, and see to it comes back. Or it comes back to a person who okay, keep it. If you show it, get it back. That's very important. But on the Facebook, anyone can download it. Anyone can take out a printout. Naik receipt. So it's out of the question for applying. Magazines are at least okay. Because when you go to a matrimonial column in an Islamic magazine, there it is just the address and a brief sketch. There's no photograph. What is the height? What is the complexion? What is the do's and don'ts? That's fine. That's no problem at all. But going on the website, there are many other things. Then okay, fine. Then you can chat. So again, chatting. Why don't you chat forward? So when you do a personal chatting one-to-one with a nahmeram, whether searching for a life partner or not, I feel, if not totally haram, it is at least makruh. Many scholars have given fatwa it's haram. Many good top scholars have given fatwa it is haram. For a lady to chat, not for searching a mehram, otherwise it's haram. Many scholars have given. I'm not going to that extent. I said if not that, at least it is makruh. Even while doing dawah. While doing dawah, if a person has his own photograph and everything and conveys and goes and chats and all, fine. If you go in an anonymous name and maintain that, maintain all identity, and go and do dawah to a certain level, it's acceptable. But while doing dawah, being open, okay, I'm so-and-so, I'm living so-and-so, I'm doing dawah and then dawah, what happens otherwise? Therefore I say a man should do with man and female to female, male to male, female to female. You have that you want to go and do dawah in colleges and then you go in sitting in a room and chatting in a closed room and the third person is the devil. Fine? I'm talking about live. This goes to a certain extent, to a lesser extent, but even on the net. Then if it becomes too close, then you like to meet and fine. Man, there's so many cases. Chatting, oh, London, no problem. Then one day wants to go, you want to come to London? When you're coming, what's the flight number, so and so? Fine, I'll be at the airport, or whatever it is. And there are so many cases, whether Muslim or non-Muslim. This is how the human nature is. So I agree with those that it is not permitted for the opposite sex. Fine, you want for information, go to a website, get the information, download it, fine. But chatting, if you're exclusively only for ladies, no problem, then it's no problem. And for matrimonial, I am not in favor at all. If not haram, at least makruh. That's for sure. And what happens, that what guarantee do you have? Your chatting means, and that's where it starts. That's where it starts. You chat and you start liking the person. When finally you see the product, dil laga ghadi se pari kya cheez hai, wohi chidhar hai. And then we say out of all the cases this, how you met? No, I met on the internet. Where is he? UK. Where is he? USA. What? So first, the affinity has come. It's not Islamic affinity. It is opposite sex affinity. It comes and when you meet, you realize what was there? What was Islamic? Nothing actually. Looks, nothing. But the affinity is there. Then you go against your parents, then you go against the person, and this is very common. So therefore I am totally against. Known evil is better than unknown evil. At least you know a person, okay, fine, Islamic ways, these are a little bit less. You know he's secure doing a job, you know his background, you know his parents, you know his friend circle, you know he has no vices. This person, what do you know? Just by chatting on the internet, what do you know what is he doing? Maybe possible. Those people who have such marriages, they may be successful, a few. But it's too much of a risk. Going to a foreign country, you know what's going to happen, and you leave everything what you're doing here. It's totally, I feel, it's not correct. So therefore you have to be careful using such things. Yes, going to a magazine for this sign, and then you go to shadi.com. I don't know what shadi.com is. I only heard that name. I don't know how they conduct. But if it's done Islamically, it's possible, but it is very difficult. I don't know, there may be some Islamic websites which may be taking precaution not to put photographs, only taking the information like how they do in the magazine. Possible. Maybe, I don't know of any. Maybe, I'm not very internet savvy. I have my staff doing, I hardly use the internet. So in this way, I don't know, but if there is something following all the guidelines of the Islamic Sharia and seeing to it that the girls and don't chat on their own, you go to a bureau, no problem. Go to a bureau, ask for information, someone is moderating in between as a moderator, no problem. But you going chatting live with the person, I feel it's leading you away from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Hope that answers the question.
And I wanted to ask you that if a person has already fallen in love, even if the person is not following hijab and because of that gets into it but later on realizes his or her mistake, then how would a person convince the person who has fallen in love? What measures would you give to stay away from it and to maintain the hijab and so that the person does not fall prey to his or her desires like staring and stuff like that?
Just to ask the question that if a person being a teenager, that's what was the earlier question, has fallen in love and because of some habits, maybe staring and intermingling, which now he has realized. So what advice can we give him so that he comes out of it? Now the question is fallen in love. How much has he fallen is important. So first I'll do a survey. How much has he fallen? To what extent has he fallen? To which levels of Sharia has he fallen or she has fallen? So first I'll do that and then I'll try and advise him. If it's just infatuation with the person as breaking certain rules of the hijab and little bit intermingling, little bit handshakes and all, little bit going out and all, that it's easier to get him out. But if he's fallen so deep to the bottom of the well that he had a relationship, then my advice would be different. Fine? Because the Quran also says in Surah Nur chapter 24, verse number 3, that adulterous woman should marry an adulterous man or an unbelieving man. For Zani, it's a Zaniyat. And for Zaniyat, it's a Zani. So based on this, my advice would be different, trying to find what extent is that, who's the girl, or the girl has fallen into boy, who's that boy, how well can they get along together, etc. So the advice would depend upon what level has the person fallen. If it's extreme level, I'll try and find that, see to it that if he has improved or she has improved, and the other girlfriend or boyfriend, what level is he or she, and then try and counsel. And if both can come to the straight path, what they have done is wrong, that's no problem. If both are coming to the straight path and both have realized their mistake and they agree to follow Quran and Sunnah, I would say, okay, get married. Fine. So at least they're following the verse of the Quran, that both have committed that sin and both continue. But if it is that they have not gone to that deep level, then it is but natural. You say it's an infatuation, what it is wrong. Stay away from it. And but natural, get him closer to the Islamic activities, ask him to read the Quran, ask him to see Islamic lectures. And but naturally, one of the important thing is lowering the gaze. That whenever you're interacting with any opposite sex, if he or she is not the mahram, then you lower the gaze. This is very important. This is a very important factor, because if you have to talk to the opposite, lowering the gaze, then the chances of getting infatuated less. But if you lower the gaze and meet every day for half an hour and talk, if it's a classmate, then also there's a problem. Lowering the gaze and talking, then the voice is sufficient to infatuate you. Same thing. So all these are things that should not meet the opposite sex unnecessarily. You know how you, where do you go? I went out, I went to Singapore for holiday. Oh, how was it? Very good. Which is the last movie you saw? These things we can speak. The girl can speak with the girlfriend, the boy can speak with the boyfriend, but opposite sex is not required at all. So these things which are not required, not a must to speak, should be avoided while speaking with the opposite sex. And when required, when certain thing is there, when you have to speak with lowering the gaze, whether it's a duty of performing or in college, etc. So in that time, lowering the gaze and speaking, this will prevent them from getting involved in this thing. And the best is, if you are young, get married as early as possible. As I mentioned earlier, beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's hadith of Sahih Bukhari, Volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, chapter number 3, hadith number 4, that, oh young people, whoever has the means to get married should get married. So that will protect the modesty. So best is marrying early. If you marry early, it is good. There are less chances of deviating. And it's easier to be on the Quran and Sunnah. And there are many benefits. So marrying early is preferable. But again, that's the reason you try and find a life partner. And don't wait too long. I'm trying to find a good life partner now. I'm only 20, now 21, 22, then you're 30. Then all your options that you have done down. So don't wait till 35, 40 and then you sit down to compromise. So earlier the better. When you realize after maybe a few months or a couple of years the market is what you want and not getting. So see to it that you take the decision fast. Don't be too late. Then your compromise will keep on getting so low. So then you realize, oh, that person what I had is far 10 times better than what I got now. The person you rejected, thinking he's not virtuous, you know your virtuous definition. The one you marry is 10 times worse than him and has other problems, but then it is your choice. So that's very important, the decision that you take. Therefore, being in consultation with someone who's knowledgeable, someone who's experienced, someone who can guide you is very important in this case. Hope that answers the question, sister.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa barakatuh.
My question is, can a wife insist on separate living quarters for herself and her children, away from in-law, knowing that the parents are old and husband can't afford maintenance of 2 homes? Does he have to fulfill her demand?
Sister has a question that, is it permissible for a woman to ask her husband for separate lodging and boarding, a separate family, rather than staying with the parent-in-laws, knowing very well that he cannot afford it? It's totally wrong. It's putting the husband in difficulty and putting yourself in difficulty. So if you know that the husband can't afford and you put, fine, before marriage, no problem. Before you marry, you say, I'll marry you if you have a new home, I cannot stay, that's permissible. He won't marry you, you don't marry him, you can stay separately, no problem. Once you are married, then you put the condition that I want to stay separately, and he may be earning less. He has his duties to look after the family as well look after the parents. Because his Jannah is beneath the feet of his mother. So you want to take your husband out of his Jannah is wrong, sister. And especially knowing very well that he cannot afford it, so do you want him to throw parents out of the house? That means you're not a virtuous wife. The virtuous wife would never say that. So taking care of the parents indirectly also becomes the duty of the wife. Though they may not be your direct mother and father, but they are father-in-law and mother-in-law. Because you have to look after your husband, and one of the duties of your husband is to look after his parents, so it becomes indirect your duty. Indirect, it becomes your duty. Indirect. Since you are the Mohsana, you have to try and see to it that you don't create problems. But if he says you have to separate, you say, no problem, why do you require separate? If he says that there's so much difficulty, all staying together, so you have to solace him and say that this difficulty, no problem, at least this will take us to Jannah. If you stay separately, then I won't be able to serve your mother, you won't be able to serve your mother. So better we face some difficulties in this world so that we have a Jannah in the hereafter. That's a Mohsana. So I feel, yes, fine, if they're very well off and if they stay separately and you can look after the parents also, and saying that fine, because my parents are elderly, they prefer staying separately and they don't mind, and you have a separate, then it's fine. If that's the wish of the parents, or if it's easily done and yet he takes care of both, he can keep someone to take care, etc., that's permissible. But if it's difficult and if it's poor, when you get difficulties for you and your parents all, then I feel it should not be done. Hope that answers the question.
If a non-Muslim girl marries a Muslim boy, is it compulsory for her to change her name after marriage?
If a non-Muslim girl marries a Muslim boy, unless she doesn't accept Islam, she cannot marry. If a non-Muslim,
after she accepts Islam and she marries,
and then marries, does she have to change the name? It is not compulsory for her to change the name unless the name involves shirk. If the name involves shirk, like Lakshmi, Lakshmi is the name of one of the goddesses. If it involves shirk, she'll have to change it. If it does not involve shirk, it's not for to change, but it is preferable. It's preferable, especially in this age. Though at that time people never used to change the name. But here I feel it's a requirement, because if she's proud to be a Muslim, why should she not want people to know that she accepted Islam. So if she's only done for namesake, because of infatuation, then that she will not want to change. She doesn't want to show that yet she is a non-Muslim. So my advice in such case would be that it is preferable that she changes the name so that the people will not get a misunderstanding that she is yet a non-Muslim. But it's not a farz to change. That answers the question.
Zakir.
Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What is meher and what is its purpose?
What is meher and what is its purpose? Meher is a marital gift. And the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 4 that give to the woman in marriage a marital gift, a dower. So meher is one of the criteria, is very important criteria for marriage to solemnize. When a marriage takes place between a man and a woman, when the contract is said that do you accept this woman as your wife and do you accept this man as your husband, and then there has to be a stipulated amount of meher. Now meher is compulsory for marriage to solemnize, and there are hadiths which say that there is no limitation for meher. The Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 20 that you can even give a mountain of gold in meher. On the other hand, there's a Sahaba who says that I want to marry but I don't have any money. So he said, do you have any money? He said, nothing. So the Prophet asked him that do you know few verses of the Quran? He says, yes. So teach these verses to your wife and that is meher. So teaching certain verses of the Quran which you have memorized to your wife can also be meher. So that's one of the lowest end described in the hadith, and the highest end is the mountain of gold. So there's no extent to the meher. But normally meher is to be decided both by the would-be husband and wife based on the economic status. There's no limit for meher, but normally it is decided on the economic status of the would-be husband and wife. And meher can be used for various ways. People normally have a misunderstanding that meher is only used for divorce. When you divorce, so this meher will be useful. It may be one of the reasons. When you're marrying, are you thinking of divorce first? When you're marrying, you're thinking you live with that man for lifetime, inshallah, and that man thinks he'll be with that girl for lifetime. Nobody thinking of divorce. So to think that meher is for divorce, it can be utilized if, God forbid, divorce takes place. But meher is a marital gift. In our Indian culture, it's the opposite. It is the would-be wife who gives to the husband. And depending upon the status, if it is graduate, then 100,000 rupees, engineer 500,000 rupees. If it's a doctor, then 1 million rupees. As the herd, then cattle are being sold in the marketplace. Demanding dowry from the would-be wife, directly and indirectly, is haram in Islam. You can't even give an indication that, my son likes to travel in a Mercedes car, indicating I want a Mercedes car in dowry. My son likes to live in a 3-bedroom apartment, indicating I want a 3-bedroom apartment for dowry. Directly or indirectly demanding anything from the would-be wife is haram. If the parents of the girl willingly give certain gifts, it's permissible. But demanding is prohibited. On the other hand, it is the would-be husband that gives to the wife. But nowadays, you have custom that you keep a meher of 786 rupees. With 786 rupees, you can't even buy a pair of shoes. And then they spend tens of lakhs of rupees on decoration, deception, but keep the meher as 786 rupees. Where do they get this from? Those are no limit for meher, as I said. It is mutually decided by the would-be husband. Many times, okay, fine, everything is decided in the morning. Arey, aaj sham ko nikah, meher ka amount fix nahi kiye. No, today is the nikah, we haven't fixed it. Okay, 786, okay, mention 500 rupees or mention 5,000 rupees, as though it's not important at all. Actually, meher is decided by the would-be husband and wife, depending upon the economic status, depending upon the financial status. It can be a mountain of gold, it can be a few verses of the Quran, and a person can demand, okay, I want so and so. If the person says, okay, you have demanded 100,000 rupees, I'm poor, I can't give. So either she reduces the meher, or she finds a new husband and he finds a new wife. So there can be a compromise, there can be a bargaining, no problem. But the meher can be utilized in various ways. Maybe the girl is poor, and she thinks that fine, now I've asked for 50,000 rupees as meher, I would like to gift it to my parents. My parents spent so much of money, so much of time, energy upbringing me, I want to give this as gift. Example. She can maybe keep it for her children when they grow up. She can invest it in some business. Whatever return she gets, she can utilize it. She is the owner of that meher. And meher are of three types. One is whatever meher you decide. You give the complete amount at the time of nikah. Second type is you delay it, you say, I will give it later. But when you say give it later, it has to be given. And if the husband dies, first the meher amount is removed from the inheritance and then the balance amount is distributed in the inheritors, person who inherit. The third type is partly you give at the time of nikah and partly you delay it. These are the various types of meher, and there are various utilization of meher. And one utilization can also be that God forbid if something happens and if divorce takes place, she can utilize the money. That's one of the utilization. Hope that answers the question, sister.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My question is, if a lady is unable to conceive, can she adopt a child? And can they give their name to the adopted child if they are unable to find out who is the father of that child?
Sister has the question that if a lady cannot conceive, can she adopt a child? Can they give the child their name? If they cannot conceive, for them to adopt a child, that means giving fatherly love, motherly love is no problem, but they cannot legally adopt. You cannot legally give your name. Because in Islam, whoever is the father and mother, they remain the same. You cannot give your name. You cannot deceive the child. On the day of judgment, when they'll be resurrected with the name of the father. So you can't give your name. Yes, if he calls you mother, no problem. Calls you mummy, you call him beta, no problem. Call her beti, no problem. But legally the name cannot be bint so and so or ibn so and so. If you don't know, you don't know. You say you don't know, but you can't give your name. You can give your motherly love, fatherly love. Call them beta, beti, no problem. They can call you mummy, daddy, no problem. But legally, you cannot give your name. And you have to tell the child that, fine, I am not your real mother and father. And there are various reasons for that. Maybe you don't have a child, you adopted a child now. Tomorrow you have a child, then what? High possibility. So then you cannot tell the child. And then suppose you adopted a girl and you have a son. They both are na-mahram. So they can't behave like brother and sister. So then you have to tell later on. Or maybe when you grow up, for example, you don't have any children. When you die, if that child you adopted, as a boy you adopted, is your son, and if your husband dies, if you have a son, then you get 1/8 the share. If you have no son, you get 1/4. Now you have adopted, and your husband dies. Your inheritance share would be 1/4 because you have no children. The moment you legally adopt, your share becomes half of that 1/8. It's injustice to you. Your husband, if he wants to put a share, the Islamic Sharia gives you permission that besides the inheritors, maximum you can will to someone who is not an inheritor is 1/3. So you adopt, don't give your name, and yet if you want to give part of your wealth, whether 1%, 5%, 10%, less than 33% you can give. It's permitted in Islam. So various things are there, hijab level is there, etc. If you adopt a girl, when she grows up, she has to do hijab with your husband. So all these things, therefore, telling is very important that you are not our blood child, but yet we'll treat you like our child. No problem. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
If a lady, she's interested in getting married and she wants her spouse to be of the similar profession, keeping the virtue criteria on the top, and second criteria being of the same profession, so as the later on the marriage life is smooth for them because of the profession itself and hectic schedule. If she wants a spouse of the same profession, is it fair on her part to keep that criteria?
Sister asked the question that if a girl or a boy wants to marry and they're looking for a virtuous life partner, but wants the life partner to be of the same profession so that the marriage life is smooth, is it fair or not? And she said doctor, but then she didn't say. If it's doctor, it's very difficult. If husband and wife both are doctor, then very difficult. So you have a misconception that if both are of the same profession, marriage is always smooth. Many a times if you are of the same profession, marriage is not smooth. So it's a misconception, especially being a doctor. If you say both are dais and the profession, then it's very good, mashallah. Because dai is the work of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And when I selected a dai, I wanted to be a dai, so mashallah, our profession is the same. So it depends upon which profession they are in. So it is not a general rule that if the profession is same, then life would be smooth. Imagine a boy is an engineer, he wants a girl who is an engineer. How can you have a virtuous engineer lady doing a work of engineering? Yeah, it is difficult. She's going to go in the field. So what you have to realize that sometimes the profession fame may be beneficial, sometimes it doesn't make a difference, sometimes it is detrimental. So engineer marrying a girl who's an engineer, then what job should you do outside? But if someone keeps a criteria, if it's going to be beneficial, like a dai says, I want to marry a dai, that's good, alhamdulillah, it's virtue and dai, good, alhamdulillah. But if you add any criteria to virtue, if you can get, it's excellent. But when you add a criteria, you say, I want virtue, but doctor, you are looking more for doctor than virtue. It is to show to people, no, I want virtues. You say, I want to reject. But when beauty is not the criteria, how did you reject by looking at the photograph? You know, many of my people who I know, I want a virtue, how gorgeous girl. When the photo shoot, I don't want to look at it. I don't want to have a meeting with them. Why? I said, do you have a special sense that you can read by the photograph? You know, how to may Allah be pleased with him? He had that power to read faces. I said, do you have that, power to read faces, So it is basically the person who they are interacting with, they want to convince that person that I am according to your criteria. So when they look virtuous person, I want a virtuous wife. When they are meeting someone who is not virtuous, no problem, I want beauty. If they meet a friend who is wealthy, okay, I want wealthy. So it should come from the heart, that's important. And the moment you add, you can add, but see to it that the addition does not lower the value of virtue. That's very important. Any of the sisters have any question?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
If wife is bedridden, sick.
If the wife is bedridden
and not able to fulfill physical requirement of husband, then husband can get second married. Whereas a husband is unwell and not able to fulfill her requirement, then what are the reservation of wife?
Sister asked a very good question, that if a wife is bedridden and cannot fulfill the duty of a wife, cannot have a relationship, it's possible for a husband to get a new wife. But the vice versa. If the husband is bedridden, for a wife to get a new husband is not possible. Why? Very good question. Point number one. If the wife is bedridden, the husband has an option of divorcing her and marrying a new wife, or keeping her and marrying a new wife. Anyone would say that the second option is better. That keeping her, maintaining her, giving her proper justice, proper time. You can't say, okay, now I won't give her time, and marry a new one. In the other case, if the husband is bedridden and cannot fulfill the duty of a husband, cannot have relationship, here the option for the wife is that she continues with him or she divorces. Why? If she does not divorce and she marries someone else and keeps the first husband also, you cannot give a guarantee that he will not get well. Allah will give shifa. Tomorrow if he gets well, then, and then if he has a relationship, then problem. So the option is that either you continue with him and sacrifice your needs, or you divorce him, because if you divorce a bedridden man, yet he can get another wife. But if you divorce a bedridden woman, for her to get a new husband is very difficult. So it's protecting the woman. It's better for the woman. For the woman who feels that she cannot continue with the husband who's bedridden, and she wants to divorce, she can take nikah fast. If she says, no, I want to sacrifice, I want to get sawab, I'll continue staying with my husband and sacrifice my other needs, so that it will be my path to Jannah, alhamdulillah. Or if she says that I cannot take it, I have my own limitations, and she divorces, that's permissible. Depending on what extent is the seriousness of the husband. But for the man, he can get a wife, easier for him to get a wife even if he's bedridden, than for a bedridden woman to get a husband. Hope that answers the question, sister.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Many divorced women are not getting proposals because of their past life, even if she is practicing Muslim. Please comment.
Sister asked the question that divorced women do not get husband because of a past. Please comment. This is the society, sister. In our society, divorce is like a stigma. Today we know in the Western world divorce is very common, which is wrong. It should not be that common. But to say that divorce should not take place is also wrong, because if you read the seerah of the Sahabas, there were Sahabas and Sahabiyat who were good and virtuous and yet not compatible. Both were virtuous but they were not compatible. They divorced and somebody else married them. It was common. Not as common as the Western world, but it wasn't a stigma. Today, in our culture, it's like a stigma. Oh, divorce. And it's more difficult for a lady who's a divorcee to get a new match rather than a boy who's a divorcee. This is more of the culture, sister. You are saying that even if she's virtuous, she will not get. Again, the criteria is that she may be virtuous, alhamdulillah, in the market because of the culture that is there. But if a virtuous boy is there, and even if he has not got married, and if he sees the divorcee, and he knows she is virtuous, and he knows that the reason for divorce was not because of her, then surely he would not mind getting married to a divorcee. Because our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, except for one wife, all the others, they were either divorcees or they were widows. All. Except for one. All the rest. Means more than 80%. So, it is mashallah the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. So at that time, that case wasn't there. But today I know it's a stigma. It's more of the culture rather than the religion. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It is said if the husband is not happy with the wife goes to the hell. And if at all the angels keep cursing the whole night, the wife and all. But what if it is the vice versa, if the wife is not happy with the husband?
Sister, I think you're misquoting the hadith. The hadith of Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam is that if the wife refuses to share the bed with the husband, if the husband wants, then in the night the angels will keep on cursing her the full night. That's the hadith. That if the wife refuses to have a relationship with the husband when he wants, then the angels will curse. But the question is the vice versa? The same means if the wife wants to have a relationship with the husband and the husband refuses, so will the angels curse or not? There is no such hadith saying that if the husband refuses to have a relationship with the wife, so the angels will curse. So I cannot say this is true. But one thing to be noted is that today science tells us that a man is more sexual as compared to the woman. A man is more hypersexual as compared to the woman. That is the reason for a man to do the role of multiple husband, marrying more than one wife, and yet doing duty of multiple husband is possible, which is not possible for the woman. So man is more hypersexual as compared to the woman. So in this context, if the hadith says that if a man wants to fulfill his desire, and if the wife doesn't agree, then the angels will curse. And I do agree with the hadith, because if the husband is there, and if he cannot fulfill his need with the wife, then who will he go to? And for a man, he is more hypersexual, and for him to control is more difficult as compared to a woman. Similarly, in the vice versa case, that if a wife wants to have a relationship with the husband, and the husband refuses, there is no hadith saying that the angels will curse. But the other hadith, that the best moment is he who is the best to his family, including his wife, proves that he is not good to his wife. Furthermore, there is a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ who said that when you spend time with your wife and have a relationship, even that is charity. Sahaba said, Ya Rasulullah, what do you mean? That when we have a relationship with our wife, it's charity? The Prophet said that because you are not doing something which is haram. To have relationship with someone who is not your wife, to someone who is outside the marital bond, is haram. So because they are not doing haram, even that is charity. So imagine to get sawab is so easy. Having a sexual relationship with your wife earns sawab for both of them. In the outside world, sex is seen in two ways. One is to one extreme, free sex, everything, no problem. Anyone, Tom, Dick and Harry, no problem. Free sex, Rajneesh. You go to all these beaches, free. On the other extreme, if you're religious, no sex, monasticism. Nuns, sadhus go to Himalaya. It's not possible. Islam is a religion that's of moderation. It caters to the body as well as to the soul. So that is the reason a prophet said that even having sexual relationship with your spouse is charity. Imagine, even a poor man can do charity.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
There is a girl who got married at a very young age, and soon after that she got divorced. And she was so hurt with this incident that now she is not able to accumulate guts to get married again. But it is said that marriage is first. What is for the second one? People say that, if a person is, until he gets married, he is half Muslim. And when he gets married, he is complete Muslim. So what is for the second marriage? What Islam says for the second marriage?
Sister asked a question that there is a young girl who gets married and at a young age she gets divorced. Is it compulsory for her to get married? And then she's telling that if a man gets married, he doesn't get married half. Sister, what according to the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, who said that marriage completes half your deen. That does not mean if you marry twice you complete your full deen. That's what I say. So you said no married half deen, full marriage full deen is wrong, sister. The Prophet said marriage completes half your deen. What the Prophet meant was that marriage prevents you from promiscuity, from fornication, from adultery. Only if you married, you have an opportunity to be a father or a mother. Only if you married, you have an opportunity to be a husband or a wife, which are important duties in Islam. So irrespective whether you marry once or twice, you only complete half your deen, sister. So coming to your basic question, that if a young girl gets married and she is divorced at a very young age, and she does not want to get married, is it required that she should get married? It's preferable that if she is young, she should get married. It's preferable. But if she has certain mental trauma, certain psychological effect, and if the problem is there, and if she does not get married, it's preferable she gets married. The elders, the parents, the brothers, the elders should convince her and try and get a match who will look after her better. But if there are certain things which have remained in her mind, and for certain medical reasons, if she can't get married, Allah inshallah will accept it. But it's preferable that if it's young, she gets married. If you get divorced at elderly age, it's different. If she doesn't get married, no problem. But if it's at a very young age, then preferable she gets married. Hope that answers the question. Any brother have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullah.
Zakir bhai, what message you have for those brothers, the one who takes heavy loan on an interest, borrow money just to get their son and daughter married, to show off and give a lavish receptions, and afterward they cannot repay that loan and they commit crimes, certain extent to they commit suicide also.
So I ask the question, what advice do you have for those people who to get their children married, they take loans, they take heavy loans on interest, on riba, then they cannot repay, then their financial difficulties to such an extent that they commit suicide. To take a loan irrespective whether they can repay or not, irrespective whether they commit suicide or not. When they take loan itself, it is somewhat like nearly committing suicide if they take on interest. Because Allah says in the Quran in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 270 and 279, that do not involve in riba. And those who do not abstain from riba, take notice of Allah from Allah and His Rasul. So when you are challenging Allah and His Rasul for a war, it's as good as suicide. So taking loan itself on interest is haram. And especially that also for marriage where you don't require money. Well, the beloved Prophet ﷺ said, as I mentioned earlier, that the best marriage is that in which the least expense is made. And the Prophet also said that make nikah so simple that zina becomes difficult. Because of this, marriages today become difficult and zina is easy. So that is the reason, if we go back to the hadith, and such people should be given more knowledge of Islam. We should educate them. More important to follow the Quran and the hadith rather than the glamour. The glamour of this world will not benefit them in this world, neither in the hereafter. So that's the question.
Brother, if a non-Muslim girl marries a Muslim boy, is it compulsory for her to change her name after marriage?
If a non-Muslim girl marries a Muslim boy, unless she doesn't accept Islam, she cannot marry. If a
After she accepts Islam and she marries,
and then marries, does she have to change the name? It is not compulsory for her to change the name unless the name involves shirk. If the name involves shirk, like Lakshmi. Lakshmi is the name of one of the goddesses. If it involves shirk, she'll have to change it. If it does not involve shirk, it's not for to change, but it is preferable. It's preferable especially in this age. Though at that time people never should change the name. But here I feel it's a requirement, because if she's proud to be a Muslim, why should she not want people to know that she accepted Islam? So if she's only done for namesake, because of infatuation, then that she will not want to change. She don't want to show that yet she is a non-Muslim. So my advice in such case would be that it is preferable that she changes the name, so that the people will not get a misunderstanding that she is yet a non-Muslim. But it's not a farz to change. That's the question.
Zakir.
Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
It is regarding one of my friends. She is a Bohri Muslim and she had got married to a Muslim. without their parents' permission. But later the marriage didn't success, and the guy again he got married according to the parents' permission. The girlfriend knew that she's got married to other girl also. He's got married.
Knew, the wife knew.
I mean, yeah, the wife.
Your friend.
Yeah, but later when she came to know about the relation of her husband with the second wife, she broke off the relation, but they didn't get divorced. And the girl, she is now carrying on with somebody else. So, like, what about
a
that
friend
nikah?
of yours.
Yeah. So what about that nikah?
Sister has a question that she has a friend who was a Bori who got married to a Muslim, and that Muslim boy, when he married the Bori girl, it was without the permission of the parents. Later on he gets married to another Muslim girl with the permission of the parents. So Bori friend, didn't like it, and she broke off the relationship, but there was no divorce. Now that Bori friend got involved with another man. What happened about the nikah? The nikah is yet there. If the divorce is not given, then she is yet the wife of the boy she had married the first time. She having a relationship or being friendly with another person who's not the husband is haram in Islam. Totally haram. Unless she takes a divorce, even if she takes a divorce, she can't have a relationship until she marries. And the only way she can marry is to take divorce from the first husband. So first is that if she wants to marry someone else, she has to take divorce from the first husband. Whether he gives talaq, whether she requests for kula, or whether nikah fask, then only can she marry somebody else, otherwise it's not permitted, it's haram. Because the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 24, they do not marry a woman who's already married. So it's haram even for that other Muslim man to marry a girl who's already married. Hope that's the question.
Jazakallah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
In India, it's very common that domestic violence takes place and that husband end up beating their wives. What does Islam say? And these cases lead to even stabbing of the wives. So I would like you to throw light on that, please.
First has the question that in India it's common that domestic violence takes place and many a time the husband ends up beating wife. It's not only India, sister, it's throughout the world. It's even common abroad. So what does Islam have to say about this? In Islam, normally it's not recommended that the husband beats up the wife, though there is a verse of the Quran. I'll explain that and then come to the answer. There's a verse of the Quran in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 34 and 35. We say that if the wife doesn't listen to the husband, he can stop talking to her. Yet if she doesn't listen, he can stop sharing the bed with her. And yet if she does not listen, he can even beat her lightly. That big word is daraba. Daraba means beat lightly. And the Prophet said in the hadith that it is like beating with a miswak, beating with a toothbrush. Like today's lingo will say beating with a handkerchief. Just a symbolic. Not like Tichkina in a school used to have. So that hits the symbolic. So it is that the Arabic word is daraba, beating lightly. The reason is that it is an ultimatum. That you better be careful. I've stopped talking to you, yet you're continuing. I've stopped sharing the bed, yet you're continuing. Last ultimatum, beat lightly. And again the Prophet said, you should not beat the wife on the face. You should not beat in such a way that any mark is left on the body. So in this domestic violence where the husband bashes the wife or called as wife bashing is prohibited in Islam. The Prophet said, don't beat the wife on the face. Don't beat such a way that a mark is left. Now if you follow these conditions, it is only a symbolic beating. A symbolic beating is no problem, but wife bashing is prohibited in Islam. So anyone who does that is not a good Muslim, and it should not be done. If you disagree, talk to her, don't share the bed, night tap would do, get an arbiter and solve the problem, but beating the wife, wife bashing is prohibited in Islam. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum. How to change the outlook of young Muslim generation about marriage, because marriage binds them from freedom and independence.
How to change the outlook of young generation who think that marriage binds them from freedom. Sister, you should explain to them that marriage opens new avenues, alhamdulillah. How you look at it is important. In fact, when you marry, more way to enjoy life, more pleasure, alhamdulillah. In fact, what you're talking about, the freedom which a young generation feel is being bound, is actually haram, and it leads to more loss in the long run. Because today's scientific research says that a person who has extramarital sex before marrying and then marries does not enjoy the sexual life. But a person who does not have extramarital sex before marriage and does not have any affair and gets married to a woman directly, they enjoy the sex the best and for the longest. So Islamically, therefore all this love before wedding and extramarital sex, going out, flirting around, then you spend few months and then it's okay, this is the right match for me. All this is not freedom, it is actually creating a problem for you. Because what happens, once a person starts and have many girlfriends and boyfriends, then the problem starts. He is never satisfied. He starts comparing with this and that. In Islam, you get married and you enjoy with your life partner, that is the best. This freedom what they're talking about actually is not freedom, it's infatuation. In the long run, it's going to cause loss. Fine, if you want to enjoy at an early age, you marry at an early age, no problem. It is actually not restricting your freedom, it's enlarging your scope, alhamdulillah. So depending how you look at it, to which perspective you look at it is important, and how you explain is very important. These are only things which I know. I would say that they're immature, those people who think like that. Hope that answers the question first.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
I mean, you just gave an answer and said that you cannot keep the name Lakshmi because they worship, some of the Hindus, some of the Hindus, they worship anything and everything. So, like, I've changed my name to Shams, so they even worship the sun. So is it, like, my name was Suraj, so I...
Correct. But the Shams is the river, his name was Suraj. So Suraj was, but they don't worship Shams. They worship the sun but not Shams. They don't say Suraj. They say Suraj is God, they don't say Shams is God. Fine? But then you can't give anything. Any name you keep, but they call Suraj as God, not Shams as God, because they don't speak Arabic.
Right.
They don't speak Arabic. So in that way, keeping Shams is no problem, and you change it from Suraj to Shams, giving light, mashallah, so that's perfectly fine. This was the last question of this session on better half or better half. Inshallah, we'll meet next time. Wa akhir da'wana, alhamdulillah rabbil alameen.
Stay young, forever be true. Cherish this life that's destined for you. Live your life with kindness and care. Remember, Allah will always be there, be there. Nikahun mubarakun, mubarakun. Zawajun mubarakun, mubarakun. An-nikahu min sunnati. ما قال النبي والصحيح. نكاح مبارك مبارك. نكاح مبارك مبارك. زواج مبارك مبارك. Stay young, forever be true. Cherish this life that's destined for you. Live your life with kindness and care. Remember, Allah will always be there, be there. Nikahun mubarakun, mubarakun. Zawajun mubarakun, mubarakun. An-nikahu min sunnati.
Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalam. Ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I welcome all of you with Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be on all of you. I welcome you to the special program of Better Half or Better Half. And in this program, you're most welcome to ask any questions related to marriage, how to conduct a nikah, regarding how married life should be led. You can ask any questions that you'd like to know before you say I do, before you say Kabul hai, before you say I accept it, or any questions related to anything that related to your life after you say I do, after you say Kabul hai, after you say I accept it. You're most welcome to ask any questions regarding marriage. In short, You're most welcome to ask any questions, so that after you say I do, you should have a successful wedlock and not a padlock. So the program will start. Better half or better half, wedlock or padlock.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi.
My question is, if a husband is economically stronger than his wife, and if the wife is asked to do the household chores and take care of the children, if the husband permits her to employ a maid and share her responsibility, will she be able to do a job and make herself economically strong? Please comment.
As far as the question is concerned, that is, the husband is economically strong and can employ a maid, but the wife wants to be free from the household work so that she can do a job and be economically stronger or be independent. So is it permissible? Permissible if the husband agrees and doesn't have a problem, and as long as the job which the sister is doing is within the purview of the Islamic Sharia, it's permissible. But if she wants to do the job so that she is economically independent, then that view is not correct Islamically. Because in Islam, it is the man who is the bread earner. The woman need not think about a living. She is economically secured. It's the duty of the man to bear the financial burden. Before a woman is married, it's the duty of the father and the brother, and after she is married, it's the duty of the husband and the son to look after lodging, boarding, clothing, and all financial aspects. So if she wants to do the job just because she wants to be economically independent, even though the husband is financially strong, I feel that is not a good reason. You know, this is more of the Western culture, that I want to be independent so that I'm not a burden to anyone, so that I can do something, and then she may start boasting, then she may start earning more than the husband, then she may start bossing over the husband. All these things are not in line with the Islamic culture, Islamic ethos. Yes, if both the ends don't meet, and if she feels that I can employ a servant and pay her a couple of thousand rupees, and she does a job and she can earn maybe 5 times, 10 times more, and to help in support of the family, and if the job is within the purview of the Islamic Sharia, maintains her to do hijab, then there is no problem. But just to be economically secured and financially better so that she is independent, even though the husband earns enough money, I feel the view is not correct and it should be avoided. But permissible, if the husband gives permission, I wouldn't say it's haram, but I would say that the reason for doing a job is not a very good reason. But if she says that I want to do dawah, and my husband is financially strong, I want to spend in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, sparing the deen, so that I get sawab and my family gets sawab, then that reason is good. If the husband is economically strong, instead of, she can easily employ a maid servant, pay 3,000-4,000 rupees, so that the wife is free, she can spend the time in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and she can overlook the household. That's a very good reason. But only to earn more money so that she is financially independent is not a very good reason. I hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Does Islam recognize a marital rape?
This is the question, that does Islam recognize marital rape? Now this word is coined by the Western media. It is marital rape, like you're asking, is there an Islamic dance party or Islamic cocktail party? It is both are contradicting. Marriage and rape is contradicting. It's more in the Western world. It's like asking that I've seen a tall, short man and a fat, thin man, both opposite. Similarly, like having an Islamic musical dance party. Music and dance, haram in Islam, and musical dance party. So similarly, marital rape. See, marriage is a sacred covenant. Nikah is a sacred covenant. And the moment both man and the woman, when they join the relationship, but natural, it is permissible for both of them to have a relationship. Fine, unnecessary force should not be used, but neither should any of them deny the other spouse if the spouse wishes to. So marital rape is a new word coined by the Western media, which it doesn't carry weight in Islam. In Islam, it is the duty, as I mentioned earlier, that Allah says in the Quran in Surah Baqarah chapter 2 verse 187, that hunna libasul lakum antum libasul lahunna. This is the verse I started my talk with, started the program with, that they, your wives, are your garments and you are their garments. So the role of the garments is to protect each other, to conceal each other, to beautify one another. So if you say that, they are your garments, so it's a duty that they help each other. If they don't help, then they aren't serving the purpose of garments. I have a garment but I won't wear it. Like, will anyone, if you own a garment, you have to wear it. If you don't wear the garment, then the purpose of garment is defeated. So similarly, a marriage is a covenant where but naturally, as Allah says in Surah Rum chapter 30 verse 21, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put love and mercy between the hearts of the man and woman. So here I feel that rape means, by definition, having forceful sexual relationship with the opposite sex. When someone, a man, forces to have, without the will and the consent, forces to have sexual relationship with a woman, but taken for granted this is outside the marital bond. But now, since marriage is not used, technically rape means forcefully having sexual relationship with a girl without a permission, using force is a technical word. But in marriage, if the husband wants, it is the duty of the wife that she should agree, even though she may not have that mood. And as the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that if a wife refuses to have relationship when the husband wants, the angels will curse her. So based on this, there is no question of marital rape taking place. At the same time, the husband should be considered that if the wife is not feeling well or if a mood is not there, he should say, okay, we'll have it next time. So it's a relationship of hands and gloves. So if the wife is not in mood, it's the duty of the husband to be considerate and see to it that he has it some other time. So it is a relationship which is understanding. But if the wife maybe more than 50% of them refuses, it's difficult for the husband to always say no on relay. So it's understanding between the husband and wife. But in Islam, there is no concept of marital rape at all. It's in the Western country, it's there, not in Islam at all. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam allows a woman to give khula, but in India it's easier said than done. So what does a woman do if she wants khula?
As I mentioned in my earlier answer, that one of the types of divorces, that if the wife wants, she can request the husband to give khula. But if the husband does not give khula, she can go to a qazi, and if the husband does injustice to her and does not give her her rights, she has a right to go to the qazi and do nikah fasq. Nikah fasq means nullification of a marriage. Now this khula or nikah fasq is much easier done in an Islamic state where you have an Islamic qazi, and in khula the woman requests the husband, the wife requests the husband to give divorce. It's called as khula. But if the husband does not agree, after the wife requests the husband to give khula and the husband does not agree to give divorce, she can go to the next stage, that is nikah fasq, that is nullification of the marriage. She can go to an Islamic qazi and prove her point that the husband is ill-treating her or not giving her her rights, not fulfilling his duties. In India, because we don't have an Islamic state, but we do have some Muslim courts, and the country does recognize a Muslim personal board. In this case, they can approach that and the husband can be called. But if the husband resists, then you have to go to the normal civil court. You can't go to Indian court, and then you have to hire a good lawyer. Because even though the Muslim judiciary or the Muslim small courts, they don't have a complete legal status. But when you go to a civil court, because the Indian government recognizes the Muslim personal law, even the Indian court of law, even if they are not Muslims, but if a normal Indian goes to the Indian court and wants divorce, the difference is that in a normal civil court, you have to prove that the husband is doing wrong things, etc. You have to wash your dirty linen in public. In Islamic court, you don't have to wash your dirty linen. It's done with a mutual consent. You go to the qazi convinces. In the normal civil court, you have to wash your dirty linen in public. So in India, maybe you'll have to do that if you want a divorce. But it's possible even in India, but you have to hire a good lawyer who knows the law and even knows the law of the Muslim personal board. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Are the parents allowed to forcefully marry their daughter to whom she does not like?
This is the question that, does Islam permit the parents to force the daughter to marry someone who they want her to marry, but the daughter does not want? In Islam, forcing anyone to marry is not permissible. The permission or the agreement of both would be husband and wife is very important. both husband and wife, would-be husband and wife, should agree to get married, then only can the nikah solemnize, then only can the marriage solemnize. But naturally, the parents can guide the children, guide the daughter, give advice, give suggestions, it's good. And normally the parents give good suggestions, but if the girl feels that the parent are not suggesting a right life partner, and she wants a more Islamic life partner, or the parents say marry Islamic life partner, and the girl says no, that I don't want to marry Islamic, I want to marry a rich and handsome man rather than an Islamic man. So then I feel that the parents are right, and in this case the parents will get sawab, that they are forcing the daughter to be on the straight path. But if the girl feels that the parents want a handsome man and a rich man, but she wants a pious man, a pious husband, so in this case she is right. So it depends upon who is more on the Quran and Sunnah. But generally, a father or a mother cannot force the daughter to marry someone who she does not like. Because the hadith mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, chapter number 69, hadith number 649, that once a lady by the name of Khansa bin Khadim al-Ansariya approached the Prophet and said, my father has forced me to marry a man who I don't like. And the Prophet, he nullified the marriage. So based on this, it's clear that the permission and the agreement of both would-be husband and wife is equally important. Hope that answers the question. If any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is it necessary to have the nikah in the mosque?
The sister has a question. Is it necessary to have the nikah in the mosque, or is it a sunnah to have the nikah in the mosque? There is a hadith which is mentioned in hadith of Sunnat al-Tirmidhi, volume number 2, in the book of Nikah, hadith number 1089, which says that the Prophet said that to have nikah in the mosque, but the hadith is zaif hadith. It's a weak hadith. There is no Sahih hadith that I know of in which the Prophet recommended that the nikah should take place in a mosque. But if someone wants the nikah to be conducted in a mosque, it is not haram, it's not makruh, it is mubah. If someone conducts in a mosque, it's acceptable. But it is not fard in Islam, neither it is a sunnah. But if someone wants to conduct it, it's good. But the Prophet said that make nikah easy, or the best of marriage is that in which the least expenditure is made. So in this context, if someone has in the mosque, it's perfectly acceptable. It's no problem at all. But it is not fard, neither it is proven from the Quran and Hadith. But a person, if he wants, he can get married in the mosque. Hope that's the question. So that's the question, that isn't it injustice when the right of divorce is only given to the man and not to the woman? If you realize the way Islamic marriage takes place, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as Allah says in the Quran, it's mentioned in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 40, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is never unjust in the least degree. And the Quran says in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 228, that the women have rights as against them, on terms equitable, but the men have a degree of advantage. So overall, the Quran says the men and women are equal, but some places they have a degree of advantage. And on the other hand, there are hadiths which the Prophet said that if respect the mother more, so the women have a degree of advantage. But this aspect, why do the men have a degree of advantage? The reason is that when a marriage takes place, one of the criteria besides the agreement of both the would-be husband and wife, there is a concept of meher. That it's compulsory, as the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 4, that give to the economic status. That means meher is compulsory for a marriage to solemnize. So when a meher is given, the would-be wife can demand what she wants. And the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 20, you can even give a mountain of gold. So imagine when a marriage takes place, it is the man who is in loss economically. He gives meher. Now once he gives the meher, if suppose the right is given to the woman to divorce, and she divorces, who would be the loser? Who would be the man? And in case if a divorce takes place, the girl can marry again. When she marries, she gets a new meher. Here, if the man marries, he has to give a new meher. So therefore economically the woman is secured. So based on this, generally by default, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the right to the man to divorce. And furthermore, the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4, verse number 34, Ar-rijalu qawwamuna 'ala an-nisa, that the men are the supporters of the women. For Allah has given one strength more than the other. So based on this, because man is a qawwam, he is the leader in the family, but naturally by default, the right to divorce goes to the man, because he is the one who looks after the family, etc. But that does not mean a woman cannot demand the rights. During nikah, if she wishes, she can put a condition that I too want a right to divorce. Because by default it goes to the man, but if the husband wants to give that right even to the would-be wife, he can give. So in the nikah, if the would-be wife wants to put a condition, and if the husband agrees, she can put a condition, so both will have the right. But otherwise, by default, without any rules and regulation, the right goes to the man. Otherwise, I'll have to give a talk on men's rights in Islam. Hope that answers the question, sister. Any other sister has any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is it encouraged to marry within the same community, like Konknis marry only Konknis?
Sister has a question that, is it encouraged for a girl or a boy to marry within the same community, like Konkni marrying Konkni, or Memon marrying Memon? We only got stuck to Konkni, because I'm a Konkni. So it can go Sheikh marrying a Sheikh, or a Sayyid marrying a Sayyid. So like the beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's preferable to marry the same type of people, same category, whether it may be in category in terms of ethnicity, whether it may be in terms of economic status, whether it be in terms of community, because the compatibility is there. Because the Konkani have a different style of living, the Memon have a different style of living, the Keralite may have a different style of living, the person, UK American person, different style of living, the European may have. So it's easy to gel. So it is preferable, but not a fard. Similarly, imagine an African marrying a European. It can go well, not it's not possible. It's possible, but the chances of compatibility is less. Similarly, Chinese coming and marrying someone from Kerala, not that it's not possible, it's possible, but if you want to break this barrier for a cause, for example, I am finding a more virtuous non-Konkani, then I prefer marrying a non-Konkani than marrying a Konkani. For in my case, I could not, never said Konkani, I could not get a girl from Bombay who I wanted a virtuous, so I had to go to Pune. I had to travel 160 miles. So I not only left the community, I left the city also. So the reason to marry was virtue. So if virtue is the criteria, if you break these barriers of economic status, of nobility, of community, of ethnicity, there's no problem. Otherwise, generally, if exactly same virtues, who is from your community, not from your community, preferable, same virtues from a community. Same virtues who's rich and who's poor, and if you are rich, then same virtues who's rich is preferable. But if you find that one person more virtuous and out of the community is preferable, that one person is more important than matching your community or matching your ethnicity or matching your economic status, but if the virtue is not the criteria, otherwise marrying in the same level is preferable, so that life becomes easier. So when you have a choice to choose the easy path, it's preferable to choose the easy path than the difficult. But that does not mean, because normally in Indian culture it's very common, Konkani should marry a Konkani, 99%. Memon should marry Memon. A Keralite Malayali should marry a Malayali. And that's the reason, they look for this criteria more important than virtue. Yes, I want virtue, but should be a Konkani. I want a virtuous girl, but should be a Memon. So this is just for saying they're more looking for their community rather than virtue. So virtue should be given the most important. Hope that answers the questions. Are there any other questions?
Is it cultural or is it promoted in Islam to give preference to younger women for marriage, or to give preference to virgin over non-virgins, or to give preference over good-looking to average-looking women?
Sister has a question that, is it cultural in Islam, is it preferable in Islam to marry younger women as compared to elder women, to marry more beautiful women as compared to average-looking women, or more wealthier than poor? Is it preferable? It is mubah. Because if you go to the history of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the first woman that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam married, Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was 15 years elder to the Prophet. The Prophet was 25 years old, Hazrat Khadija was 40 years old. And later on, he had only one wife. till the age of 50, 52, until Hazrat Khadija may Allah be pleased with her, she expired. And only after she expired did the Prophet marry. And after that when he married the girls that were younger, 36 years old, 32 years old, etc. But preference over young in age, here you have an example, the first marriage is 15 years older, the next marriage is younger. We have example that the Prophet, the first wife he did, Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was a widower, so she wasn't a virgin. Amongst all the wives, only one wife was virgin. Whereas all the others, they were not virgins. They were either widow or they were divorcees. But that does not mean it is sunnah to marry a non-virgin, then there will be a problem. But in the life of the Prophet gave various examples. Rich, Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was very rich. The other ladies that the Prophet married, some were poor. So Prophet had an example of rich women, he married poor women, elderly women, younger women, virgin, non-virgin, more were divorcees, and they were widows. So here you find that cross-section, according to me, it's mubah. But it's a personal choice. As the Prophet said, as I mentioned earlier, according to the hadith of Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, hadith number 5090, that the beloved Prophet ﷺ said, that when a person marries, he looks for 4 things: beauty, wealth, nobility, and virtue. And amongst them, virtue is the best. So someone looks for beauty, it's not haram. Someone wants a younger wife, it's not haram. Someone wants a wealthier wife, it's not haram. Someone wants a noble wife, it's not haram. But amongst them, virtue is the best. So more important is the virtue. If you find a virtuous wife and she is less beautiful, it's preferable to marry a less beautiful wife than who is less virtuous. So virtuous wife who is less beautiful is preferable than more beautiful and less virtuous. So all these things, virtue carries more weight. But Islamic, there's nothing like which is preferable in the other criteria. As far as virtuous is concerned, it is preferable for sure. Hope that answers the questions. Are there any sisters who have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What is the duty of the daughter to her parents after marriage? Should she obey them or her husband?
So that's the question, that what is the duty of a daughter to her parents after she married? Should she obey the husband or the parents? I feel she should obey both. The best is obey both. But if there is a conflict, who is more important? But naturally before marriage, obeying the parents is most important. After marriage also it's important, but once she gets married, she goes to a different family. So if there is a conflict between both, we have to see that who is more on the Quran and Sunnah. Is it the husband or is it her parents? So based on that she makes the decision. But if both are neutral, both are not against the Quran and Sunnah, then you try and convince either of them that to change their views so that you can follow both the parents and satisfy your husband. But if there is really a conflict and both are not against Quran, Sunnah, and yet, so but naturally the tilt goes more towards the husband after marriage. Little bit more because you have a family to look after, but that does not mean you neglect your parents, you disobey your parents. Only if the conflict is such that both are on the Quran and Sunnah and then you have to choose between one of them. So it's preferable you satisfy both. At the last resort, if you have to take a balance, but now the balance tilts more towards the husband because he becomes your immediate family, not that your parents are not. But at the same time, if you can convince your husband and yet obey your parents, that is the best. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Why is the iddah period after the death of a husband is longer than the iddah period after the divorce?
Sister has a question that why is the iddah period after the death of a husband longer as compared to the iddah period after the divorce? In both the iddah, as the Quran says in Surah Baqarah chapter number 2 verse number 228, that when you divorce your wife, there is a iddah period of 3 menstrual cycle or 3 monthly periods. But when a person dies, the Quran says that after your husband expires, the iddah period is for 4 months 10 days. So the iddah period after a husband expires is 1 month 10 days longer. For divorce it's 3 months, for after death it's 4 months 10 days. Why? The reason the iddah period is there, for various reasons. One of the major reasons after divorce that the iddah period is there, to come to know whether the wife is carrying the child of the husband. So if during the iddah period, there are various reasons. One reason is it's more for preliminary test, as I said. But can the husband or wife stay away from each other? So it's a temporary period. In 2 weeks you come to know, I thought we were angry with my wife because she doesn't iron my clothes, and I felt that let's stay away, and now I realize in 2 weeks time I'm in a more difficult situation, let's patch up, let's reconciliate. Or the wife may think I'm getting angry, that my husband gives me less time, you only give me 5 hours a day, and now in 2 weeks I realize that even if you give me 2 hours, no problem. Something is better than nothing. So they can patch up. So various reasons are there. But one of the other reasons is that to come to know whether the wife is carrying the child of the husband. So if she's carrying, it extends, the period extends till the time of delivery. And furthermore, no one should allege that if they part, and in 3 months' time, you can easily come to know without doing any medical test that is she carrying a child or not. In the olden days, there were no examination like what we have. Ultrasonography, amniocentesis, there is pregnancy test, amniocentesis for sex determination. We don't have the pregnancy test like we have today. But pregnancy is not the only reason. But at that time, 3 months is sufficient to come to know whether the woman is carrying the child of the husband or not. Pregnancy is not the only criteria, one of the important criteria. Besides that, as I said, that can you stay away, etc., it's a preliminary period. But in case of the death of a husband, when divorce takes place, everything is planned. Planned means divorce doesn't take place suddenly. First, there's mutual consultation between husband and wife, if you go according to the correct sunnah. If you go to the wrong bidah style, talaq, then it may take place in a second. You get angry and you start, which is not Islamic at all. It's talaq-e-bidat, as I discussed last time. If you go to the Islamic procedure of talaq, first there's mutual consultation between husband and wife. Then if it cannot be solved, then you appoint an arbiter. Then you wait. Then normally divorce takes place, it takes weeks and months, sometimes even a year. So it is planned and you know something is going on. And then there is the period for 3 months. Compared to in a case of husband dying, most of the time it's sudden death. Maybe an accident, maybe has a disease. Some rare cases he is terminally ill and you know he's dying slowly, but the chance is less. So most of the time in death you don't expect the husband to die. So here the wife is in a state of mental shock. So besides coming to know whether she's carrying a child in which 3 months is sufficient, so no one lays an allegation on her that she has a little sex, billah, with some man, and after the husband has died, she's carrying a child of someone else. So in that period, is a period to know whether she's carrying the child. One of the reasons. But why is it 1 month, 10 days more? Because when the woman undergoes a sudden loss or shock that she does not have a husband, this time is given for her to settle down. That's the reason during the iddah she cannot make any contract to marry someone else. And if she makes, it's not valid. After the iddah is over, because maybe she's in a state of shock and someone says I want to marry, she says she's not secured, she's very scared, and she may agree to marry someone who's not good also. So the iddah period is extended. The 4 months, 10 days is sufficient to let the mental shock come down, for the woman to come in normal state, so that she can take the decision to remarry. So it's a longer iddah, longer waiting period, and she can take a much wiser decision, whether she has to marry again, who she chooses, etc. That's the reason for the iddah after death of husband is longer as compared to divorce. Hope that answers the question, sister. Any other gents have any questions? Any brothers? Oh, mashallah, Arshi.
Assalamu alaikum.
So I've considered a wife. Walaikum salam.
Many young men today, they give priority to their careers as opposed to getting married soon. So they wait till they're in their mid-30s or 40s and they wait too long to get married. So is there any specific thing on this that you may shed some light?
Well, that's a good question. That many times today the youngsters, they give more preference to the career rather than marriage, and they say, I want to make my career. Mujhe mere pair pe khada hona hai. So I said, why in the teenage also you can stand on your feet? Because they say, I want to stand on my own feet. That means I want to actually be financially independent. That's what they mean. They want to be a doctor or engineer or start doing a good job where they earn. So normally by the time they are settled and good job, it becomes past 30s or late 20s. That's also very early. Past 30s or mid 30s, early 30s. So how important is it to establish your career before you get married? See, marriage is part of life. And career is also part of life. I feel a person should not delay the marriage just because of career or even for education. Fine, I'm not saying that he should get married in his teens. If he's mature, if he wants, he can. Islam gives permission once a person has reached puberty, he or she can. But don't delay it too much, as the beloved Prophet ﷺ said. Mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, 1 number 7, in the book of Niqah, chapter number 3, hadith number 4, that, oh young people, whoever had the means to get married, they should get married. Helps you to lower your gaze and guard your modesty also. These people normally delay thinking, what they think, that, once I marry, then for me to look after my wife will be an obstruction in my studies, would be an obstruction in establishing my career. In fact, it is wrong. Imagine if a person is doing medical studies. If he is married, the wife will help him. So if you look at the positive side, if you marry and then appear for a post-graduation, it's easy, She'll help you. She'll help you make notes if required. She may help you sit to become made comfortable. Normally you only have your mother, now you have a mother and wife both too. So if you have a career, so what's the problem? Yes, there's a fear that if I know only when I earn myself. Therefore the Prophet said, if you have the means. So most of these people who talk, the parents are already rich. They already have a good saving. So if finance is not the problem, I feel they should get married. And in establishing the business is easier. The wife can support you. Because wife, as I mentioned, is the role of garments. So I disagree with that concept that marry late. Because if you marry early, you will have children also early. And some people say, no, I want to relax. Even if you have to relax, marry early. You marry in your early 20s, have children, fast. By the time you're 40, your child is already 18, 19. So you can sit on a business, you can retire before you reach 40. Otherwise, wait till 60. So if you want to enjoy life also, marry early. Have children, have your children take care of your business, so you can be free and you can relax earlier. So even to enjoy life, it is better you marry early. And one more thing, you don't go to the evil of society. Because when you're young, there are high chances you can be deviated. High chances that when you do your graduation and post-graduation, for you to be on the Sirat al-Mustaqim is difficult. If you have a wife, she is your Mahsana, she is a fortress against the devil, and more chances that you can concentrate on your studies. When you go to school, normally in co-ed schools and colleges, they say you spend more time in trying to be a hero in front of the opposite sex than doing studies. So now you already have a heroine with you. You already have a wife with you, so you won't waste your time otherwise, and it will help you to concentrate on studies better. So I feel even if you have to study or look after a career, it's better that you get married earlier. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions? I'll come back to you. Any sisters have any questions?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Are marriages between cousins encouraged, as scientifically it's proved that the children of the couples, they have genetic defects?
Sister asked the question that marrying among first cousins, they have proven it causes genetic problems. What she is referring to is consanguineous marriages. That in consanguineous marriages, where the close blood relatives cousin is married, as far as the Quran is concerned, Quran says in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 23, 24, 25, it gives the people who cannot marry. The Quran says you cannot marry your mother, you cannot marry the woman who your father has married. You cannot marry the sister of your father. You cannot marry the sister of your mother. You cannot marry your own sister. You cannot marry your daughter. And the list is given. But in this list, the first cousin aren't mentioned. So based on this verse of the Quran, among the prohibited marriages, the Quran does not prohibit you to marry your first cousins. But direct blood relations, the Quran prohibits. Now today's scientific research says that if you marry your blood relation, direct blood relation, brother and sister, mother and son, father and daughter, then there are high chances, very high chances of having genetic problems. Furthermore, even if you marry among the first cousins, the chances are there, but the chances are less. Even if you marry someone who's unknown to you, yet the chances are there, but it is very negligible. But if you marry amongst the first cousin, the chances are not the same as you marry your direct blood relationship, brother and sister. But if you marry the first cousin, chances are more than marrying an unknown person. But compared to direct blood brother and sister, it is negligible. What the scientific research says today, that continuously if you marry amongst the cousins, the mother and father are cousins, their children marry their cousins, their children marry their cousins. This is common in some of the communities. Like if you go to Tamil Nadu, there are some communities which have a concept of only marrying amongst the cousins. So then generation after generation if you do, there are high chances of having these genetic problems. Otherwise, normally, once if you marry or twice, it is negligible. Continuously, so it's more cultural based rather than Islam. And it's not a sunnah in Islam to marry your first cousin. It is mubah, it's optional. And since marrying once only has hardly any negligible impact, but continuously generation after generation, generation after generation, there is a problem. And there is a hadith which was quoted by Ahmad Zakir. He said that, one hadith he quoted, that the Prophet has not encouraged marrying first cousin to generation after generation. Hope that answers the question. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is there more reward or blessing to arrange for nikah on Fridays?
Is there more reward and blessing when you arrange the nikah on Friday?
Fridays, yes.
As far as my knowledge goes, I don't know of any verse in the Quran. I don't know of any hadith which says that when you marry on Friday you get more reward. I don't know of any hadith. I don't know of any Quranic verse. But natural, but it's permissible. It's not haram also to get married on a Friday. I feel it's mubah. You can get married on Friday. Friday is the weekly Eid as we say. So no problem if you choose a Friday. But there's no sunnah of the Prophet that is recommended that you marry on a Friday. But Friday is a weekly Eid. If you get married, there's no problem at all. It's good, alhamdulillah. But there is no particular hadith or a Quranic verse saying that it's preferable or you get more reward. Hope that's the question. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
The Prophet ﷺ has mentioned that majority in the hellfire will be women because they are ungrateful to their husbands. But today we see that most of the men are committing so many crimes. I mean rapes and murders and so many other crimes. So then please explain. Yeah, even alcohol. Please explain.
Sister has a question that the Prophet said that majority of the people in hell would be women. And one of the reasons is that they're ungrateful to their husbands. Sister has a question that today you find men committing murder, committing rape, having alcohol. So what about them? If you analyze, sister, today in the world, as I mentioned in my earlier answer on polygyny, that there are more women in the world than men. Even if we take for granted, or just as a normal mathematical equation, that equal percentage of men will go to hell as compared to the women, and equal percentage of men and women will go to heaven, and equal percentage to hell, because women are more in this world, in hell also there will be more. But that means in heaven there will be more, inshallah. You know, because again, the hadith the Prophet said that for every man there will be multiple hur. So in that logical also equation, the women would be more in heaven also. So don't get somewhat dejected. Look at the brighter side of it. And one of the reasons that the Prophet said women would go to hell, one of the major reason is that because they are ungrateful to their husbands. What is the major reason that men will go is not mentioned. Fine, it may be murder, I don't know, but I doubt it will be murder. But all the men aren't committing murder. So that doesn't mean that men will not go to hell. But one of the major reasons why women will go to hell is because they are ungrateful to their husbands. And that you see nowadays, you do find women try to be independent, they try to be, because they're going away from Quran and Sunnah. So the hadith is correct, but that does not mean that men will not go to hell and the women will not be in majority in the heaven. Hope that answers the question.
If a husband is irresponsible and does not take care of the family and of the needs of the family, and he also does not provide education for the children, in such a situation, what should a wife do?
If the husband does not take care of the family, does not look after, does not give the rights, the economic rights, does not take care of the children, so in this case, what should the wife do? The wife should try and convince the husband to look after the family. That's the first thing. Because she's the Mohsena, she's the fortress against the devil. And there's a normal problem that we have normally, that the wives keep on complaining about the husband and the husband keeps on complaining about the wife, and this is a common thing everywhere. It is more of a relationship of hand and glove, as I mentioned. So maybe the wife should have an introspection that maybe if she is more close to the husband, if she is more loving to the husband, maybe the husband will take more care. So many a time tali dua se bachti hai. You clap with two hands, you can't clap with one hand. But normally everyone points the finger at others. When they point the finger at others, they fail to realize three fingers are pointing to themselves. So it's not always black and white. Husband at fault, wife at fault. Many a time it's the fault of both. So when a problem arises in a family, it's many a time the problem between both. And even if one of them is Islamic and follows the Quran and Sunnah and has sabr, inshallah most of the problems will be solved. Problem is that means both are not following Quran and Sunnah properly. So both of them have sabr, both of them follow Quran and Sunnah, either they change the other spouse and they prevent any problem taking place. But in such a situation, the wife should try and counsel the husband, be good to him. But if he continues, then she should try and help the husband look after the family. It's not bad. And depending upon how much is he not giving the rights, is he torturing the wife, is he beating the wife, depending on the extent where she cannot bear, then she takes the decision whether she continues or she parts. That's her decision. Hope that answers the question. Are there any brothers who have any questions?
MashaAllah, I want to say one thing that Alhamdulillah, the effect of this program has already started. Shams is telling that he wants to get married.
MashaAllah, very good, Alhamdulillah.
My question is that, as she said,
so
that
you have a virtuous bachelor. Are you earning more than 4,000 rupees? MashaAllah, good.
as the brother Aishi said that there are some youngsters who, because of their career, they reject marriages. I want to ask that there are some women who delay their motherhood because of their careers, although it may be Islamic. They maybe want to be adaya or whatsoever it may be, but they delay their motherhood. So is this permissible in Islam?
Before I answer a question, I'd like to ask you that has this program had an effect on you? It had an effect on your person sitting next to you, but on you, did it have an effect?
Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah. When are you getting married?
Inshallah.
How soon?
After I consulted with you.
After?
Inshallah.
After you consult with me?
Yeah.
My consultation as soon as possible. Tomorrow if possible. I don't know tomorrow is too early. Next month.
Next year.
Next year? See, this is the problem. You say you consult me and then I give you advice and you delay it. So if you get the good wife, then why not next month? If not, then next year.
Inshallah.
Inshallah. Fine, that's good. As far as coming to your question, that the earlier question was that people want to delay marriage because they want to make a career, etc. But some of the ladies want to delay their motherhood. They don't want to give birth to a child because they want to maintain the career, etc. Is it correct? I feel this is totally wrong. Why? Because the amount of sawab that a lady gets by being a mother is phenomenal. And our beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's mentioned in the hadith of Sahih Bukhari, volume number 8, in the book of Adab, chapter number 2, hadith number 2. A person came to the Prophet and asked him that who deserves the maximum love and companionship in this world? The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. Again the Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. Then the Prophet said, your father. That means 3/4, 75% of the love and companionship goes to the mother. 25%, 1/4 goes to the father. In short, the mother gets the gold medal, she gets the silver medal, as well as the bronze medal. The father has to be satisfied with the mere consolation prize. So the amount of respect, the amount of thawab, the blessings that a woman gets in becoming a mother is phenomenal. 9 months that your mother has borne you in the womb, even if you give a mountain of gold, you cannot compensate. Even if you give the wealth of this world, you cannot compensate. So now if someone wants to sacrifice the motherhood for earning maybe a few dollars more or a few $1,000s more, I feel she is a very poor businesswoman. A good businesswoman will say that fine, this she's losing more. To earn little bit, she's losing more. So I disagree with the concept of delaying motherhood, either for having a better education or a better career, etc. I feel she should marry, she should have children, and then whatever happens, it should continue in that same process of life. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Like brother mentioned about the guys having the problem of career.
Boys.
No, so then what about, then we should leave our career. What about us? We won't be able to manage pregnancy as well as continuing with education. At least we need to complete our graduation and then go in for marriage.
Sister asks the question, then what about a career? If we marry, we cannot continue a graduation and a career. What about a career is gone? Sister, what is the definition of career? What do you mean by career? What is the definition of career?
Education, at least minimum education.
I am asking, what is the definition of career?
I don't know the exact definition.
What do you feel is career?
Getting educated to the minimum standards.
So that is education.
Get a job.
Career first, then
Get a job.
Get a job. So career means get a job.
No, getting educated so that you can get the job which you want.
That's education. Talking about job or talking about career?
I'm talking about education to get a job. Okay, but this doesn't apply to women. I'm not talking about getting educated if you want to go in for Islamic work. So minimum education which you require.
Fine, if you are doing education for a job, then you need not educate yourself, because according to Islam, as I mentioned earlier, the financial burden is on the shoulders of the man. A woman need not worry about her lodging, boarding, clothing. She is financially secured. Before she is married, the duty of the father and the brother. After she is married, the duty of the husband and the son to look after lodging, boarding, clothing, all expenses. So if education is for job, forget about it. But that does not mean a woman should not be educated, because education is also for being a good mother. Education can also help in the field of Islam or the field of Dawah. But what I told you, that a person can be a graduate in the early 20s. So as I said, if a person wants to marry in the late teens, no one can stop her. But at least in the early 20s you should marry. And surely you finish your graduation in the early 20s. I'm not saying that stop. But post-graduation, fine, may be a problem. You do a post-graduation maybe in 22 years, 23 years. Post-graduation can yet be done after marrying. The pregnancy, if it comes in the way, you do it the next year. What's the problem? Do you have to go for a job? For a man, fine, he'll think, if I lose 1 year, I'll lose 1 year's salary. For the woman, instead of 1 year, she can take 2 years. If it is a 2 years course and pregnancy takes place, she can take 3 years, she can take 4 years, she can do correspondence course, no problem at all. So marriage never is a hurdle. But the minimum what you're talking about, graduation, is easily possible before the early 20s. As far as career, fine. There are some ladies who want to do career, want to do modeling, want to do dancing, so surely marriage will come in the way. And all these careers are haram. Modeling, dancing, air hostess, exploiting the body of the woman. But natural. As far as the other jobs, as I said, financially a woman is secured. So again, the education will not generally come in between her marriage. It will not. Further studies, you can do post-graduation, super speciality, you can study till the age of 40 also, no problem. Do you mean to say you're not married till the age of 40? So I feel marriage is never a hindrance in case of education, whether it's a girl or a boy. Neither career is. I feel if you marry early, it's preferable, so that you start enjoying life more, you start earning more sawab, and half your deen is complete earlier. So if half your deen is complete, you start getting more sawab. Now you say you want to start half your deen at the age of 30. Now you start at the age of 20. So imagine, so do you realize that if you marry early, you have more chances of getting sawab earlier. So you're losing. I don't know how long will you live. You don't know if at the age of 25 or not. So therefore, earlier the marriage, the better. If you have the means, it's preferable, and it will let you lead a more Islamically aligned life. Hope that answers the question. So all those who are not married have decided to get married, and all those already married decided to be a better husband and a better wife, inshallah. Inshallah, we end the session and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that may He guide us in leading a life and coming closer to Quran and Sunnah. Wa akhir da'wana alhamdulillah rabbil alameen. Alhamdulillah. Wassalatu wassalam. Ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Hunna libasul lakum wa antum libasul lahunna. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. I welcome all of you with the Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. May peace, mercy and blessings of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala be on all of you. I welcome you to the special program of Better Half or Bitter Half. And in this program, you're most welcome to ask any questions related to marriage, how to conduct a nikah, regarding how marriage life should be led. You can ask any questions that you'd like to know before you say I do, before you say Kabul hai, before you say I accept it, or any questions related to anything that related to your life after you say I do, after you say Kabul hai, after you say I accept it. You're most welcome to ask any questions regarding marriage. In short, you're most welcome to ask any questions so that after you say I do, you should have a successful wedlock and not a padlock. So the program will start, better half or better half, wedlock or padlock.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My question is, if a husband is economically stronger than his wife, and if the wife is asked to do the household chores and take care of the children, if the husband permits her to employ a maid and share her responsibility, will she be able to do a job and make herself economically strong? Please comment.
As far as the question is concerned that the husband is economically strong and can employ a maid, but the wife wants to be free from the household work so that she can do a job and be economically stronger or be independent. So is it permissible? Permissible if the husband agrees and doesn't have a problem, and as long as the job which the sister is doing is within the purview of the Islamic Sharia, it's permissible. But if she wants to do the job so that she is economically independent, then that view is not correct Islamically. Because in Islam, it is the man who's the bread earner. The woman need not think about a living. She is economically secured. It's the duty of the man to bear the financial burden. Before a woman is married, it's the duty of the father and the brother, and after she's married, it's the duty of the husband and the son to look after lodging, boarding, clothing, and all financial aspects. So if she wants to do the job just because she wants to be economically independent, even though the husband is financially strong, I feel that is not a good reason. You know, this is more of the Western culture, that I want to be independent so that I'm not a burden to anyone, so that I can do something, and then she may start boasting, then she may start earning more than the husband, then she may start bossing over the husband. All these things are not in line with the Islamic culture, Islamic ethos. Yes, if both the ends don't meet, and if she feels that I can employ a servant and pay her a couple of thousand rupees, and she does a job and she can earn maybe 5 times, 10 times more, and to help in support of the family, and if the job is within the purview of the Islamic Sharia, maintains her to do hijab, then there is no problem. But just to be economically secured and financially better so that she is independent, even though the husband earns enough money, I feel the view is not correct and it should be avoided. But permissible, if the husband gives permission, I wouldn't say it's haram, but I would say that the reason for doing a job is not a very good reason. But if she says that I want to do dawah, and my husband is financially strong, I want to spend in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, spreading the deen so that I get sawab and my family gets sawab, then that reason is good. If the husband is economically strong, instead of, she can easily employ a maid servant, pay 3,000-4,000 rupees, so that the wife is free, she can spend the time in the way of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and she can overlook the household, that's a very good reason. But only to earn more money so that she is financially independent is not a very good reason. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum, brother.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Does Islam recognize a marital rape?
This is the question, that does Islam recognize marital rape? Now this word is coined by the Western media. It is marital rape, like you're asking, is there an Islamic dance party or Islamic cocktail party? It is both are contradicting. Marriage and rape is contradicting. It's more in the Western world. It's like asking that I've seen a tall, short man and a fat, thin man, both opposite. Similarly, like having an Islamic musical dance party. Music and dance, haram in Islam, and musical dance party. So similarly, marital rape. See, marriage is a sacred covenant, nikah is a sacred covenant, and the moment both man and the woman, when they join the relationship, but natural, it is permissible for both of them to have a relationship. Fine, unnecessary force should not be used, but neither should any of them deny the other spouse if the spouse wishes to. So marital rape is a new word coined by the Western media, which it doesn't carry weight in Islam. In Islam, it is the duty, as I mentioned earlier, that Allah says in the Quran in Surah Baqarah chapter 2 verse 187, that hunna libasul lakum antum libasul lahunna. This is the verse I started my talk with, started the program with, that they, your wives, are your garments and you are their garments. So the role of the garments is to protect each other, to conceal each other, to beautify one another. So if you say that, they are your garments, so it's a duty that they help each other. If they don't help, then they aren't serving the purpose of garments. I have a garment but I won't wear it. Like, will anyone, if you own a garment, you have to wear it. If you don't wear the garment, then the purpose of garment is defeated. So similarly, a marriage is a covenant where butt matches, as Allah says in Surah Rum chapter 30 verse 21, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has put love and mercy between the hearts of the man and woman. So here I feel that rape means, by definition, having forceful sexual relationship with the opposite sex. When someone, a man, forces to have, without the will and the consent, forces to have sexual relationship with a woman, but it's taken for granted this is outside the marital bond. But now, since marriage is not used, technically rape means forcefully having sexual relationship with a girl without a permission, using force is a technical word. But in marriage, if the husband wants, it's the duty of the wife that she should agree, even though she may not have that mood. And I have the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, that if a wife refuses to have a relationship when the husband wants, the angels will curse her. So based on this, there's no question of marital rape taking place. And at the same time, the husband should be considerate that if the wife is not feeling well or if her mood is not there, he should say, okay, we'll have it next time. So it's a relationship of hands and gloves. So if the wife is not in mood, it's the duty of the husband to be considerate and see to it that he has it some other time. So it is a relationship which is understanding. But if the wife, maybe more than 50% of them refuses, it's difficult for the husband to always say no on relay. So it's understanding between the husband and wife. But in Islam, there is no concept of marital rape at all. It's in the Western country, it's there, not in Islam at all. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Islam allows a woman to give khula, but in India it's easier said than done. So what does a woman do if she wants khula?
As I mentioned in my earlier answer, that one of the types of divorces, that if the wife wants, she can request the husband to give khula. But if the husband does not give khula, she can go to a qazi, and if the husband does injustice to her and does not give her her rights, she has a right to go to the qazi and do nikah fasq. Nikah fasq means nullification of a marriage. Now this khula or nikah fasq is much easier done in an Islamic state where you have an Islamic qazi, and in khula the woman requests the husband, the wife requests the husband to give divorce. It's called as khula. But if the husband does not agree, after the wife requests the husband to give khula and the husband does not agree to give divorce, she can go to the next stage, that is nikah fasq, that is nullification of the marriage. She can go to an Islamic qazi and prove her point that the husband is ill-treating her or not giving her her rights, not fulfilling his duties. In India, because we don't have an Islamic state, but we do have some Muslim courts, and the country does recognize a Muslim personnel board. So in this case, they can approach that and the husband can be called. But if the husband resists, then you have to go to the normal civil court. You can go to Indian court, and then you have to hire a good lawyer. Because even though the Muslim judiciary or the Muslim small courts, they don't have a complete legal status. But when you go to a civil court, because the Indian government recognizes the Muslim personal law, even the Indian court of law, even if they are not Muslims, but if a normal Indian goes to the Indian court and wants divorce, the difference is that in a normal civil court, you have to prove that the husband is doing wrong things, etc. You have to wash your dirty linen in public. In Islamic court, you don't have to wash your dirty linen. It's done with a mutual consent. Go to the qazi convinces. In the normal civil court, you have to wash your dirty linen in public. So in India, maybe you'll have to do that if you want a divorce, but it's possible even in India, but you have to hire a good lawyer who knows the law and even knows the law of the Muslim personal board. Hope that answers the question.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Are the parents allowed to forcefully marry their daughter to whom she does not like?
This is the question that does Islam permit the parents to force the daughter to marry someone who they want her to marry, but the daughter does not want? In Islam, forcing anyone to marry is not permissible. The permission or the agreement of both would-be husband and wife is very important. Both husband and wife, would-be husband and wife, should agree to get married. Then only can the nikah solemnize. Then only can the marriage solemnize. But naturally, the parents can guide the children, guide the daughter, give advice, give suggestions. Is good. And normally the parents give good suggestions. But if the girl feels that the parent are not suggesting a right life partner, and she wants a more Islamic life partner, or the parents say marry Islamic life partner, and the girl says no, that I don't want to marry Islamic, I want to marry a rich and handsome man rather than Islamic man. So then I feel that the parents are right, and in this case the parents will get sawab, that they are forcing the daughter to be on the straight path. But if the girl feels that the parents want a handsome man and a rich man, but she wants a pious man, a pious husband, so in this case she is right. So it depends upon who is more on the Quran and Sunnah. But generally, a father or a mother cannot force the daughter to marry someone who she does not like. Because of the hadith mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, chapter number 69, hadith number 639, that once a lady by the name of Khansa bin Khadim al-Ansariya approached the Prophet and said, my father has forced me to marry a man who I don't like. And the Prophet, he nullified the marriage. So based on this, it's clear that the permission and the agreement of both would-be husband and wife is equally important. Hope that answers the question. If any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is it necessary to have the nikah in the mosque?
This is the question. Is it necessary to have the nikah in the mosque, or is it a sunnah to have the nikah in the mosque? There's a hadith which is mentioned in hadith of Sunnah al-Tirmidhi, volume number 2, in the book of Nikah, hadith number 1089, which says that the Prophet said that to have nikah in the mosque, but the hadith is zaif hadith. It's a weak hadith. There is no sahih hadith that I know of in which the Prophet recommended that the nikah should take place in a mosque. But if someone wants the nikah to be conducted in a mosque, it is not haram, it's not makruh, it is mubah. If someone conducts in a mosque, it's acceptable. But it is not fard in Islam, neither it is a sunnah. But if someone wants to conduct it, it's good. But the Prophet said that make nikah easy, or the best of marriage is that in which the least expenditure is made. So in this context, if someone has in the mosque, it's perfectly acceptable. It's no problem at all. But it is not fard, neither it is proven from the Quran and Hadith. But a person, if he wants, he can get married in the mosque. Hope that's the question. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is it not injustice to give the right to divorce only to men and not to women?
So that's the question, that isn't it injustice when the right of divorce is only given to the man and not to the woman? If you realize the way Islamic marriage takes place, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as Allah says in the Quran, it's mentioned in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 40. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is never unjust in the least degree. And the Quran says in Surah Baqarah, chapter number 2, verse number 228, that the women have rights as against them, on terms equitable, but the men have a degree of advantage. So overall, the Quran says the men and women are equal, but some places they have a degree of advantage. And on the other hand, there are hadiths which the Prophet said that have respect the mother more. So the women have a degree of advantage. But this aspect, why do the men have a degree of advantage? The reason is that when a marriage takes place, one of the criteria besides the agreement of both the would-be husband and wife, there is a concept of meher. That it's compulsory, as the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 4, that give to the economic status. That means meher is compulsory for a marriage to solemnize. So when a meher is given, the would-be wife can demand what she wants. And the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4 verse number 20, you can even give a mountain of gold. So imagine when a marriage takes place, it is the man who is in loss economically. He gives meher. Now once he gives the meher, if suppose the right is given to the woman to divorce and she divorces, who would be the loser? Who would be the man? And in case if a divorce takes place, the girl can marry again. When she marries, she gets a new meher. Here, if the man marries, he has to give a new meher. So therefore economically the woman is secured. So based on this, generally by default, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given the right to the man to divorce. And furthermore the Quran says in Surah Nisa chapter 4, verse number 34, Ar-rijalu qawwamun 'ala an-nisa, that the men are the supporters of the women. For Allah has given one strength more than the other. So based on this, because man is a qawwam, he is the leader in the family, but naturally by default, the right to divorce goes to the man, because he is the one who looks after the family, etc. But that does not mean a woman cannot demand the rights. During nikah-nama, if she wishes, she can put a condition that I too want a right to divorce. Because by default it goes to the man, but if the husband wants to give that right even to the would-be wife, he can give. So in the nikah-nama, if the would-be wife wants to put a condition, and if the husband agrees, she can put a condition, so both will have the right. But otherwise, by default, without any rules and regulation, the right goes to the man. Otherwise, I'll have to give a talk on men's rights in Islam. Hope that answers the question, sister. Any other sister has any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is it encouraged to marry within the same community, like Cockneys marry only Cockneys?
Sister has a question that, is it encouraged for a girl or a boy to marry within the same community, like Cockney marrying Cockney, or Mehman marrying Mehman? We only got stuck to Cockney because I'm a Cockney. So it can go Sheikh marrying a Sheikh or a Sayyid marrying a Sayyid. So like the beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's preferable to marry the same type of people, same category, whether it may be in category in terms of ethnicity, whether it may be in terms of economic status, whether it be in terms of community, because the compatibility is there. Because the Cockney have a different style of living, the Mehman have a different style of living, the Keralite may have a different style of living, the person, UK American person, different style of living, the European may have. So it's easy to gel. So it is preferable, but not a fard. Similarly, imagine an African marrying a European. It can go well, not it's not possible. It's possible, but the chances of compatibility is less. Similarly, Chinese coming and marrying someone from Kerala, not that it's not possible, it's possible, but if you want to break this barrier for a cause, for example, I am finding a more virtuous non-Cockney, then I prefer marrying a non-Cockney than marrying a Cockney. So in my case, I could not leave aside Cockney, I could not get a girl from Bombay who I wanted a virtuous, so I had to go to Pune. I had to travel 160 miles. So I not only left the community, I left the city also. So the reason to marry was virtue. So if virtue is the criteria, if you break these barriers of economic status, of nobility, of community, of ethnicity, there's no problem. Otherwise, generally, if exactly same virtues, who is from your community, not from your community, preferable, same virtues from your community. Same virtues who's rich and who's poor, and if you are rich, then same virtues who's rich is preferable. But if you find that one person more virtuous and out of the community is preferable, that one person is more important than matching your community or matching your ethnicity or matching your economic status, but if the virtue is not the criteria, otherwise marrying in the same level is preferable, so that life becomes easier. So when you have a choice to choose the easy part, it's preferable to choose the easy part than the difficult. But that does not mean, because normally in Indian culture it's very common, Cockney should marry a Cockney, 99%. Mehman should marry Mehman. A Keralite Malayali should marry a Malayali. And that's the reason, they look for this criteria more important than virtue. Yes, I want virtue, but should be a Cockney. I want a virtuous girl, but should be a Mehman. So this is just for saying they're more looking for their community rather than virtue. So virtue should be given the most important. Hope that answers the questions. Are there any other questions?
Is it cultural
or is it promoted in Islam to give preference to younger women for marriage, or to give preference to virgin over non-virgins, or to give preference over good-looking to average-looking women?
Sister has the question that is it cultural in Islam, is it preferable in Islam to marry younger women as compared to elder women, to marry more beautiful women as compared to average looking women, or more wealthier than poor? Is it preferable? It is mubah. Because if you go to the history of Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, the first woman that Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam married, Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was 15 years elder to the Prophet. The Prophet was 25 years old, Hazrat Khadija was 40 years old. And later on, he had only one wife, till the age of 50, 52, until Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she expired. And only after she expired did the Prophet marry. And after that when he married the girls that were younger, 36 years old, 32 years old, etc. But preference over young age, here you have an example, the first marriage is 15 years older, the next marriage is younger. We have example that the Prophet, the first wife he did, Hazrat Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was a widower, so she wasn't a virgin. Amongst all the wives, only one wife was virgin, whereas all the others, they were not virgins. They were either widow or they were divorcees. But that does not mean it is sunnah to marry a non-virgin, then there will be a problem. But in the life of the Prophet gave various examples. Rich, her Khadija, may Allah be pleased with her, she was very rich. The other ladies that the Prophet married, some were poor. So Prophet had an example of rich women, he married poor women, elderly women, younger women, virgin, non-virgin, more were divorcees, and they were widows. So here you find that cross-section, according to me, it's mubah. But it's a personal choice, as the Prophet said, as I mentioned earlier, according to the hadith of Sahih Bukhari, volume number 7, in the book of Nikah, hadith number 5090, that the beloved Prophet ﷺ said, that when a person marries, he looks for 4 things: beauty, wealth, nobility, and virtue. And amongst them, virtue is the best. So if someone looks for beauty, it's not haram. Someone wants a younger wife, it's not haram. Someone wants a wealthier wife, it's not haram. Someone wants a noble wife, it's not haram. But amongst them, virtue is the best. So more important is the virtue. If you find a virtuous wife and she is less beautiful, it's preferable to marry a less beautiful wife than who is less virtuous. So virtuous wife who is less beautiful is preferable than more beautiful and less virtuous. So all these things, virtue carries more weight. But Islamic, there's nothing like which is preferable in the other criteria. As far as virtuous is concerned, it is preferable for sure. Hope that answers the questions. Are there any sisters that have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
What is the duty of the daughter to her parents after marriage? Should she obey them or her husband?
So there's the question that what is the duty of a daughter to her parents after she married? Should she obey the husband or the parents? I feel she should obey both. The best is obey both. But if there is a conflict, who is more important? But naturally before marriage, obeying the parents is most important. After marriage also it's important, but once she gets married, she goes to a different family. So if there is a conflict between both, we have to see that who is more on the Quran and Sunnah. Is it the husband or is it her parents? So based on that she makes the decision. But if both are neutral, both are not against the Quran and Sunnah, then you try and convince either of them that to change their views so that you can follow both the parents and satisfy your husband. But if there is really a conflict and both are not against Quran and Sunnah and yet, so but naturally the tilt goes more towards the husband after marriage. Little bit more because you have a family to look after, but that does not mean you neglect your parents, you disobey your parents. Only if the conflict is such that both are on the Quran and Sunnah and then you have to choose between one of them. So it's preferable you satisfy both. At the last resort, if you have to take a balance, but now the balance tilts more towards the husband because he becomes your immediate family, not that your parents are not. But at the same time, if you can convince your husband and yet obey your parents, that is the best. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Why is the Ida period after the death of a husband is longer than the Ida period after the divorce?
Sister has a question that why is the iddah period after the death of a husband longer as compared to the iddah period after the divorce? In both the iddah, as the Quran says in Surah Baqarah chapter number 2 verse number 228, that when you divorce your wife, there is a iddah period of 3 menstrual cycle or 3 monthly periods. But when a person dies, the Quran says that after your husband expires, the iddah period is for 4 months 10 days. So the iddah period after a husband expires is 1 month 10 days longer. For divorce it's 3 months, for after death it's 4 months 10 days. Why? The reason the iddah period is there, for various reasons. One of the major reasons after divorce that the iddah period is there, to come to know whether the wife is carrying the child of the husband. So if during the iddah period, there are various reasons. One reason is it's more for preliminary test, as I said. But can the husband or wife stay away from each other? So it's a temporary period. In 2 weeks you come to know, I thought we were angry with my wife because she doesn't iron my clothes, and I felt that let's stay away, and now I realize in 2 weeks time I'm in a more difficult situation, let's patch up, let's reconciliate. Or the wife may think I'm getting angry, that my husband gives me less time, you only give me 5 hours a day, and now in 2 weeks I realize that even if you give me 2 hours, no problem. Something is better than nothing. So they can patch up. So various reasons are there. But one of the other reasons is that to come to know whether the wife is carrying the child of the husband. So if she's carrying, it extends, the iddah period extends till the time of delivery. And furthermore, no one should allege that if they part, and in 3 months' time, you can easily come to know without doing any medical test that is she carrying a child or not. In the olden days, there were no examination like what we have. Ultrasonography, amniocentesis, various pregnancy test. Amniocentesis for sex determination. We don't have the pregnancy test like we have today. But pregnancy is not the only reason. But at that time, 3 months is sufficient to come to know whether the woman is carrying the child of the husband or not. Pregnancy is not the only criteria, one of the important criteria. Besides that, as I said, that can you stay away, etc., it's a preliminary period. But in case of the death of a husband, when divorce takes place, everything is planned. Planned means divorce doesn't take place suddenly. First, there's mutual consultation between husband and wife, if you go according to the correct sunnah. If you go to the wrong bidah style, talaq, then it may take place in a second. You get angry and you start, which is not Islamic at all. It's talaq-e-bidat, as I discussed last time. If you go to the Islamic procedure of talaq, first there's mutual consultation between husband and wife. Then if it cannot be solved, then you appoint an arbiter. Then you wait. Then normally divorce takes place, it takes weeks and months, sometimes even a year. So it is planned and you know something is going on. And then there is the period for 3 months. Compared to in a case of husband dying, most of the time it's sudden death. Maybe an accident, maybe has a disease. Some rare cases he is terminally ill and you know he's dying slowly, but the chance is less. So most of the time in death you don't expect the husband to die. So here the wife is in a state of mental shock. So besides coming to know whether she's carrying a child in which 3 months is sufficient, so no one lays an allegation on her that she has a little sex, nauz billah, with some man, and after the husband has died, she's carrying a child of someone else. So in that period, a period to know whether she's carrying the child, one of the reasons. But why is it 1 month 10 days more? Because when the woman undergoes a sudden loss or shock that she does not have a husband, this time is given for her to settle down. That's the reason during the iddah she cannot make any contract to marry someone else. And if she makes, it's not valid. After the iddah is over, because maybe she is in a state of shock and someone says I want to marry, she says she is not secured, she is very scared, and she may agree to marry someone who is not good also. So the iddah period is extended. The 4 months 10 days is sufficient to let the mental shock come down, for the woman to come in normal state, so that she can take the decision to remarry. So it's a longer iddah, longer waiting period, and she can take a much wiser decision whether she has to marry again, who she chooses, etc. That's the reason for the iddah after death of husband is longer as compared to divorce. Hope that answers the question, sister. Any other gents have any questions? Any brothers? Oh, mashallah, Arshi.
Today, they give priority to their careers as opposed to getting married soon. So they wait till they're in their mid-30s or 40s, and they wait too long to get married. So is there any specific thing on this that you may shed some light?
That's a good question. That many a times today the youngsters, they give more preference to the career rather than marriage, and they say, I want to make my career, mujhe mere pair pe khada hona hai. So I said, why in the teenage also you can stand on your feet? You know, they say, I want to stand on my own feet. That means I want to actually be financially independent. That's what they mean. They want to be a doctor or engineer or start doing a good job where they earn. So normally by the time they are settled and good job, it becomes past 30s or late 20s. That's also very early. Past 30s or mid 30s, early 30s. So how important is it to establish your career before you get married? See, marriage is part of life and career is also part of life. I feel a person should not delay the marriage just because of career or even for education. Fine, I'm not saying that he should get married in his teens. If he's mature, if he wants, he can. Islam gives permission once a person has reached puberty, he or she can. But don't delay it too much, as the beloved Prophet ﷺ said. Mentioned in Sahih Bukhari, 1:7, in the book of Naik, chapter number 3, hadith number 4, that, oh young people, whoever had the means to get married, they should get married. Helps to lower your gaze and guard your modesty also. These people normally delay thinking, what they think that, once I marry, then for me to look after my wife will be an obstruction in my studies, would be an obstruction in establishing my career. In fact, it is wrong. Imagine if a person is doing medical studies, if he is married, the wife will help him. So if you look at the positive side, if you marry and then appear for a post-graduation, it's easy, she'll help you. She'll help you make notes if required. She may help you sit with you, make it comfortable. Normally you only have your mother, now you have a mother and wife both too. So if you have a career, so what's the problem? Yes, there's a fear that if I know only when I earn myself. Therefore the Prophet said, if you have the means. So most of these people who talk, the parents are already rich. They already have a good saving. So if finance is not the problem, I feel they should get married. And then establishing the business is easier. The wife can support you. Because wife, as I mentioned, is the role of garments. So I disagree with that concept that marry late. Because if you marry early, you will have children also early. And some people say, oh, no, I want to relax, Even if you have to relax, marry early. You marry in your early 20s, have children, fast. By the time you're 40, your child is already 18, 19. You can sit on a business, you can retire before you reach 40. Otherwise, wait till 60. So if you want to enjoy life also, marry early, have children, have your children take care of your business, so you can be free and you can relax earlier. So even to enjoy life, it is better you marry early. And one more thing, you don't go to the evil of society. Because when you're young, there are high chances you can be deviated. High chances that when you do your graduation and post-graduation, for you to be on the Sirat al-Mustaqim is difficult. If you have a wife, she is your Muhsana, she is the fortress against the devil, and more chances that you can concentrate on your studies. When you go to school, normally in co-ed schools and colleges, they say you spend more time in trying to be a hero in front of the opposite sex than doing studies. So now you already have a heroine with you. You already have a wife with you, so you won't waste your time otherwise, and it will help you to concentrate on studies better. So I feel even if you have to study or look after a career, it's better that you get married earlier. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions? I'll come back to you. Any sisters have any questions?
Yeah. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Are marriages between cousins encouraged, as scientifically it's proved that the children of the couples, they have genetic defects?
Sister asked the question that marrying among first cousins, they have proven it causes genetic problems. What she is referring to is consanguineous marriages. That in consanguineous marriages, where the close blood relatives, cousins marry, as far as the Quran is concerned, Quran says in Surah Nisa, chapter number 4, verse number 23, 24, 25, it gives the people who cannot marry. The Quran says you cannot marry your mother, you cannot marry the woman who your father has married, you cannot marry the sister of your father, you cannot marry the sister of your mother, you cannot marry your own sister, you cannot marry your daughter, and the list is given. But in this list, the first cousin aren't mentioned. So based on this verse of the Quran, among the prohibited marriages, the Quran does not prohibit you to marry your first cousins. But direct blood relations, the Quran prohibits. Now today's scientific research says that if you marry your blood relation, direct blood relation, brother and sister, mother and son, father and daughter, then there are high chances, very high chances of having genetic problems. Furthermore, even if you marry among the first cousins, the chances are there, but the chances are less. Even if you marry someone who's unknown to you, yet the chances are there, but it is very negligible. But if you marry amongst the first cousin, the chances are not the same as you marry your direct blood relationship, brother and sister. But if you marry the first cousin, chances are more than marrying an unknown person, but compared to direct blood brother and sister, it is negligible. What the scientific research says today, that continuously if you marry amongst the cousins, the mother and father are cousins, their children marry the cousins, their children marry the cousins. This is common in some of the communities. Like if you go to Tamil Nadu, there are some communities which have a concept of only marrying amongst the cousins. So then generation after generation if you do, there are high chances of having these genetic problems. Otherwise, normally, once if you marry or twice, it is negligible. Continuously, so it's more cultural based rather than Islam. And it's not a sunnah in Islam to marry your first cousin. It is mubah, it's optional. And since marrying once only has hardly any negligible impact, but continuously generation after generation, generation after generation, there is a problem. And there is a hadith which was quoted by Ahmad Zakir. He said that, one hadith he quoted, that the Prophet has not encouraged marrying first cousin to generation after generation. Hope that answers the question. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Is there more reward or blessing to arrange for nikah on Fridays?
Is there more reward and blessing when you arrange the nikah on Friday?
Fridays, yes.
As far as my knowledge goes, I don't know of any verse in the Quran. I don't know of any hadith which says that when you marry on Friday you get more reward. I don't know of any hadith. I don't know of any Quranic verse. But natural, but it's permissible. It's not haram also to get married on a Friday. I feel it's mubah. You can get married on Friday. Friday is the weekly Eid as we say. So no problem if you choose a Friday. But there's no sunnah of the Prophet that is recommended that you marry on a Friday. But Friday is a weekly Eid. If you get married, there's no problem at all. It's good, alhamdulillah. But there is no particular hadith or a Quranic verse saying that it's preferable or you get more reward. Hope that's the question. Any other sisters have any questions?
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam.
The Prophet ﷺ has mentioned that majority in the hellfire will be women because they are ungrateful to their husbands. But today we see that most of the men are committing so many crimes. I mean rapes and murders and so many other crimes. So then please explain. Yeah, even alcohol. Please explain.
Sister has a question that the Prophet said that majority of the people in hell would be women. And one of the reasons is that they're ungrateful to their husbands. Sister has a question that today you find men committing murder, committing rape, having alcohol. So what about them? If you analyze, sister, today in the world, as I mentioned in my earlier answer on polygyny, that there are more women in the world than men. Even if we take for granted, or just as a normal mathematical equation, that equal percentage of men will go to hell as compared to the women, and equal percentage of men and women would go to heaven, and equal percentage to hell, because women are more in this world, in hell also there will be more. But that means even in heaven there will be more, inshallah. You know, because again, there's another hadith where the Prophet said that for every man there will be multiple hood. So in that logical also equation, the woman would be more in heaven also. So don't get somewhat dejected. Look at the brighter side of it. And one of the reasons that the Prophet said women would go to hell, one of the major reason is that because they're ungrateful to their husbands. What is the major reason that men will go is not mentioned. Fine, it may be murder, I don't know, but I doubt it will be murder. But all the men aren't committing murder. So that doesn't mean that men will not go to hell. But one of the major reasons why women will go to hell is because they're ungrateful to their husbands. And that you see nowadays, you do find women try to be independent, they try to be, because they're going away from Quran and Sunnah. So the hadith is correct, but that does not mean that men will not go to hell. and the woman will not be in majority in the heaven. Hope that answers the question.
If a husband is irresponsible and does not take care of the family and of the needs of the family, and he also does not provide education for the children, in such a situation, what should a wife do?
If the husband does not take care of the family, does not look after, does not give the rights, the economic rights, does not take care of the children, so in this case, what should the wife do? The wife should try and convince the husband to look after the family. That's the first thing. Because she's the Mohsena, she's the fortress against the devil. And there's a normal problem that we have normally, that the wives keep on complaining about the husband, and the husband keeps on complaining about the wife, and this is a common thing everywhere. It is more of a relationship of hand and glove, as I mentioned. So maybe the wife should have an introspection that maybe if she is more close to the husband, if she is more loving to the husband, maybe the husband will take more care. So many a time tali dua se bachti hai. You clap with two hands, you can't clap with one hand. But normally everyone points the finger at others. When they point the finger at others, they fail to realize three fingers are pointing to themselves. So it's not always black and white. Husband at fault, wife at fault. Many a times it's the fault of both. So when a problem arises in a family, it's many a time the problem between both. And even if one of them is Islamic and follows the Quran and Sunnah and has sabr, inshallah most of the problems will be solved. Problem is that means both are not following Quran and Sunnah properly. So both of them have sabr, both of them follow Quran and Sunnah, either they change the other spouse and they prevent any problem taking place. But in such a situation, the wife should try and counsel the husband, be good to him. But if he continues, then she should try and help the husband look after the family. It's not bad. And depending upon how much is he not giving the rights, is he torturing the wife, is he beating the wife, depending on the extent where she cannot bear, then she takes the decision whether she continues or she parts. That's her decision. Hope that answers the question. Are there any brothers have any questions?
MashaAllah, I want to say one thing that Alhamdulillah, the effect of this program has already started. Shams is telling me that he wants to get married.
MashaAllah, very good, Alhamdulillah.
My question is that, as she said,
so
that
you have a virtuous bachelor. Are you earning more than 4,000 rupees? Oh, MashaAllah, good.
as the brother Aishi said that there are some youngsters who, because of their career, they reject marriages. I want to ask that there are some women who delay their motherhood because of their careers, although it may be Islamic. They maybe want to be adaya or whatsoever it may be, but they delay their motherhood. So is this permissible in Islam?
Before I answer a question, I'd like to ask you that has this program had an effect on you? It had an effect on your person sitting next to you, but on you, did it have an effect?
Alhamdulillah.
MashaAllah. When are you getting married?
Inshallah.
How soon?
After I consulted with you.
After?
Inshallah.
After you consult with me?
Yeah.
My consultation as soon as possible. Tomorrow if possible. I know tomorrow is too early. Next month.
Next year.
Next year? So this is the problem. You say you consult me and then I give you advice and you delay it. So if you get the good wife, then why not next month? If not, then next
Inshallah,
year.
inshallah.
Inshallah. Fine, that's good. As far as coming to your question, that the earlier question was that people want to delay marriage because they want to make a career, etc. But some of the ladies want to delay their motherhood. They don't want to give birth to a child because they want to maintain the career, etc. Is it correct? I feel this is totally wrong. Why? Because the amount of sawab that a lady gets by being a mother is phenomenal. And our beloved Prophet Muhammad said, it's mentioned in the hadith of Sahih Bukhari, volume number 8, in the book of Adab, chapter number 2, hadith number 2, a person came to the Prophet and asked him, that who deserves the maximum love and companionship in this world? The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. The Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. Again the Prophet said, your mother. The man asked after that too. Then the Prophet said, your father. That means 3/4, 75% of the love and companionship goes to the mother. 25%, 1/4 goes to the father. In short, the mother gets the gold medal, she gets the silver medal, as well as the bronze medal. The father has to be satisfied with the mere consolation prize. So the amount of respect, the amount of sawab, the blessings that a woman gets in becoming a mother is phenomenal. 9 months that your mother has borne you in the womb, even if you give a mountain of gold, you cannot compensate. Even if you give the wealth of this world, you cannot compensate. So now if someone wants to sacrifice the motherhood for earning maybe a few dollars more or a few $1,000s more, I feel she is a very poor businesswoman. A good businesswoman will say that fine, this she's losing more. To earn little bit, she's losing more. So I disagree with the concept of delaying motherhood, either for having a better education or a better career, etc. I feel she should marry, she should have children, and then whatever happens, it should continue in that same process of life. Hope that answers the question. Any sisters have any questions?
Like brother mentioned about the guys having the problem of career.
Boys.
No, so then what about, then we should leave our career. What about us? We won't be able to manage pregnancy as well as continuing with education. At least we need to complete our graduation and then go in for marriage.
Sister has a question, then what about a career? If we marry, we cannot continue a graduation and a career. What about a career is gone? Sister, what is the definition of career? What do you mean by career? What is the definition of career?
Education, at least minimum education.
I am asking, what is the definition of career?
I don't know the exact definition.
What do you feel is career?
Getting educated to the minimum standards.
So that is education.
Get a job.
Career first, then come to
Get a
education.
job.
Get a job. So career means get a job.
No, getting educated so that you can get the job which you want.
That's education. Talking about job or talking about career?
I'm talking about education to get a job. Okay, but this doesn't apply to women. I'm not talking about getting educated if you want to go in for Islamic work. So minimum education which you
Fine, if you are doing education for a job, then you need not educate yourself, because according to Islam, as I mentioned earlier, the financial burden is on the shoulders of the man. A woman need not worry about her lodging, boarding, clothing. She is financially secured. Before she is married, the duty of the father and the brother. After she is married, the duty of the husband and the son to look after lodging, boarding, clothing, all aspects. So if education is for job, forget about it. But that does not mean a woman should not be educated, because education is also for being a good mother. Education can also help in the field of Islam or the field of Dawah. But what I told you, that a person can be a graduate in the early 20s. So as I said, if a person wants to marry in the late teens, no one can stop her. But at least in the early 20s you should marry. And surely you finish your graduation in the early 20s. I'm not saying that stop. But post-graduation, fine, may be a problem. You do a post-graduation maybe in 22 years, 23 years. Post-graduation can yet be done after marrying. The pregnancy, if it comes in the way, you do it the next year. What's the problem? Do you have to go for a job? For a man, fine, he'll think, if I lose 1 year, I lose 1 year's salary. For the woman, instead of 1 year, she can take 2 years. If it is a 2 years course and pregnancy takes place, she can take 3 years, she can take 4 years, she can do correspondence course, no problem at all. So marriage never is a hurdle. But the minimum what you're talking about, graduation, is easily possible before the early 20s. As far as career, fine. There are some ladies who want to do career, want to do modeling, want to do dancing, so surely marriage will come in the way. And all these careers are haram. Modeling, dancing, air hostess, exploiting the body of the woman. But natural. As far as the other jobs, as I said, financially a woman is secured. So again, the education will not generally come in between her marriage. It will not. Further studies, you can do post-graduation, super speciality, you can study till the age of 40 also, no problem. Do you mean to say you're not married till the age of 40? So I feel marriage is never a hindrance in case of education, whether it's a girl or a boy. Neither career is. I feel if you marry early, it's preferable, so that you start enjoying life more, you start earning more sawab, and half your deen is complete earlier. So if half your deen is complete, you start getting more sawab. Now you say you want to start half your deen at the age of 30. Now you start at the age of 20. So imagine, so do you realize that if you marry early, you have more chances of getting sawab earlier. So losing, I don't know how long will you live. You don't know if at the age of 25 or not. So therefore, earlier the marriage, the better. If you have the means, it's preferable, and it will let you lead a more Islamically aligned life. Hope that answers the question. So all those who are not married have decided to get married, and all those already married decided to be a better husband and a better wife, inshallah. Inshallah, we end the session and pray to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala that may guide us in leading a life and coming closer to Quran and Sunnah. Wa akhir da'wan alhamdulillah rabbil alameen.